of having things, the extra, whatever was left from these things, that's what marks us by Christ is free. Religious wasn't in decline. That issue was left with, and then she died because of that. Mara ends, I think, this deception by talking about how when she was going into the grave, she put that all over her shoulder and said, what is this world? It's nothing to go ahead and do. It's important that we think in terms of this. We always remember what's quicker and what's the tougher. What's so important for us? What is it that we do with us? What is it that we don't do with us? It's important that we remember that everything we have is there to help us on our trajectory to make sure we're doing what we can to be the best version of ourselves that we can be. It itself is not contained by itself. In fact, I heard a fascinating concept. There's an idea of mowing a rush. It means that you go to a cemetery, you tuck in your teachers, and try not to do certain mitzvahs because it's kind of clean to jealousy from the base. And if you're in the ground, it's just a bad sense because you're doing mitzvahs, you're teasing them. You can't go into this. That's not a nice thing to do. So, producer of the vocals pointed out that there's no mowing a rush for someone wearing a special watch or wearing a brand new suit. You can do whatever you want, you can wear whatever you want. But the base of the industry is just about what we're feeling all about. Everything we have is there to help us on our path to becoming the best people that we can be. We recognize the parts of our life, and fortunately, again, nothing that you should have done differently. But this was her takeaway message from this episode. We see how certain zealots decided to take the law into their own hands, cost the Jews so much in so many different ways. And this leads us to think about how it's
It's like this guy wrote about my friend in such a distorted, untruthful way.
So this is one of the natural breakpoints. So I don't know, actually nobody on Zoom currently has any questions.
My good friend was mentioning quite a bit.
Anyone?
Who is, I think, the best foreign policy voice in the United States of America. He's written, he wrote the best book on the terror wars called the best book on the war in Ukraine called Provoked. It's sort of all of them. So, what's happening in this book?
also widely possessed rabbis and
Scott said he's reading it. He goes, turned to George W. Bush and said, "Make shit up."
There's the two stories, one of them are in each one.
Was it Robert Redford or was it the other guy who was
parallel.
Blake Bernstein?
The crucial thing is the same in both of them. In the first one of the two individual concept and the whole goes out, the whole point is not about this sort of really unexpected yes. It should be that all the time. But the rabbis who were present, the rabbis who are leaders look to them for guidance and
I remember
role model
hearing like my history teacher talking to another teacher. This was when Bill
and then similarly
was getting in trouble for Monica Lewinsky. I was
sacrifice
like in
brought
school,
by concept.
and I remember hearing them talk. And one of
stood up and said, we're going to have a vote here.
My history teacher at those pretty smart guy.
But again, it's a level of commitment.
Now,
You didn't want to stick
they're
their neck
treating him
out.
like he's
They didn't
Nixon,
want
but
to
he's
stand
not
up
Nixon.
for what was right.
And essentially what that meant, like what he was saying was like, Nixon is the most corrupt president who ever lived. Bill Clinton just got caught cheating on his wife. Like, that's not as big a deal as being the most corrupt. But they just made that like the thing that everybody knows. Like,
Questioning just bandiera lo fascista, porque el fascista es
that's the lesson the civil war
basada
exhibit got out there before the internet.
familia
It's like very hard to make that same system work the same way. Now, I mean to say that the narrative that everybody accepted was like, oh, but the system works. Like, if figured out that it was corrupt, they had him step down, they got him out of there. Really, the answer is much more like the intelligence agencies took over the United States of America in a hostile coup against John F. Kennedy, and then Nixon comes in like a few years later and is like
this is
essentially
why
taking
it
over
was
as
that
well.
the
But they get the American people to believe that like what that was a corrupt president being ousted. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to choose from. Like when you're scrolling on the TV trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have hundreds of different topics to choose from? It's overwhelming. The same thing can happen when you're hiring and you get inundated with applications. Well, it's time to stop stressing and use ZipRecruiter instead. Their innovative resume database can help you find and connect the best people for your role. Try it for free
used to say that
now
sometimes
at
it's important not to be
ZipRecruiter.com/rogan.
Sometimes it's important to
Only
stand up and try
ZipRecruiter's
to say,
resume database so
some of that
special
is no matter
is
what
the
the cost.
advanced
Sometimes
filtering
you find
feature.
say,
You can use it to hone in on exactly what you're looking for from the hundreds of thousands of resumes that are uploaded monthly to the site. And when you find a potential candidate, you can unlock their contact info instantly. Skip the candidate overload, streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, right now,
The
try
point
it
is
for
that it
free.
really doesn't
Again,
matter.
that's
If you look back at the most
ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
And that's
Also
what
easy
is
to
the
frame
fucking
Nixon that way
material.
because he's ugly. Right? He's not a good-looking guy, and it was just after
We
Kennedy.
will have another
When
scheduled
Muhammad
question
Ali
break.
retired,
But now let's, since we talked a lot about the very
get
young
any
lady,
love.
so let's,
One of the reasons
since
why
are
Larry
not
Holmes is one of the best
strictly
heavyweight champions of
synonymous,
all
but
time.
they
Couldn't get
overlap.
any love
So
because he
we'll
beat the
leave that
fuck out of
short.
Muhammad Ali.
It's important to recall, and this is, I think, one of the most bizarre things about this particular
You're
rebellion.
never, like,
Normally
if
when you have
you're
a
Nixon, you're
rebellion
following
history,
JFK
certainly in
with
Jewish
shot in the
history, there's
fucking
usually
head.
a focal point, there's
We
usually a
lost,
leader.
we tried to
There
assassinate
is
the
a
someone
Yehuda
assassinated the
Maccabi,
greatest
who
president of all time. He's a
you have
good-looking guy.
someone
Was gonna really change things. Didn't believe in secrecy.
encapsulates
Was
and
talking to the American
personalizes
people
and
like we have
personifies
dreams. Wants to
the
put us on the
reason
moon.
for the revolt. There is
Shot
no
in the head
such
by this
leader
ugly fucker.
in this massive
LBJ
8-year
was
war
there,
against
but
the
yes,
Romans.
no, I mean,
There are a
I think
series
also in
of
hindsight,
people
he
who
just
claim
is.
to take the mantle of leadership, but they spend most of
He
their
was
time
came off as
shortly
kind of
fighting
he
with
was
each
also
other,
very
fighting
authoritarian.
Jews
You
rather
know,
than
which is
significantly fighting the Romans
unfortunately
or fighting some of the other nationalities involved as well, the Samaritans, the Syrians, and Greeks,
some
but
kind of
for
an
the most part, there's
authoritarian
no single
leadership.
individual
Not saying you need
represents
tyranny. Not saying you
what
need
the
dictatorship,
rebellion
but
is all
you
about.
need
So much
fucking
so that in
laws.
fact,
And you need
the
rule of law.
the Romans, when they
Sometimes those people
celebrated their
are
triumph in
harsh
June of
and very
71, and they had to
uncaring
have
and
like a literary
unloving, and
theatrical
you know,
production
it's
in
total
Rome
opposite. Like,
involving
the
a
reason why people voted for
parade
Jimmy
and
Carter, I think,
with
because Jimmy
painted
Carter represented like
props
a
showing
genuinely
various
sweet,
battles
good
that they
guy.
fought. And
Right?
normally a
Like, that
triumph
president
would
was a
end
disaster.
with
They
the
were all
king
against
that
him
was
for sure.
defeated
And on top
being
of that, it's
strangled
like hard to keep
as a ceremonial act of sacrifice. They couldn't find anyone
But the way
decent
Nixon did it,
to play
we're
that
still
role for
suffering
the
through
Jewish
that
rebellion.
today.
They ended
That
up choosing
motherfucker,
Shimon
he's
Bar
partially
We'll talk more about him in a
responsible
second.
for
He
that
was a
sweeping
fighting,
schedule
ferocious warrior,
act
but
of
he was not given
1978.
command of
When they
any
did that, and they
region.
made
He was just
everything
one of the
illegal,
many zealous
everything
groups that
scheduled,
decided to take
things that
control for
were
themselves.
100%
He was the only one who happened to survive, and so they brought him back. And I think this speaks to one of the big takeaways that I get from meditating on these events every year. that, you know, the Jews spent so much time fighting with each other in such a tragically counterproductive manner. I mean, I'd like to joke about it, I'd like to say it was massive, but unfortunately not at all. I will, one last kind of like a topic thing before I take into the screen. I was talking with Dr. Goldman about this yesterday, and you know, he mentioned a very profound thought. He said that, the Chazal tell us that the reason the victim was destroyed, the second victim was because of sinas china, right? Baseless hatred, which is certainly true. We see this throughout the entire period of the rebellion. But he said, you know, we have in our modern day sort of translated sinas china into smaller interpersonal, where we need to avoid that, just be nice to each other. Try not to say so much about tomorrow, you know, hold the door open for someone. But he says the more accurate definition of what that sinas china was in the ancient years was the Avera, the most explosive. Do not form faction. Do not break yourself up into little groups and groups and say those people are fanatics and these people are way too lenient and they're not really Jewish and all kinds of things like that. We're still deeply involved. And we see it in the Roman media as well. You should recall that they had their own ways of self-government under Rome, which was the Roman modus operandi. They always, when they took over territories, they selected the local elite aristocracy, given them certain privileges, and said, basically, you run the country the way you want, just make sure we get our tribute. As long as we get the taxes, there's no problem with it. And so the Jews had kings who had Herod, of course, exceptionally efficient ruler, although incredibly brutal and tyrannical one. King Agrippa the first and King Agrippa the second shown here, who were, you know, in place to make sure that things ran on time in Israel. But despite that, a group of different individuals rose up to challenge Rome and to challenge Agrippa as well, with disastrous results. To give you one sense of that in a graphic format, this is a topographic map of Jerusalem, and it shows that sometime in the year, the spring of 70, before Vespasian actually laid siege to the city. And basically you had, and this is only at one snapshot in time, and many other groups were quite active. You had one group under Elazar and Shimon who had taken over the temple courtyard and were hiding behind its walls. You had another group under John of Giscala, Yochanan of Giscala, the rival of Josephus, who controlled the outer courtyard. And then you had Shimon bar Giora here out in the city of Jerusalem itself. And the three groups fought with each other bitterly, murdering each other whenever possible. And this is just a fraction of the many groups who were active. At other points, you had the Idumeans invited into the city and made big havoc as well. It was just incredible bloodshed during year 69 in particular. And what is especially tragic, besides the fact that the secrets confirms what we saw in the last Gemara, that the zealots burned down the remaining stores of their rivals, virtually guaranteeing the peace and the state will eventually arrive. There's no way they could outlast the siege, but that they were completely separated from each other and separated from the reality that they were about to be attacked by none other than 60,000 Roman troops. And they simply wasted all their energy fighting each other during this period of time.
This is what has really
That,
destroyed everything. Is that there's just no, and it's a big part of the reason why I'm so angry about all these wars too, because it's all related. The Federal Reserve was
I think it's very
created
important
in
to appreciate what Dr. Anderson just said, because one can read through the Gemara without ever realize what the backdrop is of what the Gemara is describing. And that's especially for practice. These are the ones that are traditionally lived as a tradition. The Gemaras that let us strike the center of the central point is.
So it's like this is
the
the banking system and the tax system were very like interrelated with the warfare state. Like you need this stuff in order to fight wars.
What is the game? what is the separation that they are talking about when they're related to
25 years
these
we've
topics.
spent
Now, we come across some
$2 billion
interesting
on
two
wars.
examples of
You know,
the more
they attacked
relationship
favorite
between
people for
different
that.
factions
They
in
couldn't
this.
tax us enough to
If
be
you don't
able
have the
to
historical
If
background,
they
like what
tried
I
to
tried
raise
some
everybody's
second ago,
taxes enough to
you
go
don't
up
hear
$1
about that
trillion
to say that
because we want to go fight
you might
regime
pass
change
that
wars all
down.
over
I
the Middle East.
appreciate the
American people would
significance
have
of
been like,
gravity.
we're not doing
So,
that.
as an
But they
example,
didn't do that.
this
They
law
kept
just
tax
found
us
that
where
people
they
that
were. They
start a
fund
little
civil rates
dog
during
on
those
the
years,
very bottom.
tolerate.
Where it says, I will sit
And
there,
then they borrowed
rate
the
the
rest, and
revenue
they still
to
couldn't
11.
borrow enough. So
So
just print
we
the
have
money.
the
And
other
then
sticker,
essentially what happens is that
part
the
of
price of
sticker,
everything just goes
so
up
know
and up
what's
and up.
given,
And
is
the,
the head
just
of
put
the
more
government,
money
that's
into the
the
system.
people
And
like
then
legislation,
people start
bring
looking
down
around
the
and going
store.
like, geez, why is the
But
price
other
of
states
housing
have a
and
government that
healthcare and
is
energy
like that.
and childcare
Meanwhile,
totally
the
unaffordable? And the
son
answer
of
is
the
because
dude
you're
or the
paying
sister
for
of the
more
government is
rent.
like this is the left.
And nobody thinks about
Shut
it
up,
like that.
like,
But
he
that's
said,
really what's
to
going
them,
on. They
Tom,
can't. So
the
for all
senior
the
of
young
the
people
Gabba,
who are
says,
coming out
please
of
come
college
to
now,
me
and they're like, oh,
in
150 grand in
I
debt.
saw on a
I
day,
have a
I
gender studies
on
major
the
degree or
ability
whatever,
party
you know,
that
maybe something better than that. They got an English
later
degree or
on
something,
that
and
happened.
they're working at
The other
DoorDash, and the
asked him
average
to
household
never
for
even do
600
this,
grand.
killing
And
everybody
they're like, what am
in
I possibly
starvation.
going to do? It's like the
What
reason
he's
why
essentially
these
asking
kids are all
is,
demanding
when are the
socialism,
Jews will
at
stop
least on the left.
fighting
It's because, like, what else are you going to do? Like, how do
before
you?
the voting
But
season?
the reason
When
why
the
that
Jews
is the
will stop
case
killing
is because
each other?
your government
Aha,
decided to
this
spend
is shocking
trillions of
statement.
dollars on
This is
blowing up
unbelievably
oil
shocking statement.
countries.
My
And it's amazing
theology,
that
what
rebuilding
now
them
is other super,
to blow them up again.
Amina
And this is the
I
actual
say
cause
to my
of the thing.
followers,
And I
that
feel like
tell
it's
they
almost nobody outside of like
that's
the
the state
Ron
of
Paul
affairs in the
libertarians, the Wall Street,
The
economics guys,
of
almost
this
nobody
group
else
called
ever
Rebellion
makes this connection.
is
That it's like
still
this is
of
the
the
deal.
followers
You can't be a world empire
the conversation
without
goes
having
on
a central
and
bank that
makes
can
just
print
the
money for you.
otherwise
Otherwise, it
you're
just
now
doesn't work.
passing
Resources are
out
finite, and you'll run out of them.
I
And so you can't do that
will
without having this
potentially
monetary
be
system.
really
But the
do
cost of
something.
this monetary
And there's a
system
whole
is
discussion
that
how this
prices
happens.
always go up
So
and
this
up
is
and
what
up and
pretend
up.
that you're
And
sick.
that brings the
And
entire economy
you're
against the
going to
working
pretend that
class
you
and the middle
die,
class
you're
in
going to
favor of
die, and
which
because
it's just the way
they
it is.
did some
When the value of
and
assets is going up and up and up and up, that's
out
great if you own
the
stuff.
burial of the
That's
dead.
great if you own stuff and you're
That's
selling
really what
it.
happens.
If
And
you got
describes
$1
that
in the
they
bank,
came to
inflation is
death,
your best
the
friend.
gods
But if you're on a fixed income, you're a working class person, it just
fear
destroys
his
you.
sure,
And everybody who's working
nevertheless
class
they
knows this
managed
just
to
from
make
the
their way
last
out,
5
at
years.
which point
But
we
you know,
get
your grocery
famous
prices go
this
up 30%,
incredible
and it's
conversation which is
you know,
between
that's you know, people have this
steps out
idea
of
there's like
conflict
economic issues
to
over
the
here,
space
and then there's like social
and
issues
dips
over
the
here,
imminent
there's foreign policy over here. It's all
not
one
a
thing.
general
You know, the
emperor
prices of
and
groceries
Caesar,
go up by 30%.
which is
They
at
always
this
get
point in time
destroyed.
not
And then
he's not
school
aware
kids, all
of.
these kids grow up without
He's not aware
fathers.
of this
That's the
appointment.
cost of this
He
shit.
finds out
And
keeping this, he has renewed
that's what
respect for
limits
every
are.
other
And
kind of
we'll continue to
past.
limit
What
it
is
because we
it
have a
that we
government
want? What
that
is it
spends
we
way
want?
beyond our
This
means.
is
Like
a very
Dr.
difficult
Ron Paul used to say,
moment to
you
put
spend
ourselves
beyond
in
your
the
means,
means
you're destined to
for a
live beneath your
moment
means.
you ask when you speak to
have
you
the
ordained
to
Reverend
build
Caesar,
around
who is now
Sam
surrounding the city of Jerusalem with knowing what's going on in the
If you
city.
think about
The
the
Yochanan are somewhat
just
timid.
shuttering U.S.
So three things he asks for. The continuation chain of Laban Gamliel.
that was
He
being
asks for 10
pumped through
Yavne
that
and Bechapamel.
system.
Give me Yavne and
To all sorts of
Mercedes.
weird
And
programs,
finally,
right?
also, he
There's
says,
the
ensure the safety
Department of
and
Energy gave
the
out
feeling
39
of
or
Reverend
93
Sarah,
billion
Dr.
dollars in
Ed's
loans in
beforehand.
months
And Dr.
between
Rashad
Biden losing
was
or Kamala
fasting on
losing
behalf
rather
of the
and
oncoming consul
where's that?
That's what we had.
There's
That's
so
what the
many
voice
of
says.
these
And that's
instances
exactly what
of
it's wrong.
insane
More than
amounts
six,
of
there was a
just
comment.
being
The later
allocated.
generations, the
39
later
trillion
generation
in
had
tax.
to criticize the
It's so
Yochanan by
unmanageable,
saying
and
that
yet it
he
just
did not
keeps
use
marching
enough.
on, and people are
People
upset.
asked more,
If you
and
try
in
to
turn,
plug
the
that
Yochanan
into like
Zakai's
the idea of
response
shuttering
was
some of
the
these
very
government
end of
organizations
the
all
Shabbat,
over,
Dimon Kulihai,
workers,
Always Batsala was not
fucking
if
sure.
you lost for 2
Are you
months,
sure that
if
this
you
isn't
lost
a
everything
giant
and you
race
didn't get
scam
anything
that's been going on?
there's
It
no
does.
situations you go to
Yeah,
blow
because that's
you
most of
get
it, right?
these
But
things.
like,
All we're
yeah,
talking about
if
is
you go,
realistic
hey,
thing.
I
We have
think,
also
by the
said
way,
together trying to understand
no one
these
in Congress, I think,
different
short of like
factors.
Thomas
Most of
Manley,
them are trying to
maybe,
tell us
maybe
about
Rand Paul,
this
but
thing.
like no one else in
Most
Congress
of
is
the
even
point
like
is,
suggesting
I would
an
say,
idea
is
so
not
so
only
radical.
considered.
But if
The
I were
two
to
laws
run
are
a
telling us
radical
to
idea,
think about
we
now.
should go back to
So I think the
pre-pandemic
satire is
spending.
really good.
So
There's a description
go
of
all the
time,
way back
there's
to
a
the
satire
crazy
to
year of
something that's false, something
2019
not quite right.
when it was
And he
happening.
just knows that work. Because
But just I'll tell you, the world's gonna end if we do that. And even when they're making up these absolutely ridiculous, claims about how people are
to
gonna
one of the
die
factors
if you
about
cut government
government
spending
spending
or
as well,
something.
and we talk about as well, which is the Sukari.
But
They
then they
also
never seem
actually
to go
the
like,
Sukari
well,
with
how many
the
people are
tigers,
gonna
they
die if
used
I
to,
keep
they
letting
were
DC have all
assassins,
these warmaking
and they were
powers? How
also
many people are
experts
gonna
in
die
use the
if
pyramids.
the
They
president
left
is
Houston
able
and they
to
made their
fund a
main
proxy
state in
war
the very
wherever he
heart of
wants to?
Mossad.
I mean,
And
look at
they
this shit,
actually
dude.
fought
I
the
took like
Afghanistan
so
in the Battle of
much,
Mossad. You wanted to know why Mossad is not in
but
his
I,
water.
I took a lot of heat for the stuff I said on the show here a few
As
years
a
ago about the war in
the rabbis,
Ukraine.
the traditional
Look at it
Judaism,
now, dude. Look at
continue,
even, and I
they
don't
will
think
not
they're
see the
about to do
spirit
a
of
thing.
these
I think
assassins.
they're
But
we can
Abbas
talk about
Bukhari
it. I
is
think
the
they're putting
father
poison
or
pills in
one
these
of the leaders of
negotiations
that
already.
group.
That's what it
And
looks like to
Bukhari
me.
who says his
But
group is moving is beyond
literally, the
control right
deal
now. That's
that
what we
I
see
was
to this
talking
tomorrow.
about, whatever it
Another
was
thing
3
that
years
we see,
ago, when
which
I was
is
saying
really
on
about
the show
the
that
true
they
complexity
had
of
a deal
these
worked out, a
tragedies.
peace deal worked
And
out
that
in the
is the
first few months
relationship
of the war in
between
22.
the different
And Boris
factions.
Johnson went and
You
killed
know,
the
the
peace
other
deal
how
on
Abbas
behalf of the
Bukhari
West to
is
make sure this war
this
kept going.
figurehead
But the
is
deal
our family.
that was in
It's his
pencil
nephew.
on pen
And
that
that's how
Boris
real
Johnson
life
killed
works. You
was
reverse back
essentially
200 years to times al-Khashoggi.
recognition
And you really
of
wrestled with the Ezra, who's
the
one of the
annexation
great
of
saviors,
Crimea.
who's one of the rulers of the
It was at the time it
of the
wasn't
generation.
annexation
His
of the
nephew,
Donbass
who was one of
region.
the
It was like
headline who was
independence
sending
of
other
the
things to
Donbass
Dallas.
region, and then
Just
the
understand the
agreement that
complexity.
the rest of
It's
Ukraine
family.
would not join
That's
NATO. That was the deal that they had worked out. And look at
Notice
where we are
another thing in
now.
this tomorrow.
Now
This
the deal that
promise.
they're even
The
talking
other
about,
promise
even
is to
Donald
let
Trump
out
goes,
Ahmad
there's
Yahya
going to be
Khamenei.
some land swaps
Doesn't
and all
end
this.
up
Okay, what's he took? The deal
Not
right
the
now is the
Sukari
best
or
case scenario
Artemis.
that we're
No.
hoping we could get.
He
Is that
he
5
helps
year
with many
obviously
Judaism.
keeps
He
Crimea,
helps
keeps
maintain
the
the
entire
Judaism
Donbass region, gets a
from
corridor from the south into Crimea, and the rest of Ukraine doesn't join NATO. So we have the same deal, just a little bit more in Russia's favor. 3 years later, with hundreds of thousands of people having died in
We
that
also see the
process.
relationship
Just to get
themselves.
back
You
to
see that
not as good a deal as they had in 22. And so,
it brings us to a question
which I
when
think
they
is
arrive
probably
to
going
get
to
and give us to really slow down so you understand how the
happen
economic
for
is
like
like.
a full year at least. The
Now,
world would be up there. And the thing that's really changed, the reason why the West, the Europeans, Zelensky, they're at least pretending to come to the negotiation table right
Because
now,
the Jews had ensured
which they don't
a
say,
siege
but this
in
is
which
the
no
truth,
one was
is
allowed to
that
defect.
support for the war amongst
It was the Jews
Ukrainians
who
has
burned down their
collapsed.
own
I
storehouses
mean, not like
to ensure
going down by a
against
few
German
points. It's
factionalization.
collapsed. There's
And
just
the
a
Jews
piece of this
who
the other day
desperate
was
to
a
include in the
Gallup,
Roman
I
Zeitgeist.
believe.
And
They said
who
they
had
have
their
their latest poll,
Roman Zeitgeist?
super majorities of the Ukrainian people, 70% around, want an immediate end to the war with negotiations on it. So like let's settle it however we gotta settle it. They don't. I remember for the first 2 years,
the sacrifice of the
everybody who I argued with
essentially
about the war in
sacrifice the
Ukraine,
state
their talking point would always be,
for
Ukrainian people want to fight.
for sovereignty.
And who are you
Sovereignty
to
for
tell
ideology.
them that they don't have a right to defend themselves? And
Decision
then
to
I
make.
would respond by
In
saying, like,
fact,
yes,
when
it's
you
true
get
the
to the
Ukrainian
other
people want to
actions
fight, but like,
this
might
is
that have something to do with the blank check that they
uh,
received from the world and the backup of the entire world? You know, it's just, it's a different proposition to go like, do you want to fight if John Jones is at your back and goes, I got your back, dude, fuck these guys up? Yeah, I want to fight. And then John Jones leaves at my back. Let's talk about this, you know. But so that, but now, the Ukrainians don't want to fight. And by the way, I never believed any of that because I don't, you know, I don't some things. And I'm like, if you're telling me that people want to fight, like, well, why do you gotta go scripted on that? You know, like if they want to fight so bad, why you gotta put a gun to their head and force them to the front line? Like, you're telling forcing them to find out real quick who wants to fight. But the point is now, the Ukrainians don't want to fight over this stuff anymore, so there's just no justification for it. So now they move to phase B, which is essentially to pretend like they're negotiating, but putting all types of poison pills in the deals that you know the other side won't take it. This is what they did with Iran too. This is where we got into that 12-day war, as they're calling it now. But you know, it's like you put things into the other side. I was just reading the other day. It was on Axios. There's reports that they Zelensky and the Europeans are like open to land swaps as long as there's, in their words, in the Axios piece, Article 5-like security guarantees. So in other words, the rest of Ukraine's in NATO, which is the thing that caused the whole conflict to begin with.
But there's his own description about himself. Like the Kapata went out and met with Vespasian and predicted that he would one day be emperor. Now, it seems as if that Josephus took the story wholesale from the Jewish tradition as it were, and inserted it into his own autobiography, which is not impossible. That's definitely, he wasn't shy about doing others, referring to work on but in the case of Josephus, that makes him somewhat suspect as a narrator, and if you look in fact at it, he's got still maybe like the Donbass region has done as I think as of right now, I think the rabbi like 75% of it. They got all of Donetsk, they got most of Luhansk, but there's still Ukrainians controlling part of it, and then he's controlling. So we now arrive at the year 70. You recall that year 66, the rebels had their early and singular victory. And then in the year 68, Vespasian, 67, Vespasian came and had his campaign in the north, and he was prepared to take his time, the vacation while he was down here at Bulgaria and Bavaria, and he basically, in a very methodical and slow way, went around preparing the ground for the eventual season. He was in no rush whatsoever. And in 69, that's when we have the horrible tragedies of the Jews, not even yet under that state in treaty. Nevertheless,
they do have their chess moves, and so you present something that you know the other side can't agree to, and when they don't agree to it, you go, look, we tried to negotiate, and he just wouldn't take us up on that, so what can you do?
Regarding cannibalism and some horrific stories. One thing about the Hawks with the escapees, one of the more terrifying aspects, right after the siege was finally laid in, there were Jews who sought to escape, and there were some tunnels that they could use to get out to the Roman lines, and they planned to get out there and surrender to the Romans. And this happened for a while until a rumor spread among the Roman troops that Jews were swallowing their goods and valuables and smuggling it out in their bodies when they got to the Romans. And then the time they were then able to retrieve their brothers. The Roman soldiers thought that perhaps it would be much more expedient to simply disembowel any of the Jews who fled the city to check if they had any valuables within. So it became no longer a violent war.
Ukrainian power, like central.
The siege actually was not led by the state.
Whatever they were making over there,
Earlier, Nero chose to end his life. He was 30 years old. And this began the interregnum in Rome the year of the four emperors. Vespasian had the support of a lot of the military, particularly in Alexandria and Syria, and so he decided to leave the battlefield and make his way to Rome, where he would eventually become emperor, as was his son Titus and his other son Domitian after him. So he left the siege of Jerusalem to his young and untested, but apparently quite capable son who approached this with a degree of brutality and efficiency to make his father son. Now, the siege was something that was so profoundly, especially given the opportunity that they had. But you got a little bit of look at this the map of Jerusalem here is on two maps that have a real bit. And this lays out the central chronology of the attack on Jerusalem. The form, Vespasian's strategy was employed by Titus involving the construction of actually a third wall. There were already two walls extended. They extended the third wall guarded it to make sure that there was absolutely no getting in and out of the city. And Titus encamped on Mount Scopus and on Mount Volus. Amazingly, even though the battle was carry a battle like this, but it was fought with incredible valor and And the way it comes behind his footsteps. For example, when the Roman, massive legion, 6,000 armed, battle-trained military, along with another 500 cavalry, and another 2,000 auxiliaries, and then the tremendous number of mules and water carriers. They began to set up on Hara. They had plenty of time. And so the Greeks actually poured out of the city of Jerusalem and attacked uphill. Hara Sophia, it's short built to climb uphill, and against all sensible military tactics, they fought uphill. They actually routed some of the army, and the street protest had to enter the fray and build up the morale of the Romans, and they eventually fought the Jews back into the city. In fact, this is one of the great advantages the Jews had, that even though they fought with each other bitterly, they hated the Romans tremendously, and their morale in the battles was incredible. So Cephas described it as a great event. Also, the tremendous level of leadership ingenuity. The Romans planned how usually took a city. They would use very flexible artillery, poles, and various ballistic tactics are actually found around the Houston to this day. Small, like round bullets, some of them of the same 4 pounds, launched at the walls, basically to clear the defenders from the walls. And once the walls had cleared, because people were afraid of the flying objects, then they would roll in their siege engines. And using these siege engines, that would give them cover to use battering rams and to essentially knock down the walls from the front. The problem with the attack on Jerusalem, especially Hara Sophia, is that as you can see from the lines in this topographical map, it's really quite steep here. So the Romans had to construct a physical ramp, the same thing they did at Masada a few years later. They had to construct a physical ramp to move the siege engines along. And as they're building this massive earthenware ramp, they have all these personnel with them and these engineers with them to build it. The Jews from the other side, from the side of the city, tunneled under the ramp, filled it with wood and other flammable material, and once the ramp was just about finished, they began to bring up the siege engines, set the kindling ablaze, and collapsed the ramp from within. A remarkable temporary victory that was a demonstration of the Jewish ingenuity, but ultimately they could not avoid the ultimate breach of their walls and eventually the capture of Jerusalem as a whole. I should say just a quick moment of reflection on the actual destruction of the temple itself. In this regard, you have some conflicting accounts, definitely conflicting between Gemara and Josephus. I'll leave Rabbi Schreier to talk a little bit more about Cephas' role in the destruction of the temple. But when we read Josephus, Cephas comes across as sort of like a he has a level of culture and a level of morality and a level of honor, valor. Don't forget that Josephus is literally living in Cephas' father's house in Rome as he's writing this. He has taken on Cephas' name as become part of his family quite regularly. And so he's deeply indebted to Jesus, who is also, by the way, reading his copy before he allows it to be published. Exactly how publication recommended to so he knows that whatever he's writing, Cephas has to approve. And so the way Cephas is described in the section of the destruction of the temple is that Cephas recognized the tremendous cultural value of this historic site, recognized how it was revered by Jews around the world, and that it was truly an architectural wonder and all these things. And so he has a kind of meeting with his top lieutenant before the major battle that eventually breaks into the temple, and he essentially tells them, you know what, I think we should not burn down the temple. Let's not destroy it. Let's preserve it for the next soul and future generations and things like that. And then he goes and has a map. Which is a very strange kind of thing to do in the middle of this climactic battle that's been, 3 years in the making. But while he is asleep, in the context of the hand-to-hand fighting that's happening in the temple courtyard, one of the Roman soldiers picks up a firebrand and throws it rather wildly, and rather than striking the rebels, it actually goes through a window into one of the temple porticos and starts to blaze, which eventually becomes out of control. Tito is awake and he comes out and says, no, we shouldn't do this, but it's already too late and the temple is destroyed. Now, other sources have portrayed Jesus as a much more straightforward life, saying he definitely wanted to destroy the temple. This was a hard-fought war that was, for Rome, it was essentially like Vietnam, or like Afghanistan was for the Soviet Union. This was like a war that was took out and wanted to get out. And when we look at how Jesus portrayed himself after the war, certainly did not seem like he was ashamed at all of anything to do with the temple. So Jesus was trying to make like a much more hagiographic of the story. But nevertheless, this is when the rebellion finally came to an end. The third of four commanders were able to finally bring Jesus to his knees. Festus Gallus in 66, without success. Vespasian in 67 and 68 and called away to Rome, and then finally to Egypt. The last commander will be brought in from Masada, which is still like another commander as well for Herodian. So that's what it's like
intelligence agencies, and his exact phrase was, "They have 7 ways till Sunday to get back here." Yeah. So in other words, by the way, Rachel Maddow in this moment does not say, "Pause the tape."
All right.
What did you just say? Like the
Even
most
that
powerful
is
Democrat in the Senate just admitted we don't live in a democracy. Just admitted that this whole
with the
thing is
Mars story
illusion.
and
The president of the United States is not the president
fascinating.
of
I
the
don't
United
mean
States.
to bring
All
them
I'm talking
up
about
I like
democracy
them,
being
but I don't
about
mean
democracy
to
has been found for a
bring
long
up
time if it ever
but there's a
existed.
fascinating
You just straight
parallel
up said
when
that
it
the
comes to
duly
the
elected
actual writing of the Megillah.
commander-in-chief,
You find
the
some
chief
things
executive
strange.
of the
The
United
Gemara
States of
Megillah
America
itself
ain't really
spends
the one
about
who's in
5
charge,
guys
because you better not
going through
insult
every
the
single
CIA.
line of the Megillah, trying to interpret what it's truly trying to say. You don't really
Supposedly.
find this like any other
You know,
work.
and so like
Even
that's
though
what
it itself,
Rachel
the Gemara
will
doesn't
get you
spend that
right
much
back
time
to
going
what
through each and
you
every
did.
line, but
Didn't they?
especially
And
not
this is the
under
stuff which is
Megillah.
very interesting that
And
Jules
Marshall
says.
pointed out, and this is already releasing down Gemara, that when it came to the story of Esther and the Megillah
You know, I'm
itself,
kind of
you have to
past the
remember
point
what
of
was
like,
happening at the
it's
time.
hard
When
to
every
take,
story was going to be
it's hard to take a lot of
recorded
things
at,
that
it's
Donald
going to
Trump
be read
seriously
and
at this
fully
point.
understood by Akash Vedos himself.
Flaking on
Because
all
the
the
story
text
ends
that
and
he does
Esther is
Epstein
still without
stuff,
Akash Vedos.
and
So
just
they
a
had
lot
to
of,
be very
you know,
careful
kind of
what they
things
published
were like, so
and what
Donald
they
Trump,
didn't.
at least
They
according
had
to
to
him,
write in the code.
they stole
They
the
had to
election.
write
You know, I was
what
thinking
was
about this the
written,
other
what
day.
they had to write.
He was talking about in the
That
same
way,
thing we were talking about
later
before with the
generations
Fox News,
will
was talking about
try to
Ukraine.
figure out
He said at
what
one point,
actually happened.
he
And
goes,
to hear about the accounting
he goes,
diseases,
this war never would have
you
happened
can
if I was
trace that
president.
over here.
Putin
In the Gemara
really
is
backed him up on that the other day.
more
What would
weird.
have happened
Because
if
you
Trump
look
was
at the
president?
Gemara
And
and
just saying what,
it
just
says no
saying what,
shade.
you know, he
Some
says
talking
sometimes
about
like
the story in the beginning. Humility.
Something
About rabbis being able to cause destruction. Look at Sutras and look at these arguments and you're stunned. Comes right into the Gemara.
So that's kind of a silly.
He comes into the Gemara and the Gemara said that all of a sudden he comes right in
So
and he
Donald
says,
Trump
this God was talking about and he goes
the,
into
he
the
goes, it
Zohar.
never would happen if I was
Into the
president. And he
Kodesh
takes a step
HaKadosh.
further than
Takes
he
the
goes,
properties
he
into
says,
the Kodesh
and he
HaKadosh.
goes,
Uses the Sefer
it
Torah
wouldn't
as
even
his
happen
mouthpiece.
if anyone else
Doesn't
was
have
president.
favor, picks
If
up
we
the
just had a
sword
regular
and
president,
stands
this
for
would never
Parochos.
happen.
And
It's
immediately
only
when he
because
goes and he
Joe Biden,
stands
the
the
worst
Parochos,
president
makes
in the history of America, was president. That's when this happened. But then I'm sitting there as I listen to that, and I go,
blood comes out of the Gemara says over here, Kasavar Haragas Oxmo. And he thought that he killed Oxmo himself because there was no one else in the room. So he stabbed the Parochos. He thought maybe something happened to him. But the person points out, really the simple reason behind it is that he thought that he killed God. And God is referred to as Oxmo. Very interesting type of way to relate to God. And this actually Russian white points out that he's using Haggadah. Now, Haggadah, when you're talking about the four sons, you got the cup on the bombs, and usually this one comes to Russia. So when we're talking about Russia, Rebbe tells us that he was working as optimal in Hafal, and therefore he was Hafal Be'eker. Everyone should understand what that means. Hafal Be'eker is totally disassociated with God. And took himself away from Hafal. Remember, he knew that Hafal is totally optimal. He took God out of the equation in his life, and that's what it means that he was Hafal Be'eker. The Gemara then goes on and talks about how Jesus again had absolutely no shame. He killed God. He was the one that was finally able to do everyone else around all of these generations that Trump spoke about this morning. All of this anti-Semitism that we're talking about, it's not just in the vacuum, it's all one big story. I love that. This is silly as Yaakov Basquiat tells us. Anti-Semitism is embedded into the world. It's going to exist. It has existed. This is what's going to change in the time of Mashiach. When people come, Jesus' outlook is going to be different. Jesus is so proud of himself that he accomplished what everyone else wishes that he could have done. And he takes the Parochas and he packs all of the kingdom into it. He's going to go back on a boat, back to Rome, to show that he has ultimately, once and for all, defeated God. Goes on the boat, and all of a sudden, a strong hurricane. All of a sudden, a strong hurricane comes, and he sees that his life is in danger. And instead of maybe having thoughts of tshuva, just thinking about the arrogance of this man, instead of having thoughts of tshuva, maybe I shouldn't have acted the way that I did, as brazenly as I have been acting. Instead of that, he starts trash talking God. Hey, God, you're only good at the water, just like in Mitzrayim. You wanted to go and get rid of Restream and Paro, so you had to get the Yamsuf involved. You're a water god. You're nothing more than that. Fascinating approach. But it seems to work for him now, because Hashem goes and kind of gets him back to dry land. Because Jesus says, bring me back to dry land, and then we'll fight. All right, we got these reasons unclear. But bring me back to dry land, and let's see what we got on dry land. So Hashem takes him back to dry land over here. Hashem takes him back to dry land. So he goes and he brings him back. Instead of drowning him, he brings him back into the land, and he says, not only, Hashem says to Jesus, not only can I destroy you, but I'm going to take the tiniest creature possible and use that to be part of our destruction. So he takes a gnat, flies through his nose, this tiny little insect, flies through his nose and is in his brain for tons and tons, 7 years, as Mark says. So he has this constant headache. He goes to all the doctors and whatever he can do. Nothing is fixing this headache. He has this constant headache going on non-stop. One time, says the Gemara, he's walking by a blacksmith who's bathing on something, and all of a sudden, it kind of gave him a little bit of relief. And when he had that relief, he said, okay, this is my peace. So he hired some people to just be making this banging sound that was there from the blacksmith, and it worked for 30 days. After 30 days, the insect got used to this noise, and the relief was gone. And this is actually a concept which is used in halacha. This concept of 30 days being something that, being the amount of time that it takes for us to get used to something, this is used in halacha in many different areas. Rav points out that on Erev Rosh Hashanah, we know that we don't blow the shofar. For 30 days, we go and we blow the shofar, or just about starting to blow it all the way to Rosh Hashanah, we blow the shofar, except for Erev Rosh Hashanah. The question is why? So many of the Mepharshim point out that the reason why we do that, why we don't blow on Erev Rosh Hashanah, is because we want to confuse the Satan, we want to confuse the Tahara, we don't want them to realize that Rosh Hashanah is coming, so we're able to have a great holiday again. The Gemara points out, no. The reason why we don't want to have 30 days straight of the shofar is because if you hear it for 30 days, you're going to get used to it. It's not going to be something special to you. It's going to lose that excitement, and then Rosh Hashanah is not going to be as meaningful. So he stops specifically after 29 days break, and then Rosh Hashanah, so that way the shofar can be as meaningful as possible. And we see this in many different places again, in the same Bracha, the same Kalamatar, this concept of 30 days being what it takes to get used to things. And eventually, the Gemara tells us that this little gnat ultimately caused the death of Jesus. But what we see, the Gemara continues, and this arrogance of Jesus and this interesting relationship that he had with God continues even in his death, because he left a will to go ahead and get cremated. He wanted to be burned, and he wanted the ashes to be spread out throughout the entire world. Why did he want them to be spread out throughout the entire world? So comes the Gemara and talks about, and the Gemara explains the reason why he wanted them to be spread out is because he didn't want God to be able to find him and all of these ashes to then go and give him a final visit. didn't want to be able to get that final judgment done. We just think how silly. You have someone who's so arrogant, thinks he can run away from God. Well, we know what happens. After he passes away, he goes up to that old individual life one who probably did not go too well. If you just think, again, this arrogance is interesting that you can run away from God even in death. And you just realize that when you have something in your mind, when you're so set on a certain goal, when you're so set on something, nothing can ever change your mind. When you're so set, the Jews are bad, we need to destroy them under whatever pretext it takes. And we just need to get this job done. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take that even with you to death. And it's just concept and arrogance that we need to think about. We need to be able to think clearly. We need to be able to really understand what's going on and see what we can do again to become the best people that we can possibly be. Just to end my part here, I spoke about this morning, all of these stories are really tough to see. And they're a bit depressing, seeing all the destruction, especially that so much came from our own infighting. But the physics that we need to get is that we're all here on this club afternoon. Titus, Romans, nowhere to be found. We're all here this afternoon, still mourning over what we hope will be the last time we're here on this club. And it's Hashem. Through us continuing on this path, we'll be able to have that last laugh. Really is.
So, I'm just going to discuss very briefly the aftermath. The war ends. The siege lasted from Pesach of the year 70 until Tisha B'Av. Josephus actually gives the date of the 10th of Av, which is not so far from the traditional understanding. The thing was, after all, made of stone and did take quite a while to burn. Back in Rome, the Vespasian wants to really cement his victory with some major propaganda boosts, and so they have this massive triumph that I described earlier, and they also engage in construction of several memorials, including this Arch of Titus, which was constructed to memorialize Titus' destruction of Jerusalem in particular. It says, under the southern wall of the arch, there is a bas-relief. There's a little better look. I think we looked at it also 3 weeks ago. And of course, it depicts Roman soldiers carrying off the spoils of Jerusalem. This is not the way Romans would have seen it. However, there's a new exhibit at the Met I can't wait to see, which recreates how the antiquity Greeks and Romans used to like to paint their beautiful alabaster statues in these garish colors. So it would have looked like this to the Romans. This is the reconstruction from Stephen Klein at Yeshiva University working with the chemical analysis. And you can see it has all these Roman soldiers wearing their laurel wreath. In the very front, there's a slave being driven away. They have here something called the Leges Judaeorum, which may have been the Luchos, may have been the tablets of the law. The Candelabrum Judaeorum, the famous menorah, of course, one of several that birthed the base Mikdash. And on the right, the Sacra Judaeorum, the Jewish holy things. That's probably the Shulchan and the Chatzotros, the table and the ceremonial trumpets. And this was part of a massive campaign that the Romans really wanted to hype up this victory over Judea, even though, as we mentioned earlier, it's a tiny little province with really not very much in the way of natural resources. There were a few things that they really appreciated, especially the treasury of the temple. They appreciated that. They also appreciated the fact that the Jews had an extremely efficient international voluntary tax collection system known as the Machazis of Shekel, which the Romans then converted as a punishment into something called the Fiscus Judaeus, where instead of giving a half shekel for the upkeep of the temple, it was still made mandatory, but it was confiscated by the Romans to erect a new temple for Jupiter in Rome. The various kalim, the vessels of the temple, were parted away to be put on display in another temple that Vespasian built called the Temple of Peace. And what he meant by that was not like peace and brotherhood, but like now it's all calm because we defeated all our enemies. And they were on display for several hundred years until Rome was finally sacked by the Vandals. They also engaged in a very effective propaganda campaign through coinage, which was one of the best ways to get the message out internationally, with a series of coins that all depicted Judea Capta,
the captive Judea, or Judea is defeated. On the left, you see Vespasian. Sometimes you see Titus, and on the right, you see, a forlorn woman in an attitude of decline, terrifying. In top example, she actually has her hands bound. To her back is a balsam palm, which is one of the major exports of Judea at the time. Sometimes there's a disproportionately large Roman soldier looming over Judea at that time. There are so many more things we could say here. The Colosseum, for example, a recent discovery of an inscription that confirms that the Colosseum was built with the wealth of the things taken from the temple treasury, and also with the labor of Jewish slaves, some 100,000 to Josephus, and it's not an unreasonable number of Jews taken into slavery to time in history. But as Schreier so quickly put it, there are no more Romans today. There are people who live in Rome, call themselves Romans, but they are certainly not there to the same culture. They're not all the same way. And yet, we're Zen and Dog. We are still here. We're still thinking about this event. And Halavai, this should be the last year that we think about it here. Next year, we
Yeah. One last comment again, just to see how the rabbis close it, because we're focused on the history and where the moral places. I'd like to close with what the Chazal did was they told 4 stories, which is really fun. The more is actually ended using the saga, the introductory test. So they told a story which is focused around one individual. And it's important to track these 4 stories and understand what the aftermath looks like for the eyes of Chazal. Story number 1 is about a sage by the name of Yoshua ben Hananiah in Rome. And in Rome, this is before the destruction of the temple, he finds a young man who's in captivity. He says, such beautiful eyes, such beautiful face. He says, there's something special about him. He has a conversation with this boy, and he knows there's something spiritual about this kid. So he says, I'm not going to know that this child will be something special. I'm not going to leave until I have raised money sufficient to redeem this boy. It turns out this boy's name is Yishmael, and he cultivates it to be the Kohen God. The Yishmael Kohen God. He becomes the Kohen God. That's the end of the first story. The second story we know more famously, so we know on like the end of the Bible, we talk about the 10 martyrs. Yishmael Kohen God was one of the 10 who were killed by the Romans. In fact, in the destruction of it, he was part of it, was the second of the martyrs to be killed. It describes that as he was about to be killed, the daughter of the Caesar looks through the window, sees his countenance, and begs her father to preserve him for herself, because he was so beautiful, he was a very handsome man. The Caesar refuses that, and she says, well, don't worry, you can kill him, at least give me his face. And the way they kill him is they raise his face forward. To be able to give it to her, she creates a mask, and she keeps it in story number 2. Story number 3, the morning Italy continues, and says that Yochanan actually had 2 children. We read about them this morning. This morning in Kina number 23, we talk about 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were taken to captivity. The son and the daughter of Yochanan already short by now taken to captivity, and by the slave or the masters are seen as very beautiful children, so they are bred. So masters like animals, like they take animals, they breed the animals to split the outcome. And this boy and girl placed in this room overnight by their master self shortly outside, and they think to themselves, what children of the Kohen God turned into such a defiled state, and they in weeping embrace themselves when they realize who they are with their brother and sister, and they die in each other's embrace. That's story number 3. Finally, more continues to the fourth story is about another daughter with the same or a different daughter called Safnas Korea. This daughter who is so beautiful, every gaze of the beauty, was taken to captivity, violated by a captive later, sold in the slave market, and described in just like in 7 gods, their own God and other 60 garments. Takes her to the stone and talks about an issue or a very disgusting person. Dr. Ray talked about this so beautifully this morning. He comes to buy her and demands that she is revealed to the public. Upon refusing this, the slave owner says, take her or leave her. The prospective buyer refuses, strips her in public, and she rolls in the dust. And it says, Moral concludes by saying, this is what Uriel describes in his Kina, and he talks about Basami, the daughter of our people, rolling in sackcloth and ashes, and dust of the land. You look at all these 4 stories, there's one common thing which they share. Besides not being about an individual or the family of the Yishmael, we notice that they are all extremely beautiful. In every single story, there's a description given how Yishmael's facing captivity, how his face was taken off of him at his death. His children, his daughter and his son, grateful for their beauty, and his daughter called Sophras for her beauty. But what the boys are essentially trying to argue with all of this, and the values to be taken out of this, is that what was seen as the beauty of the inner and of the spirit, of the emotion, and of being a person who served the focus in the aftermath was that in Rockland language could only be described in Roman vernacular as good. And all that was left of what was spiritual all of the world was seen as a sexual argument. That all that we represented as something which is bigger, something which is about values, turned into a commercialized product in the marketplace. Whether it was the face of the governor, whether it was the daughter or son bred, or was his daughter sold in the marketplace. And part of the tragedy as we described the aftermath is that value which is lost. And it was not trying to just capture the history, but also that very period, that very fine idea, which can hardly be said in words, which was lost after that was taken. There's Ra Hashem, which we often reclaim and we that's our issues.
This is the day in which Jews around the world commemorate the loss of both of the temples destroyed in the years 586 before the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era, along with a whole host of many other negative things that happened to Jewish people over the centuries, including the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, including the deportation of the Jews from the Warsaw Ghetto, and many other horrific stories in the long history of the Jewish people. I'd like to speak very briefly today, as is appropriate, about the destruction of the temple. I've spoken on this topic many times, and if you wander around my YouTube channel, you'll find much more detailed videos that discuss various aspects of this period. But for today, let's just have a very quick overview of what exactly happened with the specifically Roman-Jewish War of the years 66 to 74 of the Common Era, and try to understand how the temple was destroyed. And I will leave it for you to contemplate what the greater meaning of this national tragedy is. Let us begin by a quick discussion of what are our sources. So one of the most important sources, without doubt, is Titus Flavius Josephus, shown here. His Hebrew name was Yosef ben Matisyahu, whose years are approximately 37 to the year 100. He's a problematic figure in many ways because, as we shall see, he was originally a member of the rebels. He, in fact, led the troops in the north, in the Galilee region, and then he defected to the Roman side. He became the Jewish expert to none other than Vespasian, later becoming emperor, and even to Titus, his son, who was actually put in charge of waging the second part of the war, including the destruction of Jerusalem. Josephus is a first-hand observer of the war, originally a participant in the war, and his account is without doubt the most important. However, because of his difficult relationship with his Jewish roots and with his Roman patrons, places everything that he wrote within a lens of complexity that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. Please view some of the other videos for longer discussions of why that is so complex. Tacitus offers us some additional details with his own biases. Cassius Dio, fascinating historian who provides us in particular a discussion of the next Roman-Jewish war, the Bar Kokhba revolt, but not as detailed about this first war. And Eusebius, who is a church historian who frames much of his understanding of events within the perspective of the early church. So we have valuable information from these writers that supplements Josephus. We also have a very rich archaeological record, but in the main we are dependent heavily on Josephus.
Incidentally, my senior colleague, the great professor of this period, Professor Lawrence Schiffman, I've heard that he advises students to read Josephus itself on the commemorative day of 9th of Av. And you know what? I think it's a fantastic idea. If you look at the Jewish War, which is his main study of this period, it's an absolutely heart-rending account and very worth reading. Note also, by the way, that Josephus is not the same as Yosipon. Yosipon is a medieval sort of crib sheet based on Josephus, but written 1,000 years later with a very different agenda and certainly not the same kind of sources that Josephus had at hand. At any rate, what's going on in Israel at this time? Let us recall that Israel has already been conquered by the Romans. The land of Israel was under Roman rule from the year 63 before the Common Era. So we're talking about a period of well over a century of Roman rule. The Romans in particular are occupied with a city called Caesarea or Caesarea, that is on the coast, and it is like the ultimate kind of Roman city in the land of Israel. They built these amazing aqueducts, as you can see. They have theaters. They have all kinds. It's a multi-ethnic city, as is the entire land of Israel. Incidentally, Israel was never monolithically Jewish, but Caesarea is one of those places that is especially associated with the Roman rule. It is in this region that a lot of the tensions come to a flashpoint, specifically over a property dispute involving a synagogue. It appears that the Roman official in charge of the land of Israel was extremely callous and had very little regard for Jewish sensibilities. There are a whole series of incidents involving cultural clashes between the Jews and their sensibilities, particularly in the city of Jerusalem. There is a level of lawlessness, particularly in the north, with all kinds of brigands running around and engaging in, common thievery, and the Romans are not doing much to stop that. And so when a particular property dispute over a synagogue blew up in this city, things got way out of hand, and ultimately there was enough of a sense of revolt going on in the land of Israel that Rome sent Cestius Gallus with a legion of soldiers down to quell the fighting. Cestius Gallus came down from the north, from Syria, and to Jerusalem. When he arrived at Jerusalem with an opposing Roman force, this was year 66, that should have, kind of made things right, but he, for reasons that are not entirely clear, chose to turn back from Jerusalem rather than laying it under siege or entering the city and perhaps engaging in hand-to-hand fighting. Some of the modern historians, by the way, I have, two great books that I can recommend while I'm at it. This is a fantastic book by Steve Mason, History of the Jewish War. You can see it's on brick of the book. Nobody writes short books about this particular war. And just this year, this book by Guy McLean Rogers came out, For the Freedom of Zion. Absolutely fascinating treatment of this war. So you can see a lot of the current historiographic debates in those two works in particular. At any rate, Cestius Gallus chose not to enter Jerusalem, perhaps because he was concerned about the threat that city posed, because it was a fortified city with a good pile of grain stored there, and they had water sources and so on, and he felt that perhaps he could not take the city, and so he decided to turn back. But on his way back, he was attacked by rebel troops at this location, Beit Horon, the pass of Beit Horon, and he was deeply humiliated. He was sent into flight. The entire legion was destroyed. A tremendous number of arms were seized by the rebels, including the legion's standard, which was an extremely insulting thing to happen to the legion. Cestius Gallus himself survived and made it back to Rome, but it was a huge embarrassment that a group of guerrilla fighters should send an entire Roman legion packing. It represented a moment of euphoria for the rebels to think that perhaps they could possibly throw off the yoke of Roman rule. And remember that Rome is an incredible superpower at this point, with territories that went all the way out to Scotland, all of Europe, North Africa, much of the Eastern Mediterranean, and this tiny little province of Judea is going to reject Rome and drive Rome out. It's unheard of. The Emperor Nero decided to send a much more competent soldier to take care of things, and that's when the war got much worse. Vespasian was the general, a battle-hardened general who, Cestius Gallus was also, by the way, quite a battle-hardened general. He was an older man with a tremendous amount of experience, but for whatever reason, he simply could not handle the Jewish threat. Vespasian came back and he took a much more measured approach. He took literally years to wage this war. He first approached the north and went through several locations in the year 67, location by location, placing these smaller cities under siege, incredible brutality at some of them, but ultimately established his complete dominance of the north. It is, by the way, in the north that we have the surrender at Yotapata, which is commemorated here with this remarkable monument. It is at Yotapata, the modern Hebrew term is Yodfat, that Josephus was a commander, and after a 47-day siege, it is at that point that he ultimately defected to the Romans. A remarkable story about that. It's also the site in the north of the Battle of Gamala, which is a site with a horrible history of Roman brutality involving the actual throwing of Jewish infants over the walls to their deaths. And Gamla has never been rebuilt, the original site of that location, as you can see here. At any rate, it is in the north that Vespasian starts, and he takes his time. He goes through the entire region, and he ultimately brings it completely under Roman control. One major thing happens when Vespasian is in the land of Israel, however, and that is the departure of the rabbis to Yavne. So Jerusalem is going to be under tremendous threat, and as we shall see in a minute, it is a site of tremendous sectarian fighting by Jews. And so the group of Jews who are known in Christian literature as the Pharisees ultimately decamp from Jerusalem to a place called Yavne, in this map labeled with the Latin term Yamnia. Christians, by the way, according to Eusebius, also flee the city, and they make their way up to the north to the city of Pella. So the Jews, in particular the Pharisees, represented a kind of a peace party that, unlike the rebels, were very much against the idea of a revolt against Rome. They felt that this was going to be a very counterproductive, and ultimately their prediction was correct. Those sages who made their way to Yavne, however, were the roots of the later Mishnaic and Talmudic movement that would ultimately be the source of Judaism for the next 2,000 years. They were, so to speak, the saving ember that managed to escape the destruction that would come later. But at any rate, we're focusing on the war. What's going on in Jerusalem at this point? You'll recall that in the year 66, the rebels had a short-lived victory, a very remarkable one, invited a much harsher retaliation with a very large force coming from Vespasian, who began in the north and took his time making his way down to Jerusalem. At that point, there's a major change in Roman politics, and Vespasian makes his way back to Rome in order to ultimately become the emperor there. He leaves his son Titus in charge of prosecuting the rest of the war. Now, what's going on with the rebel forces at this point? We should recall that even though Israel was under the rule of the Romans, as was characteristic of their style of leadership, they granted the Jews kind of their own puppet leadership through kings, such as you can see here, which has the Apostle Paul appearing before King Agrippa, together with Agrippa's sister Berenice, and also the Roman proconsul Festus. So the Jews actually had some form of government, but it was entirely dependent on Rome, and Agrippa II was simply a toady to Titus, and followed the war, was definitely on the Roman side, despite the fact that Jews were being killed all over Israel. But more significant than the fact that there was kind of a nominal Jewish leadership was the fact that there were multiple rebel groups active in Israel, and they were attacking each other. This was a situation where you had the so-called zealots, called the Biryonim in Hebrew in the Talmud, who are literally attacking other Jewish settlements. Ultimately, they're all going to find themselves in the fortified city of Jerusalem. Three major groups shown here in this particular schematic, which actually only shows it at one particular point of time because there were, changing allegiances between these groups. Elazar ben Shimon, John of Giscala, who happened to be an extreme rival to Josephus, and the ferocious Shimon bar Giora, all held different parts of the city of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount and even the sanctuary itself. They hated each other so much, they fought with each other so much that an incredible act of communal stupidity, the zealots burned down each other's grain stores. And since they knew that Vespasian was on his way and the siege was inevitable, this was absolutely disastrous for the future Jewish war effort and virtually guaranteed that Vespasian would ultimately break the resilience of the rebels and take Jerusalem. And that is, in fact, exactly what happened. Titus comes in and he surrounds the city. He met with remarkable resistance that was really demonstrative not only of Jewish bravery, but also of intelligence and remarkable strategic insight. He was surprised to find that the rebels were actually making sorties out of the walled city and fighting uphill against the early encampments on Mount Scopus. And he was surprised that the earthworks that he was building in order to bring the big siege engines up to the walls of Jerusalem were suddenly undermined because the Jews had actually tunneled under them and set the ramparts or sent the reinforcements in the tunnels on fire, collapsing them and destroying the siege engines. Nevertheless, Titus had the tremendous advantage of a very strong, organized supply line, food, water, and timber from as many as 10, 11 miles away, but managing to feed a huge army that surrounded Jerusalem. And it was only a matter of time before ultimately they were able to breach the gates and make their way into the city itself. The fighting was brutal, and ultimately, in the context of that fighting, the temple itself was set ablaze. Now, Josephus's account, which again has a real agenda, he's trying to please his Roman patrons at the same time as demonstrate the bravery of his co-religionists, and also to justify to his Roman leadership the fact that this was a war that took 6 years to prosecute from beginning to end, kind of like a massive endeavor for such a tiny little territory, and it seemed absurd that Rome should take so long to put down this one rebellious people. But nevertheless, that's the image that he portrays of this protracted conflict, and he portrays Titus as being sensitive to the beauty and value of the temple as an architectural structure, as a cultural monument, and he portrays Titus as being hesitant to be involved in destroying the temple and actually expressing regret that it happened, as it were, almost by accident. This could be Josephus's way of portraying Titus as a more, benign, tolerant, but firm emperor, But nevertheless, this is the depiction that we have from Josephus in particular. Very different depictions in other sources, the Talmud in particular. In the aftermath, we know that Rome made a tremendous amount of effort to portray this as a very heroic attempt at demonstrating the might of the army. Part of the reason for this was their own internal consumption. There was a huge amount of controversy over the transition to the Flavian dynasty. The Flavians did not have the same kind of royal lineage as other contenders for the role of emperor, and so a great amount of attention was paid to playing up this great victory in Judea, even though it's kind of a strange place to portray a great victory. One of the many arches, ceremonial Victoria arches that were constructed, this one here stands in Rome today, the Arch of Titus, and of course underneath there is this famous bas-relief that depicts the Roman soldiers carrying off the spoils of Jerusalem, including the famous candelabra, the menorah there. Here's a colorized version. That's the way it would have looked for Romans in their day, because they painted their sculptures. That depicts them carrying off the Jewish law, the candelabra, the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy things of the Jews, which appears to Dulchan, and the Chatzos, the long trumpets of some form, and so on. They also minted many, many coins with the phrase Judea capta, Judea is captive, in order to propagandize their victories still further. And the inevitable images on one side, either the profile of Vespasian or Titus, and then on the other side, the obverse, a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam palm tree. That was one of the major exports of Israel at the time, sometimes dominated by a large Roman soldier, but and you see in the upper version here, she's actually bound. Very frightening kind of image, I have to say. There was, after Jerusalem was destroyed, there were several other battles, most notably on the mountain redoubt of Masada, that ultimately fell in the year 74. Very dramatic last conclusion to the destruction. So much more to say about this period. I encourage you to look at the other videos I have that discuss this in much greater detail. But for now, for those of you who are observing this day with the national fast, I hope that you conclude the fast with the appropriate degree of meaning and yet ease physically. And I hope that this is the last year that we have to endure another Tisha B'Av in this particular state. Thank you very much for watching. Purim is a favorite holiday for many Jews, but I think one of the communities in Jewish history that had the closest relationship with this particular holiday were the so-called crypto Jews, sometimes known as the Marranos, although that term has fallen out of favor because it is a derogatory term. It means pigs, and it was a term that was used by those who looked down upon the so-called crypto Jews or conversos. Let's explain what those terms mean. So, who are these crypto Jews, and why did they find Purim so fascinating? So many of you are familiar, of course, with the infamous expulsion of the Jews from Spain in the year 1492. But less well known is the backstory to that. 100 years earlier, there were a series of spontaneous pogroms in which there were hundreds of Jews who were forcibly baptized, perhaps thousands of Jews. And according to church doctrine, even though it was forbidden to engage in forced baptism, if a person was baptized, then that person actually became Christian. This is what they say in Latin is bidievid, they became Christian. So you had this really bizarre situation in which there were all kinds of people who regarded themselves as being Jewish, but nevertheless had all the rights and privileges of Spanish Christians. And that meant that they were free to attend institutions of higher education, that they could move wherever they wanted, they could take any jobs or open any businesses they wanted. And there were all kinds of like really pragmatic reasons for having this kind of Christian driver's license, even though you could still go on living your Jewish life and eating kosher food and marrying other Jews or other Jews who had been forcibly converted and so on. And this went on for a century in Spain, and surprisingly, perhaps, those Jews who were forcibly baptized and their descendants ended up occupying very prominent positions in the Spanish economy and its culture and its leadership all over the place. So this prompted the Spanish rulers to bring in the Inquisition, the dreaded Spanish Inquisition, which was not, strictly speaking, directed at Jews, that is, those Jews who had not been forcibly converted, but rather at those so-called new Christians who were ostensibly Christian, but were still doing everything Jewish. And this Inquisition, like the term means, to inquire, was basically an investigation that was designed to root out any of these, like, private Jewish practices and make sure that they stayed true to Christian doctrine. It ended up creating this horrific purge-like mentality in Spanish society. It involved torture and forced confessions, and of course the auto da fe, the public burnings. So this spread later to Portugal, because in 1497, a lot of the refugees from the Spanish expulsion were forcibly converted as well, and the Inquisition was later brought to that part of the Iberian Peninsula as well. So what this means is, for the next several hundred years, the Inquisition was not formally ended until the 19th century. You had generations upon generations of these people who were externally Christian, would go to church, would wear a crucifix, would say the right things and so on, but in the privacy of their home, they would have some degree of Jewish activity. There's, of course, a spectrum. Some were, deeply resentful of all of this. Others would accommodate it. Others were true believers. But basically, you had this large population of people who frequently only found out that they were Jewish much later in life, because it was very uncommon to tell children that they were Jewish. It was a very dangerous thing. So, and by the way, women were incredibly important to the survival of the Jewish content of the lives of these individuals. And we know quite a bit about the role of women in the lives of crypto-Jews, because we have Inquisition trial transcripts in which there's long, long descriptions of the forced confessions that were drawn out of these women after torture. Really horrific stories. Now, how does this all relate to Purim? So let's just think about this for a second. If you're living in the middle of the 16th century and Judaism has been totally banned in your country, and you know from your parents, you found out when you were a teenager that you're actually Jewish, what do you do to learn about Judaism? There are no rabbis allowed. There are no Hebrew books in circulation anywhere. The only exception, incidentally, were medical textbooks.
How are you?
Often written in Hebrew, and doctors
What
were
up,
allowed
Stereo?
to post many-
Stereo, have we met before?
No. The first time. I joined yesterday.
Excellent.
So I didn't know. I was afraid to join. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, no worries at all. If I may ask, how'd you find out about me, my friend?
Through Dick, you were spamming around in the chat.
Perfect, my friend. All right, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Excellent. Well, first and foremost, apologies for the spam. I do it for a good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Not Big Brother, but I know the truth.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. As we speak, I'm live on more than 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. You can view them all in this Discord. If you look in the upper left corner, there is a link. It says 24/7 YouTube streams. You can see them all. I do so because I'm creating essentially the world's largest time capsule or timeline of human history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. That data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource. And I have more data archived than any person ever. And that may make me an influential person someday. And if that occurs, I'm going to make you, Stereo, all your friends, all your family financially independent. And if you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have enough money to be able to create generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to take care of all your worries, and it's just a matter of time. I would say probably less than a year. Why is that? Well, as you know, that I have some pretty powerful bots. But additionally, I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, and vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth over $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I want to continue those types of projects. I'm an advocate for things like life straws and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things to change the world. I'm a futurist. I'm fascinated by this futurology, which is the study of the future. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, faster than light communication. I talk about things like
Do you get that?
absolutely. In fact, just earlier today, I read 100
They
different.
say it's scientifically impossible.
No.
Sorry to interrupt you. They say it's scientifically impossible for something with mass to reach the speed of light.
My friend, I
That's what
just
they say.
I understand. I just read using AI 100 different ways how to do it, and after I tell you everything about what I do, we're gonna go into those ways. So don't you worry about it. Just off the top of my head, there are warp drives. There are ways to bend space time, and this isn't just theoretical. Some of these things have been witnessed or at least discussed by alien abductees and how higher intelligent civilizations are able to do this. So we'll talk about that. Uh, I talk about things like alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I've been live streaming since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I was using ChatGPT the day that it launched, November 30th, 2022, and I've been able to see essentially the birth of large language modeling. We talk about things like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, certainly, and just everything that has to do with the future. I talk about things like de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a really mind blowing. Additionally, they have made headlines recently with their introduction of dire wolves. They're about a year old. There are two males, one female, and they are such that they've been like Joe Rogan has met them. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, this company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting opportunities. I talk about other Absolutely. I talk about other things to help you specifically, Stereo, if you want. Things like that. Well, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you was about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, through the use of life extension technology such as oxygen therapy, nootropics, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like, if you want, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, things like ambrosia therapy, things like cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old, You may say, Rabbi, this has been a great run. I have had all of the things that I wanted to come true. We got rich. We were able to live longer than we would have ever expected. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And the next plan is, again, with your consent, if you want, you don't have to have this, but if you or your family wants it, there's the opportunity of something known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain with your consent into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is, Stereo, is there's an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That's pretty cool. But I've always thought of stuff like that. Like, is it really transferring the mind, or is it really just killing that person and just putting a copy of it?
Absolutely. So this is a paradox. It's known as the ship of Theseus. Essentially, if I take a boat and dock it in dock one and take it apart piece by piece and rebuild it in dock two, is it the same boat? Do you understand the paradox there?
Yes, I understand. Technically, it is.
Exactly, 100%. Okay, so we are now going to review the just one moment. We're going to review ways to travel faster than the speed of light. So I already looked these up earlier today, and there are like 6 different ways. Well, 6 different groups of ways. Look, if you really want to know how to do it, this is how whistleblowers from the government have said that aliens do it. If you want to know the name of the whistleblower, his name is Bob Lazar. He worked at Area 51, specifically S4. This is how it's done. The craft, basically like a UFO, a disc, has 3 different levels. The bottom level has what are known as essentially uh, gravity manipulators. The middle level is like not necessarily a living space, because aliens don't necessarily live on these UFOs for long periods of time, but it would be like the passenger area. And then the top level, we're not exactly sure, but it could be navigation. But what the lower level does is it's able to manipulate space time using an element known as element 115. So, have you ever seen the periodic table of elements, and you've got like hydrogen is 1 and helium is 2? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, but way at the bottom, the ones that nobody has to memorize, is element 115. It's known as un pentium, and it is very radioactive. But uh, if you can, um, if you can essentially get it, you can use it because it has a lot of energy. So what these aliens do is they have access to um, these really high level elements, and that allows them to create a huge amount of energy, and they're able to actually create a pinpoint at the front of the craft that allows them to basically create like a force field and bend space-time. Now, the way that these crafts operate, they have 2 settings. It's called the A setting and the B setting. Basically, the A setting allows them to travel very vast distances very quickly. And then the B setting is when you're coming close to like a planet and you don't necessarily want to travel like extremely fast, but still fast enough. That's how it is hypothesized, or at least that's what whistleblowers with the government have said. And if you are like, okay, well, what's your source for this, Rabbi? You can go to Joe Rogan's episode where he interviews Bob Lazar on this topic. If you want, if we could watch it together. He talks all about it. He talks all about Area S4 and how
Sorry, who talks about it?
Joe Rogan and Bob Lazar. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah, I know about Lazar, yeah.
Okay, so they're the ones who they review it on his episode. Um, to give you an idea, Bob Lazar was talking about this in 1989, and everybody thought he was a kook. And then it turned out that in the early 2000s, students at the University of Moscow were able to discover that element 115 did, and they were surprised because Bob Lazar had been talking about this for 10 years already, 15 years or so. So element 115 has the name Un Pentium, but it also has the name Moscovium because it was discovered at the University of Moscow. Okay, so that's how it will work, or like if you wanted to use it today, that's how it could work. But there are also over 100 different hypothetical ways to do it. So here we go. Yo, dog, can you tell me 100 different ways, like you did earlier, of how to travel faster than the speed of light? All right, so here we go. And just to give you an idea, once we do this, we're going to dig into as many of them as you want.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
We're talking about how you're gonna stop world hunger and wars and all that.
Absolutely.
Everyone will be able to live in peace. But like, there's always so much war. Human history is war. Like how can we stop wars?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so
That's a pretty big
100%. So you should understand that the people who tell you that war is inevitable are small-time thinkers. Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I think one of my devices is restarting. Okay, and if you're like, yeah, that one. So if you're like, well, what do you mean they're small-time thinkers? Well, if you study extraterrestrial civilizations, eventually they have to create peace on their home planet before they can start exploring the cosmos. So the aliens that we were just talking about, likely the alien grays that crashed at Roswell in July of 1947, they have had to create peace on their home planet before they can go exploring other planets. Now, we know this from our own understanding of how civilizations work in colonies. When we had the age of colonization, generally countries had to have peace on their own country, on their own land, before they could dedicate the resources to start colonizing other areas. So this is just inherently part of how the sociology of civilizations work. It has to do with diplomacy. Basically, if you want to go searching throughout your neighborhood, you and your brother have to get along. And either that's going to be you guys make peace, or you're one of you is going to kill the other one. It's just that's how it's going to work. So when we discuss with the world, we have a lot that divides us as people, but that's not nearly as much as what unites us. And at least with my stream, we have, for the first time in global history, the opportunity to observe an individual and everything they do, not just in current form, but going back years, that you can study what life was like during the pandemic. You can study what my reactions were to when the Queen died, or when large language models were launched, or the coronation of a king, or the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, or the 2001 Olympics, or the 2002 Olympics, or 2021 Olympics, I should say, the 2022 Olympics, the 2024 Olympics. You can see what life was like with a presidential election, presidential debate, all of the things that we've had, global war in Ukraine, global war in the Middle East, all of that has been archived. And
Yeah, what do you think about the Ukraine war and the wars in the Middle East?
yeah, so I'm an advocate for world peace. So um,
Yeah.
this is related to the question that you had previously, which is okay, well, how do we stop world war? It's, in my opinion, pretty simple. We sit both sides down at a table, we live stream it, we give each side a crayon, and we say, draw the boundaries. It's as simple as that. Whatever you think the boundaries are. And then we stick to them. We can say that, hey, we're going to stick to them forever, or we have to stick to them for 5 years, or whatever it may be. But then the entire world will witness who breaks what part of the bargain, and we'll be able to hold people accountable for it. Additionally, I feel that the United Nations needs a greater role in being a peacekeeping force, and that if necessary, every country that's a member of the United Nations should volunteer either 10,000 troops or 100,000 troops or whatever it may take as a peacekeeping force, so that if anybody violates these international agreements, that we have peacekeeping forces there that can ensure that aggression does not spread. Now, this is all nice to say, and it works in theory. Uh, I'm just one person, and I don't control everything in the world, and so I can just do my best to spread peace. When I was a kid, people used to talk about peace and talk about world peace, and it's not discussed anymore. And I want it to be discussed again. So those are some things that are important to me. But additionally, the ability for humanity to solve its problems using technology is unprecedented as we stand at the current time. I mean, we have robots created and drones do work for us, and artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence. Eventually, these things are going to put everybody's job out of reach. They're going to be able to be better doctors than any doctor ever was, or better lawyers than any lawyer ever was, or better leaders than any leader ever was. And so we're going to need something known as a UBI, a universal basic income, basically to support people in the time that we have in a transition period from capitalism into probably what we're moving toward, which would be global communism or global socialism. And I'm just a person who thinks that I can help to bridge many of these conversations. They're difficult conversations to have. But I think, especially if I'm live streaming them all, you can see that I'm a normal person, that I have a very consistent, that I'm intelligent, and that I'm a problem solver. So let's just take a situation where with global war, how do we stop it? What is a simple way for the world to be able to achieve world peace? And keep it simple. What is a way that the people of the world can have world peace and keep it simple? So we have to have understanding and empathy. People need to try to understand each other's experiences, cultures, and struggles. Most conflict comes from misunderstanding and fear. And I agree with that. I think a lot of the reason why we have the conflicts that we do is just lack of communication. And video is an excellent way to communicate. Fairness and justice, everyone must have basic needs met: food, safety, opportunity, and feel treated fairly. Inequality and oppression breed violence. And that's why I talk about ending world hunger and ending world thirst. If we can solve those issues, it will help us to have a much fairer and just world. Cooperation and communication. Nations, communities, and individuals need ways to solve disagreements without violence. Talk first, act last. And that's exactly what I talk about. We need to sit at a table, live stream it for the world to be able to view, and if needed, if we need to draw boundaries, we draw boundaries, and then we can review them in 5 years or 10 years or whatever it may be. But I feel that there are ways that we can come to um, more peaceful endings and be able to move forward. And
Yeah.
to me, it's not that hard. It's essentially a lot about communication. If you notice, many of the countries with which the United States has ever had any type of uh, wars in the modern period None of the opposing side, their leaders, none of them spoke English. Hitler didn't speak English. Ho Chi Minh didn't speak English. Saddam Hussein didn't speak English. The Taliban didn't speak English. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't have this way to communicate with each other. It always had to be through third parties. And I'm someone who thinks that with with devices like I have one, and it's not even that advanced, but it's a universal translator that allows me to speak in any language. So I'd be able to say to the world, and I would communicate it in whatever manner is necessary. And
Wir brauchen Frieden auf der Welt und ich werde ihn auf jede notwendige Weise kommunizieren.
and like that's in German, but I mean we could do that in Chinese or in Spanish or whatever it needs to be. And with these types of instant communication devices, we'll be able to not lose as much in translation, hopefully. And especially if we're doing it and it's being broadcast to the world. I mean, think about any global diplomatic meeting that has basically ever occurred. None of them take place on a live stream. They're all taking place behind closed doors or in video delay or whatever. And I want to avoid that. I think that if we can show, give the world exactly what's happening in real time, that's very useful for communication. And it allows us. Go ahead. It's Rabbi Rothschild, but go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Take your time, my friend. I'll be here.
I'll be back.
Excellent.
many doctors were also crypto Jews, some of the most famous ones of the centuries. And so if you're a regular Jew and you want to do something Jewish, but you have to hide it, and where are you going to learn about this? You can't take a shiur. You certainly can't click on the internet and go to outorah.org, right? How do you learn about these things? So you have a Christian Bible, which is basically all of Tanakh with a few things tacked on at the end. And in Tanakh, you have the Book of Esther. The Book of Esther not only gives you a really good description of the main mitzvos associated with Purim, which are, of course, amplified in Maseches Megillah and elsewhere in the oral Torah, but basically you get the gist of it. There may be some things that they would get wrong, like, for example, many women and men would undergo a painful, punishing 3-day fast, because that's what it says in the Book of Esther, of course, but they would try to do the things that it says in the Book of Esther. And also think about the role of Esther in the story, right? She, like these crypto Jews, hid her identity. And when it came time, she stood up and she revealed who she really was and saved the entire Jewish people. And you can see that Esther would have been a book that had tremendous meaning for these crypto Jews, waiting for generations upon generations to reenact their Jewish identity, to reactivate their Jewish identity. And I find it deeply inspirational. Okay, I hope you found this interesting. Thank you very much for listening. Purim is one of the holidays in the Jewish calendar that has tremendous reverberations on a historical basis. One of the most fascinating expressions of Purim, I think, is in a discovery that was made in the 20th century of a time capsule, a synagogue that had been buried since the year 256, and suddenly there's a tremendous amount of data, the way in which Jews saw themselves in the world around them. I'm speaking, of course, about a very famous synagogue in the city of Duro Europos, which is located in eastern Syria on the Euphrates River. And the story is basically like this. This is a city that had a wall around it, and it was kind of in a borderland territory between the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire. And at one point in the 3rd century, the Romans were correctly fearing a Sasanian advance on the city, and so they decided to put some plans in place to protect themselves against the Persians. They ordered all of the inhabitants along the western wall of this particular settlement, the other side of the Euphrates, to abandon their homes and their businesses. And then they filled in those locations with sand. The idea being that they thought the Persians would not attack from the riverside, they would attack from the land side in the west. And so they built up a massive rampart to protect the wall. And it was to no avail, because the Persians end up sacking the city, and it then was left abandoned for several centuries until it was discovered again in the 20th century and excavated in the 1930s. Now, why do we care so much about this? Because on that western wall, facing Jerusalem, of course, was a synagogue. Wow. And that synagogue was so well preserved by all of the sand that was buried there that when they excavated it, they found this incredible wealth of wall paintings. And scholars have spent, their entire scholarly lives studying these paintings, trying to understand what they mean for the history of the Jews in this part of the world. So let's have a look at some of them. Here's one. You can just see how gorgeous the artwork is. Very, Byzantine kind of style with sort of rigid postures and almond-shaped eyes and things like this. This is Samuel anointing David, right? A scene from the book of Samuel. Here's a beautiful rendition. On the bottom, we have something like the base of Mikdash, and on the top, you see it appears to be Moshe, or could be Aaron, on the right there, holding his staff over the waters as the Egyptians are drowning in them. The water is closing. There's even some hands at the top that look strangely divine. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that historically Jews were typically aniconic. They did not like representing any kind of living thing, animals, birds, or especially humans, and certainly not God. However, here in Dura Europos, we seem to have some significant exceptions to that rule. We know that Jews painted their synagogue walls, but we have very, very few surviving examples. It's only because Dura Europos was, encased in sand, protected from the elements, and protected from later destruction and rebuilding that we have these things. Here's a really powerful vision of the Chet Egel, the sin of the golden calf. But what I really want to get to is this remarkable wall painting that appears to be from the Book of Esther. Let's look at it in a little bit more detail. So on the right, you see what appears to be Queen Esther, and she has, women in waiting beside her, and that would be Achashverosh on the throne, who's receiving a letter from a messenger, right? It's a really important theme in the entire book of Purim, is messages going back and forth and cross messages and things like that. And then on the left appears to be the scene of Mordecai being paraded throughout town in glorious honor on a horse like that, and that man leading him appears to be Haman. And Haman does not especially seem to be very happy about his situation. Of course, that's the plot of the story. And maybe he's especially unhappy because someone took away his pants. I don't know. But that's, you get the, well. And the center, these fascinating four characters. Notice how the outside characters have their faces written. The characters in the middle, however, have their faces partially or totally obliterated. And I really wonder what that means. Apparently, there are some other examples of the eyes being graffitied out of some of these images, which appears to be an intentional thing, but it's really hard to say. I like to think that maybe that obliterated face alludes to the hidden nature of the book of Esther, but we'll have to leave that as a mystery. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this very quick talk about one historical representation of Purim. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most fascinating elements of late Second Temple Judaism is the fact that there were lots of ideas circulating around the land of Israel that did not make it into the rabbinic tradition. We have a lot of books that survived antiquity. Sometimes they're called the outside books in the Jewish tradition. There were actually three versions of Esther that were circulating in the ancient world. The version that we have in Tanakh, called the Masoretic tradition version, the Septuagint version, the version that's sometimes called A, which is simply another Greek translation of the Book of Esther, which does not seem to be really translated from either of the earlier two, but maybe was written on its own. Now, this reminds me a lot of something I don't know if I heard or I once saw it, but apparently there was an edition of Hamlet published in Yiddish that had on the title page, Hamlet, from the famous writer William Shakespeare, and then it said in Yiddish, verteidigt und verbessert, which means translated and improved. And in fact, that's what's going on in the Book of Esther recorded in the Septuagint, but it's very fascinating to see what the authors there decided to change. We have a sense of who may have been the authors because there is a colophon, meaning at the very end of the text, there's kind of like a "this was written by" statement. Someone named Lysimachus, son of Ptolemy, who apparently worked with a letter, and this Lysimachus was apparently from Jerusalem. They placed the dating of it within the reign of two possible kings with similar names. So it either dates to the year 114 before the Common Era or the year 48. At any rate, let's get back to the translation. There were 6 new sections inserted into the Book of Esther as we have it. Again, it's more like, I get the impression that there's this one very enthusiastic Jew who really loved the holiday of Purim. He loved the Book of Esther, and when he was put upon to translate it into Greek, he said, well, here's a couple of parts. Since I am translating it, I'll just add these sections because I've always been bothered about this or that. Why wasn't this included? Some of those sections are like really weird. Like at the very beginning, there's a discussion of Mordecai having a dream about two dragons fighting. This also comes up at the very end of the book. And that dream somehow refers to this, cataclysmic conflict between Mordecai and Haman. Okay. Other passages make the text much more pious, much more frum, ironically. For example, we know amazingly that in the book of Esther, as we have it, the name of Hashem is never mentioned, and that's a very significant part of what we read into the text. It's a book of Hester Panim, when God's presence is not immediately obvious, unlike most other books of the Bible. I guess the author of the Septuagint said, no, we can't have that. So they inserted God a few points. They had prayers from Esther and Mordecai. Actually, on a literary level, the prayer of Esther is rather beautiful. But some editions are just kind of boring and detract from the hard-cut sharpness and the literary value of the original Book of Esther, which is so much more condensed and powerful. They have some interesting detail, like, for example, rather than just mentioning that letters were sent by the king, they actually, the version in the Septuagint actually gives you the text of these letters, purported text of the letters, including the ones dictated by Esther and Mordecai. They also seem to be a little bit concerned about the way that non-Jewish audiences might appreciate this book. After all, it is recorded in Greek, which was the lingua franca, and so many more people had access to it than narrow Hebrew readers. And so when there's those violent bits at the end of the book, it's kind of softened and placed in context and stuff like that. So it's a really fascinating read. If you love the Book of Esther, it's interesting to read this version and sort of chuckle along and say, well, what were they thinking? And what I take away from this is that when I go through the Book of Esther twice on Purim, I'm going to try and approach it with fresh eyes once again and appreciate that beautiful, most amazing, entertaining, and inspirational book in the Tanakh. Thank you very much for listening. One of the more intriguing and puzzling elements of the Book of Esther is the frequent references to drinking parties, and as the Gemara describes it in Tractate Megillah, that there is actually a command to become so inebriated that one not know the difference between cursed is Haman and blessed is Mordecai, which sounds, at least in the surface reading, like a very, very deep state of intoxication. And in fact, the Gemara goes on to say that it can easily get out of hand, even in the ancient period. For example, at one Purim Suda, infamously, Rabbah got up and it says he slaughtered his colleague Rebbe Zera, which is like, oh my gosh. Now, the Gemara goes on to say that when he saw what he'd done, he immediately prayed to God. A miracle happened, and Rebbe Zera was revived. But then the Gemara, with its characteristic sense of humor, says that the next year, Rabbah says, hey, Rebbe Zera, why don't you come by my place? We'll have a Purim Suda again. And Rebbe Zera says, I'm paraphrasing, are you crazy? I'm not coming back to your place. A miracle doesn't happen every year. Like, we can't anticipate miracles will happen. At any rate, the idea of out-of-control behavior, perhaps connected to this drunkenness, is something that the rabbis consistently throughout time have excoriated. And there have been lots of limitations placed on how one should behave on the holiday of Purim, even within the context of this unusual command. Even Lubavitcher Hasidim, for whom communal drinking is often considered an act of worship in the sense of, fostering communal connections and singing and joy and things like that, operate with a ban placed by none other than Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson on having too many drinks on Purim because of the many dangers that can result from excessive inebriation. So this is really a home-based holiday, no drinking and driving, God forbid, or anything like that. But it's interesting to note that besides that reference in the Talmud of Rabbah and Rebbe Zera, we also have reference to this from the Romans, their legislation. The most fascinating passage occurs in the Theodosian Code. It was recorded in the year 438, and it was based on an earlier law that was dictated in the year 409 that specifically bans Jews from getting out of control with their Purim parties. And one particular behavior is especially excoriated, not drinking, because Romans also like drinking quite a bit. That is burning Haman in effigy. It seems as well the Romans were especially concerned with the idea that Haman would not be hung as we tend to read the text today, but as they would have read it in the ancient world, that Haman would in fact be crucified. And in fact, this was the ancient way in which Haman's treatment was portrayed, not only by Jews, by non-Jews as well. For example, in none other than Dante's great early 14th century Italian poem Purgatorio, Haman is described as being crucified. Michelangelo portrayed him that way on the Sistine Chapel. I mean, this is really the way in which non-Jews understood that Haman was killed. He was placed on a cross. So you can imagine the sensitivities if parties get out of hand and they have Haman in effigy and they decide to crucify him and then burn him. That could certainly lead to a lot of misunderstandings. And in fact, there is a whole book by Elliot Horowitz called Reckless Rights, Purim and the Legacy of Jewish Violence, published by Princeton in 2006, that goes through the history of these kinds of Purim parties and related things that go through time and the unfortunate backlash that Jews often suffer as a result. The Jews definitely got the word early on not crucifying Haman, but the burning of effigies of Haman, that's certainly continued. For example, there's a 10th century Muslim scholar named Al-Biruni who refers to Purim as Suar Haman, or images of Haman, because that was the way in which non-Jews basically saw what was going on with these Purim parties. Necessarily, the little girls dressed up as Esther and the little boys dressed up as Mordecai, they saw the effigy of Haman, which, according to a Cairo Geniza fragment from the 13th century, were apparently displayed for days before Purim. I mean, you would see the Haman hanging from a rope somewhere for 5-6 days before Purim, and that was definitely a very off-putting image for many. Now, I think in the whole, this is a great moment to understand that this is a cautionary tale, that we certainly want to celebrate on Purim, but we should do so definitely within the boundaries that our rabbi set for us. It's a cautionary tale for us about how these things can be misunderstood. Besides the many dangers that can result from excessive inebriation, we definitely want to explore the spiritual meaning of Purim, and to whatever degree alcohol assists in that, that's great, but beyond that, it's a very dangerous thing. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've got a difficult topic to discuss with you today, and that is what historical evidence exists for the Exodus. I get asked about this a lot, and so let's spend a few minutes going over the sources just to understand what do we know about the Exodus that's not described in the Bible itself. So, some caveats. First of all, the Bible has historical data in it, but for the most part, it's not a book of history. Its goal, as stated explicitly in the Bible itself, is to instill religious values. Not historical awareness, but religious values. Have a look, just for example, at Deuteronomy 10, where it says, V'ata Yisrael, ma Hashem Elokecha shoel mimach. Now, Israel, what does God want from you? That's a really good question. Right? Ki im liyira es Hashem Elokecha l'olechas b'chol d'rachav v'l'ahava also v'la'avod es Hashem Elokecha b'chol d'rachav v'chol nafshecha. God wants us to revere God, to walk in divine paths, to love and serve God with all our heart and soul. And it continues in verse 13, Lishmor et mitzvos Hashem v'eskuchosav asher anochi mitzav kayom l'torah v'blah. To guard the mitzvos of Hashem, right? Mitzvah, sort of a commandment literally, and his decrees, God's decrees, that I, Moses is speaking here, command to you today. That's what the Bible is all about, right? Now, it's important to note that the Bible is not a single author document, right? It's not really a book. It's a library, multiple authors, most of whom have named books, Jeremiah, Isaiah, and so on. And sometimes, because of their multiple authors, you'll see ideas expressed in different ways. Like, for example, in Micha, the 6th chapter, you'll see that there's a different statement of what God wants from this. What does the Lord
require of thee only to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. So is that the same thing as Deuteronomy? Are they different ways of expressing it? Are they different things? So it's still a very confusing kind of thing. But that's the point of the book. It's not to give historical information. It is to instill religious values. Some of the books, it's true, are very historical in nature and written by extremely talented historians. Books of Samuel, Kings, and Chronicles, for example. But in some areas, the books are strangely ahistorical. And that's what we're looking at today. The book of Exodus gives us a tremendous amount of information, drama, very motivational to see the saga of Moses and the Hebrews as they're leaving Egypt and struggling with freedom and receiving the Torah and things like that. But historically, I mean, we don't even know the name of the Pharaoh involved in the whole story. There's a question, famous question asked in the Talmud, was this the same Pharaoh as under Joseph, or is it a different Pharaoh? That would make sense why, the first Pharaoh seemed so well inclined towards Joseph, and this one is not so nice. And on the other hand, maybe it's the same Pharaoh and he changed his mind, changed his opinion. So we don't know when it happened from the name of the Pharaoh. We do have a way to calculate the dates that was determined by Rabbi Yossi ben Kalafta, but that system was devised about 1,500 years later, and it was based on calculations of where the Bible actually does give us dates, which is sparse and few between, and there are gaps, and it's very confusing to figure out the timeline. But in Rabbi Yossi ben Kalafta's book, known as Seder Olam Rabbah, he placed the Exodus in the year 2448 Anno Mundi, meaning from creation. This is where we get the year that we're currently enjoying. 5,783 is the Jewish year right now. But how does that translate into the Gregorian calendar? It would be right around the late 14th century before the Common Era. That date actually is not too bad when we look at the very first piece of non-biblical evidence that talks about the Jewish people, and that is the famous Merneptah stele, which was erected about 100 years after the Exodus, which, if we're following the biblical narrative, by this point, the Hebrews had left Egypt, had done their wandering in the Sinai Desert, and had crossed into the land of Israel under Joshua, had a few wars with the local peoples, had a few wars with each other, and then, according to this stele, this monolithic structure that was a memorial document for this Pharaoh Merneptah, they were conquered by the Egyptians. Here's the Merneptah stele in situ in the museum. You can see, because there's a person next to it, how massive this thing is. It's basically a kind of like a picture on the top, and then underneath is a long list of Pharaoh Merneptah's amazing conquests, right, which was erected to praise this Pharaoh. And he goes about describing how he conquered this territory and beat this army and destroyed this people. And then near the bottom, but geographically consistent with the area of the land of Israel, specifically the hill country of what would later be called Judea, there's this phrase here: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Some historians have argued that this term, his seed, Israel's seed, is referring to like the grain or maybe a standing field of wheat or something like that. But it seems out of place for Pharaoh Merneptah to come up to the land of Israel and then to specifically proclaim that, I burnt down their field. Doesn't seem like really a pharaonic kind of thing to do. More likely, and most historians have this consensus, that the term his seed really means, like it does in modern Hebrew, zerah, means his offspring. Meaning, Pharaoh Merneptah, like so many anti-Semites after him, prematurely declared the destruction of the Jewish people in this genocidal document. And so we don't have to worry about the Jews anymore because I, Pharaoh Merneptah, have taken care of them. It's actually kind of funny because when you look at pictures of, cute Jewish children today, they look like they're doing pretty well. Pharaoh Merneptah, on the other hand, they actually discovered his mummy. He does not look so good. I'm just saying. So the dating of the Exodus seems to fit with the extra biblical evidence that we have so far, this one stele, but it doesn't say anything about how Israel got to be there. What was Israel exactly? Is that referring to a land or a place or a people or what? We don't really know. You will from time to time find that highly energized Bible enthusiasts. I use that term with some irony because the term enthusiasm in Greek means to have God within you. Will like accept rather credulously some rather bizarre, extreme, and totally unreliable claims, such as, for example, the argument that submerged Egyptian chariot wheels were discovered in the Red Sea. We're not even sure exactly where the Jews were to have made that great crossing. The Hebrew term used in the Bible is not Red Sea, but Sea of Reeds, Yam Suf, which seems to indicate, not so much like a massive sea like in Cecil B. DeMille's Ten Commandments, but more like, a very difficult to traverse wetland, like a large marsh or something. We don't really know. We haven't found archaeological evidence of the supposedly massive number of Jews who left Goshen and made their way into the Sinai Peninsula for 40 years. Now, it's not hard to imagine that whatever they left behind simply would have been lost. It was impossible back then to get any decent Asian takeout, so it's not like they're going to be leaving a landfill's worth of takeout containers. But these are things that we simply do not have historically. So, in other words, the major source that is preserved of the Exodus is the description itself that exists in the Bible. Even the location of Mount Sinai is unknown, although there is one specifically mountain that, according to Arabic and Christian tradition, is Mount Sinai itself. You can see a dramatic picture of it. It's known as Tur Sinai or Jabal Musa, although there's no real indication to suggest that this is exactly the same mountain described in the Bible. The reasons for the absence of evidence is not surprising. The environment is not ideal for preserving archaeological sites. Goshen, for example, which is located in the eastern delta of the Nile, is very infamous for its soft soil and for the regular flooding, the silt coming in, and it's very hard to preserve any material there, and that is incidentally something which is corroborated by the mission itself. But it is interesting to note that the story of the Exodus was widely known in the ancient Near East. For example, we have the writings quoted later of the Egyptian priest Manetho from the early 3rd century before the Common Era, who seems to be quite conversant with the Jewish tradition of the Exodus, although he tells it in a very different way, in which it's not like a miraculous divine event where the Jews are saved and taken as a nation of slaves out of one land and moved to another. Rather, they were driven out, according to his version of it, which of course leads us to another somewhat irritating habit of the ancient Egyptians to remove or rewrite history when it did not suit the memory that they wanted to preserve. We see this very clearly, for example, with the reign of Hatshepsut, who's one of the most important pharaohs, and also a female pharaoh who was a great builder and very active in her long reign, and very, very powerful, sometimes depicted as a woman, as you see in this particular statue, and other times depicted as a male with a false beard growing out of her chin. And for reasons which are unknown, at some point later in time, all this memory was under attack by a later dynasty. Perhaps it had to do something with sibling rivalry, perhaps it had to do something with the fact that she was a woman, but her reign is wiped out of much of the archaeological record and only discovered in a few places, and allow historians to put together what she actually did during her lifetime. So the Egyptians, they would have no problem simply saying, let's skip that whole chapter of the Hebrew slaves and how they got out of here, because it'd be intrinsically humiliating. Okay, so that's all sort of like negatives and caveats and things like that. What exactly do we have that would suggest that this belief is credible? So, for example, one of the most fascinating areas is the linguistic evidence. When you look at the book of Exodus, there are quite a few technical Egyptian words that are inserted in the text, like, for example, the name for the sorcerers, Khartoumim, which appear to be really specifically identified with that particular time and place in society. It doesn't seem to be words that were widely used elsewhere, and they locate the text, as it were, within the court hierarchy specifically. Also, titles like the name that Joseph gets at the peak of his power, Tzafnat Paneah, which is a very unusual, not a Hebrew word, but borrowed from Egyptian lore and brought into the tradition. Some fascinating things like that. There's internal literary evidence that points to the place and time of Exodus. Another example, the great scholar Dr. Ken Kitchen did a tremendous amount of research on the price of slaves in the ancient Near East over a period of hundreds of years, and was able to track the ups and downs of the slave market. And it happens that the sale of Joseph into slavery, which of course precedes the Exodus, is exactly the same price that would make sense according to the ebb and flow of the economic value of slaves in the market at the time. So it's like an ironic, not, I don't want to say coincidence in the sense like it's a happenstance, but it seems to be a distinct parallel. So we have some fascinating kinds of literary evidence. I would strongly recommend, by the way, here's one of my favorite copies of it. It's a nice big heavy book. This is the Koran Tanakh of the Land of Israel, which is extremely beautiful, well illustrated, scholarly volume that has lots of really interesting data on what's Egyptian that appears in the Hebrew text and so on. And I strongly urge you to have a look at it if these kinds of things interest you. We also have historical data of patterns of migrations that are consistent with the depiction in the book of Exodus. For example, this period depiction that shows you the Hyksos, who were Western Semites, migrating into the land of Egypt, entirely consistent with the story of the Hebrews in Exodus. Some historians have even argued that the Hyksos should somehow be identified with the Hebrews. We also have this amazing bit of papyrus that's actually directions on brick making for the period, which correspond precisely to the data that we have in Exodus. So they're making bricks with the same kind of technology at that time as described in these documents. And here's like an example that I find especially powerful and good. In the region of a place called Kantia, which is precisely in the eastern delta of the Nile, which is associated with Goshen. They discovered some mud pits recently, we're 2016. And they are like, wow, straight out of Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments. And here's one photograph that I find especially fascinating, very moving. They actually found some frozen child's footprints in the dried mud itself. Wow. We don't know which child left these footprints. But it's amazing to look at this and to read the description of the book of Exodus of the horrible servitude that the Hebrews were forced to engage in, and to imagine what if this was the footprint of a Hebrew child. Okay, now none of this is absolutely hard, indisputable historical evidence. Nothing like that has been discovered, at least not yet. We do have some interesting philosophical arguments, which I won't go into here. So you can look, for example, at Rabbi Yehuda Halevi and Kuzari. But ultimately, the belief in the description of the Yetzias Mitzrayim, the Exodus from Egypt, which is such a core element in Jewish civilization, is ultimately a matter of faith. So ironically, we have to return to where we started. That the Exodus narrative in the Bible does not provide us with an account that we can precisely, definitively prove with some kind of extra biblical evidence. We can find lots of really interesting sort of parallel bits of information that support the narrative, and that's fascinating. But ultimately, it requires faith. And faith can only exist in a universe where doubt is also credible. So what I take away from all this, after spending so much time thinking about the history of this unusual people, is that the greatest argument for the validity of the Exodus is not going to be found necessarily in some archaeological discovery. What I find most powerful personally, perhaps this would be useful for you if you're celebrating a Passover Seder in a couple of weeks, that the Jewish people, this remarkable, usual, creative, sometimes problematic people, have seen so many hundreds of civilizations rise and fall. We've seen so many pharaohs, one after another, many of them right from Nepta, seeking to destroy us. Nevertheless, here we are, over 3,000 years later, still talking about the meaning of the Exodus, what it has to say about us as a people and about our relationship to larger human civilization, what it says about core values of freedom, dignity, the fact that we're still having the same conversation that no doubt Maimonides had around his table, that Rabbi Akiva had around his table, that's something that to me is far more powerful than any other bit of archaeology. I hope you found this video useful, and as the tradition goes, I wish you a Chag Kasher Sameach, a joyous kosher holiday. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Around the world this week, Jews will commemorate a fast day known as the 17th of Tammuz, Shivasar B'Tammuz. It kicks off a 3-week period of semi-mourning that will culminate in another fast day, a more significant fast, on the 9th day of the month of Av that commemorates specifically the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. But for the 17th of Tammuz, which is the initial fast that begins this period, the sources describe 5 different things that specifically happened on this date. Here is the actual citation from the Mishnah, a 2nd century text that reads, 5 things happened to our ancestors on the 17th day of the month of Tammuz. On the 17th day of the month of Tammuz, the tablets were broken. The Tamid offering, which is one of the sacrificial activities of the temple, ceased. The wall was breached, and someone named Apostomos burned a Torah, and an idol was set up in the sanctuary. So let's take this brief moment to look at each of those 5 things and try to place them in their historical context to add meaning to this sad day. So, of course, the destruction of the tablets is something that's well known to anyone who reads the Bible. The entire passage is described in the 32nd chapter of the book of Exodus. You can actually get a sense of the amount of time passed because as the ancestors of today's Jews left the land of Egypt and their servitude there, that would have happened in the springtime, right? That's the holiday of Passover. And now here we are in the midsummer, and Moses goes up onto Mount Sinai, and while he's there, the ancestors of the Jews get involved in a whole bunch of inappropriate activities. They build the golden calf, they dance around it. Everyone's seen the 10 Commandments by Cecil B. DeMille. You get the dramatic scene. Moses comes down off the mountain, freshly holding these 2 tablets of the law, the 10 Commandments, and he sees what they're doing, and he raises them high and he smashes them to pieces, which Rashi says, God, as it were, said to him, Yasher Koach, well done, which was apparently the right thing to do in this particular situation. Here's a remarkable rendition of it by Rembrandt, the famous Dutch artist, who, of course, was very close with the Jewish community in Amsterdam. This depiction of Moses does not have him wearing a kippah, or certainly not a black hat, but the text on the commandments is a faithful representation of Hebrew, although some of the spacing between the letters is a little weird. In terms of the historical context of this event, the only real historical source we have for it is the Bible itself, and later authors in the 2nd century, the Seder Olam Rabbah in particular by Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta, and later the Seder Olam Zuta, calculate back the year that this would have happened, and they set it at the year 2448. That's Anno Mundi, meaning from creation, according to that count, which would have worked out to about the year 1313 before the Common Era. So that's like one inauspicious event that is associated with the 17th of Tammuz. When we move to the second reason for the marking of this day as a fast day, we get a little bit more historical with other sources involved. The Mishnah said that the perpetual offering ceased. This is an offering known as the Tamid, which means literally in Hebrew, perpetual. And there's a couple different opinions, though, as to when exactly that would have happened. According to the great commentator on the Mishnah, Ovadia of Bartanuro, known simply as the Rav, he lived in 15th century Italy and then later went to Israel. He said that this is probably referring to the first destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar, which would have been in the year 586 BCE. The supply of sheep had dried up because the city was under siege. It would later be destroyed, and the inhabitants would be exiled to Babylonia. They would come back less than a century later. But this particular event, the ending of that offering, would have been dated to that 6th century before the Common Era. That is, a good 600-700 years later than the last one. Rabbi Yisroel Lifshitz, a very important commentator in the Mishnah from 19th century Germany, suggests a different possible date. He says that perhaps this is related to the civil war that erupted in the period of the Maccabean kings, the so-called Hashmonaim. After the great queen Shlomzion died, her two sons, Aristobulus and Hyrcanus, engaged in a civil war seeking to control the land. And Aristobulus placed his brother in Jerusalem under siege. And so at that point, that's when the Tamid offering ceased, because Hyrcanus could not get access to more sheep. In the end, by the way, that ended very badly because both of the brothers had appealed to the Romans. And so shortly thereafter, in the year 63, General Pompey himself simply came in and took over the entire region. So it was definitely a very dark day when the perpetual offering ceased. There's also a third opinion that has to do with the destruction of Jerusalem the second time under the Romans, which would have occurred in the year 70. But let's focus right now on the third reason for marking of the 17th Tammuz, which would be the walls of Jerusalem were breached. Now, as I mentioned, Jerusalem was famously destroyed twice in antiquity. Once under Nebuchadnezzar II, who was a Neo-Babylonian king, who destroyed Jerusalem in the year 586 before the Common Era. You can see here this map where his empire simply reached all over the Fertile Crescent, right up the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, and then down into the land of Israel and right up the Sinai Peninsula. The second major destruction of Jerusalem, moving another 600 years later in time, was under the Roman Emperor Titus. And you can see him here in this remarkable painting called The Triumph of Titus by Lawrence Alfedema, painted. I think it's a really remarkable painting. Titus is actually shown second from the foreground. In the foreground is probably his father, Vespasian, who was made emperor. I'm not exactly sure why he is dressed the way he is, but Titus, who destroyed Jerusalem, is portrayed here holding onto the hand of his brother's wife. There's a whole lascivious story around that as well. And in the background, you can see the menorah, kind of displayed there at the Temple of Peace that Vespasian had set up to commemorate his victory over Judea. Now, in terms of this discussion of the breaching of the walls, I've always wondered, there's 3 weeks between the breaching of the wall and the destruction of the temple. That's a really long time. I've been to Jerusalem, of course, and I imagine that, God forbid, certainly in a modern war, if the wall is breached, it's all over. But let's have a look at this map here that lays out exactly how Jerusalem was destroyed. So there's actually 3 walls around Jerusalem. The first one is this large one around the temple courtyard itself. The second wall was built a little bit later, and it goes around the neighborhoods just to the northwest of Jerusalem, of the old city. And then at the top, you have the third wall that was constructed partially in preparation for a potential Roman attack. There's also this wall over here, which is not actually a wall proper. It's actually a siege dike that was built not by the Judeans, but by the Romans in their attempt to starve the inhabitants of Jerusalem. The siege lasted from the springtime up until the late summer when the temple was finally destroyed, and the siege dike was exceptionally effective for lots of various reasons, including the fact that the Jewish rebels were fighting with each other so bitterly that they actually burned down each other's stores of grain in an attempt to seize control for themselves. But that's another story. Maybe we'll talk about that more when we get to Tisha B'Av, the final destruction. So in terms of the penetration of these three walls, the Romans first attempted to attack here in the north, but they were pushed back with a remarkably bold attack by Shimon Giorias, who was a terrifying rebel who frightened his rivals and the Romans even more. So
it was good,
the Romans
son.
decided to move.
Can you hear me? Excellent. How did you find out about me? From Discord?
Yeah.
DISBOARD?
I don't understand, bro. I don't speak very good English.
That's okay. What dashboard did you find me from?
I don't know the exact name, but I got it from a friend. I don't know the exactly, but
Okay, very well. And this is your friend Stefan. How are you, Stefan?
Very good, my friend. How are you?
I'm very well. How did you find out about me, Stefan?
Being from Discord or something?
On Discord?
Discord.
No way, you found me from Discord?
Yeah, I know.
No way, I just created that thing today. You mean the website, DISBOARD.org? Correct?
Yeah, I think that.
Amazing.
I'm not sure.
Do you mind if I tell you about
I can
myself?
find it in my history.
Yeah, would you check, please? That would be great.
Yeah, Discord. That one is.
Okay, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, it's okay.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever. I want you to know that The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's #1 resource. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource in 2018, and I have more data archived than anybody. And what does that mean for you? Well, it means I may become a very influential person someday, and if that happens, I want to make sure that you, your friends, your family, are all independently wealthy, that you all are able to create generational. Importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That's all nice.
Excellent. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies?
I like to smoke weed.
That's amazing, dog. I'm for its decriminalization. Excellent. What else do you like to do?
Nothing really much.
Okay, very well. Well, I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. If you have any questions, I'm here to help you. You should know that I'm always live, and I really appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
Absolutely, my friend.
Move around the side, and they eventually breached the first
We do
wall.
need world peace. That's absolutely right, my friend.
Or the third wall in terms of its
Amazing.
construction.
Discord. Shout out to
And then they
Discord.
swarmed
Shout out to
through
you guys.
these neighborhoods to the north.
so
They then were able to make short work of the
Yes,
middle
sir.
wall, but it was at the third wall, or the first wall in terms of the history of construction, right
You're in
here
Croatia?
the north at the fortress known as
no, Romania,
Antonia,
Romania.
that
Oh, shout out to
they
Romania.
finally broke through on the 17th of Tammuz. And in fact,
They are
it
very
took them 3 weeks from getting
not
through
nice
this
people
major
here. They bully us
fortification.
for being Jewish.
Oh, no way. That's very sad. Have you thought of making Aliyah?
What?
Have you thought of making Aliyah, moving to Israel?
Not really because of my parents.
Okay, well, maybe someday. We'll get your parents there, too. What if we get your parents there?
That might be nice.
Absolutely. We'll get your parents to Israel, and they'll have a nice house and a nice plot of land, and we'll make sure that they're taken care of. How does that sound? Does that sound good to you?
Very good.
Excellent, my friend. Well, if there's anything else that we can do for you, please make sure to make me aware, because we'll make all your greatest dreams come true, God willing. Alrighty, my friends. Here's Jewish history lectures. Here are our people. Wonderful.
To finally destroy the temple on the inside. The source we have for these dates is none other than Josephus, a remarkable historian who gives us a very detailed description of what happened in Jerusalem in his history called the Jewish War, which, by the way, he wrote because he surrendered to the Romans and then ended up, he was originally a rebel commander himself. He surrenders to the Romans, and the rest of his life was spent as sort of a captive of these. And he wrote quite a bit about this particular point in history and many other aspects of Jewish history. He's a complicated historian to work with because we know that he's writing not only for posterity, but also for his Roman patrons who are literally reading every word and want to see themselves portrayed very positively, and his life depends on doing that right. So at any rate, he writes here in the Jewish War, book 6, chapter 2, and now Titus gave orders to his soldiers that were with him to dig up the foundations of the Tower of Antonia, right? That's that fortification at the north of the temple courtyard, and make him a ready passage for his army to come up, while he himself had Josephus brought to him. Josephus likes to write about himself in the third person. For he had been informed that on that very day, which was the 17th day of Panemus, which is the Latin name for Tammuz, the sacrifice called the daily sacrifice had failed, which is interesting because that's also something that was referenced earlier. It's not impossible to imagine that the Bitul HaTamid, the ending of the daily sacrifice, is also this one here that occurred in the year 70. But at any rate, it was not offered to God for want of men to offer it, meaning the sacrificial officials were unable to distract themselves from defending the walls to go on with the temple rituals. And the people were grievously troubled at it. Upon this, Josephus stood in such a place where he might be heard, and he declared to them what Caesar had given him in charge, and this in their Hebrew language, right? Josephus is actually the culture broker for the Romans. So he earnestly prayed them to take their own city and to prevent that fire which was just ready to seize upon the temple, and to offer their usual sacrifices to God therein. As Josephus spoke these words with
we're going to rebuild this temple, the Beit HaMikdash.
By sobs. Of course, it came to naught because the Romans were able to penetrate the temple.
That's okay. We'll get you any kind of vision
bitter fighting
repair that we can. You'll have the best doctors in the world. I'll make sure to get it all paid for.
On the 9th of August. Now, the Mishnah, however, says
if you want to show me, sure.
So let's look at those as well. One of them is that a Torah scroll was burned by someone named Apostomos. So who is this Apostomos?
Okay.
His name does not occur anywhere else in rabbinic
or
classical literature, and so no one's exactly sure who this is referring to. According to Josephus, however, he does mention an unnamed Roman soldier who burned a Torah scroll near Beit Horon, which makes a special sense if we're talking about two different acts, meaning this Apostomos burned a Torah, and separately an idol was set up in the temple, perhaps by someone else. We'll see that in the last item. And this occurred around the year 50 CE.
That's okay.
And was,
just be patient and we'll get it all paid for.
And brought the Judeans one step closer to rebellion. The rebellion.
Well, I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And data is Earth's #1 resource. So I'll be able to monetize it and be able to pay for all of your surgeries.
Another possibility is that this is referring to the Bar Kokhba revolt of the years 132 to 135. This is really the third major uprising against the Romans after the Titus rebellion of 116 to 117, and famously, or I should rather say infamously, one of the horrific persecutions of a great rabbi, Rabbi Hanania ben Teradion, occurred at this time. he was specifically wrapped in a Torah scroll. A bundle of wet cotton was placed on his heart, and he was put on a pile of wood and set ablaze. And famously, his students said to him, Rabbi, what do you see? And he said, referring to the Torah scroll that was burning around him, he said,
I like to play chess.
Parchment
I like
is
to play
burning,
mini
but
golf.
the letters
I like
are
to,
flying
yeah.
free. This description of his
Excellent.
martyrdom, which is described in the Talmud, Tractate Avodah Zarah,
Absolutely.
page 18a, has become emblematic for the suffering of Jews throughout the centuries. Here you see in a 20th century
I'm not a big fan of it.
That's actually created by the artist Ephraim Moses Lillian as a commemoration and an homage to Hanania ben Teradion in the context of the horrific Kishinev pogrom of just at the beginning of the 20th century. In this remarkable envisioning of that martyrdom of Rabbi Hanania ben Teradion,
I don't get
the
political.
rabbi wrapped here in a prayer shawl is burning.
There you go.
Because he is just material, but the angel kisses him on the forehead and takes away the Torah scroll on high, as if to say that the ideas, perhaps the soul of Rabbi Teradion, taken with that
Yeah, I
kiss,
understand.
are then taken up on high to another plane of existence.
Okay.
But to return to our subject, who was this apostomos? The great historian Gedalia Alon,
That's
who
okay.
wrote quite a bit about this period of Jewish history. Professor Alon argues that apostomos was actually postinios. That's not an uncommon kind of thing for letters to shift like that from Latin to Hebrew. And he was, this Postinius was the governor of the region in the years 102 to 103. Now, Professor Alon also suggests that perhaps this was connected with the Kitos rebellion, but that would have been another 15 years later, so the chronology is not perfect, but the sound of the name certainly makes sense, and perhaps it was this Postinius who actually committed this horrific act. The last of the 5 items that are mentioned as reasons for the fast on the 17th of Tammuz is that an idol was set up in the sanctuary. The sanctuary, of course, is at the center of the Temple Mount, and when you look at the text itself, and especially the variant readings that exist, it's possible to suggest that this person who did this was the same apostomos, meaning he did 2 things. He read the Torah, and he also set up an idol, but it's also possible to read it as
Twitch,
2 different acts by 2
Twitter.
different people. This is the argument of Louis Ginsburg, who was a great scholar of Jewish legendary material. He wrote the multi-volume series Legends of the Jews, and he suggests that apostomos may actually be Antiochus, who is shown here.
I know.
This is
Rabbi
Antiochus
Rothschild,
Epiphanes,
11,
of
all
course,
in one word.
the villain of the Maccabean rebellion that is commemorated with the holiday of Hanukkah, but that would have been like in the 160s before the Common Era, certainly not closer to the year 70 when the temple was destroyed. Another support for the argument that these are 2 separate acts, that it's not the same person who did both of these things, is that in the Jerusalem Talmud, it's described as something that happened in a mountain pass near Lydda or Tarlosa. And obviously, the sanctuary is only in Jerusalem, so this would mean 2 separate acts. Nevertheless, it is still an open question as to what specific historical event the Mishnah is referring to here.
I'm for
so
world
that's
peace.
The 5
So I'd like to
historical
be able to
events
get,
that are described in the Mishnah.
I'd like to be able to
commemoration of the
get
fast
along
of the 7th Tammuz. Clearly,
all
most
children of
significant
Abraham.
in Jewish history has been the destruction and the breaching of the walls, and that's the one that's most commonly remembered. Let us hope that this is the last year that we have to commemorate this fast, and that, God willing, in the future we will only celebrate on the 17th of Tammuz. Thank you very much for watching.
Well, I think people should be able to live the life that they want to live.
Okay, the left. There's a camera
on my
phone.
That's okay, I understand.
Just want to come and just to say how grateful we are to have Dr. Abramson be willing to share this slot with us. And as I prepared myself for Tisha B'Av, and
more than that,
all
no,
of
I
us
understand.
going through Jewish keynotes this morning, we're basically taking a trip down Jewish history. The whole day is a day of Jewish history. The fact that we have an expert historian in our community who's willing to share his time with our community and, of course, with the larger community that's gathered virtually. Really indebted and grateful, Dr. Abrams, for you making this time for us and sharing of your expertise and wisdom with us to enhance our tishuvah.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Donat. I appreciate it. And I'm grateful for all of you for coming to listen to me talk about something that occupies quite a bit of my own mental space, and all of you online as well for joining me. I realize that moving to Fairlawn, it's a very different community than where we lived in the 5 towns. And my son-in-law pointed out to me that one of the challenges of this particular time slot, setting aside the fact that we're all fasting and it's a difficult, depressing day, but this happens to be bedtime. So that means for a good proportion of the demographic of this community, this is like a very difficult time to attend in person. And so I'm grateful to be able to offer the virtual attendance as a possibility. Let's begin by looking at something totally different from the period of ancient Israel. I'd like to look at the unusual phenomenon of the Hep riots of 1819. You may have heard of these. They started in Würzburg, Germany, a very pleasant kind of town. And for a whole host of reasons, a series of riots spread throughout Germany, Bavaria, and parts east in the summer of 1819. We have no recorded deaths as a result of these smaller scale pogroms, but the sheer scope of them was remarkable and spreading throughout East Central Europe and noted in the Western press, we shall see. The reasons behind it were primarily economic and social. This was a period of tremendous change for the Jews of Europe as they were beginning to transition from a medieval status in which they had distinctly second-class rights, no residence, limitations on the number of Jews who can marry and things like that.
It is.
As they strove for emancipation in 19th Germany, that seems to have stressed a lot of the fabric of society resulting in the violence. In particular, there was a demand at an important international meeting in 1850 in which Jews specifically requested equal rights. They requested to be emancipated fully. And it seems that these tensions within German society that would obviously take more than a century to subside, if they have subsided at all, which I hope so, they were expressed in a series of riots in various urban localities throughout the region, with a range and scope and determination that had not been seen for about 100 years. You can see here the size and scope of the riots. Now, these attacks on Jews were accompanied by an unusual cry. Apparently, the anti-Semitic attackers, this is, by the way, about 75 years before the term anti-Semitism was even invented, but it's the same phenomenon. They apparently taunted the Jews with the cry of Hep, Hep. And they would chase after Jews through the streets, shouting after them, Hep, Hep. And a lot of scholars have wondered at the strange origins of this unusual phrase. What exactly does it mean? It's not a word in German. And one particular author writing at the time in the New Times, a London paper, this I owe to Michael Fontaine at Cornell University. This appears to be the original source of the etymology of hep as worked its way through the historical literature. Specifically, it is an abbreviation of the Latin term Jerusalema est perdita. Jerusalem is lost. And this particular writer in the New Times, apparently letter to the editor, wrote about the Hep riots that were occurring that month. And he offered this as an etymology that the rioters were somehow taking advantage of this Latin phrase that was, according to the author of this letter, used first in the First Crusade of 1096 in the Rhineland, and cites a few authorities for it. The problem with this is that, first of all, it's all a chulent of mistakes. We don't have any of these specific sources from the Crusades. We have no other records from Jews or otherwise of crusaders using this Latin term. Why would 19th century German anti-Semites pick this strange term out of something that occurred 800 years earlier and then use it in their attacks and it down immediately thereafter? And so Montaigne cast aspersions on the theory that they were actually saying Hierosolyma et perdita. A much more reasonable argument is that in 19th century German, the phrase hep hep was used to goad animals. Like we say in English, giddy up, to make a horse move. I don't know if that actually works. I've never tried it, but that is apparently the word we use in English, giddy up, and it only makes sense in English in that particular context. And taking it to Germany at the time, that makes a lot of sense because the Jews would have been viewed as subhuman, viewed as less than equal citizens, and driving them along like animals as they were chased through the streets has the ring of truth to my ears. It has ironically survived outside of the anti-Semitic context, partially in English, and most likely through this phrase we use, hip hip hooray, which is an expression that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This is happens to be a wartime printing of a song sheet that uses this phrase, hip hip hooray, and it's an expression of joy, of celebration, of the acclamation of one individual or another for some activity, hip hip hooray, that may in fact be related to this strange anti-Semitic chant, hep hep, used in 1819. Now, why do I start with this medieval footnote, early modern 19th century footnote? It goes back to my own appreciation of anti-Semitism that I'd like to share with you very briefly. My personal background, I grew up as the only Jewish child in a very remote milling community in northern Ontario, Canada. It was a very small town, less than 4,000 people. The population was evenly divided between French Catholics and Protestant Anglos, and there were a few of us who were outsiders. There was me, there was my best friend Peter Chin, whose father ran a Chinese restaurant, of course. My father ran the dry goods store. There was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in a town called Monteith, and we were the ones who were kind of the lightning rod of all of the social angst of this adolescent population. And my parents, at tremendous expense, when I was 10 years old, they sent me to Toronto, a much larger community, so I could learn something about what it meant to be Jewish and have a bar mitzvah. And then they brought me back to the small town, Iroquois Falls, when I was 14 years old. And that's when I first discovered anti-Semitism, because so many of the kids that I played ice hockey with, that I went, hiking in the woods with, that I went skiing with, they were my best friends, both the Anglos and the Francophones. All of a sudden, there were groups of them who regarded me as the spawn of Satan, asking me literally if they could see my horns. And, I had grown up with them and I had only been gone for a few years. And all of a sudden I was not from most people are fine. Most people are nice. Most people are happy to see me. But there were a few really bad eggs who were distinctly and virulently anti-Semitic. And the charges that they hurled at me in English, dirty Jew, in French, maudit juif, a little bit more colorful, cursed Jew, those stung and those stuck with me. And just the guttural sounds of hatred that were expressed in those few syllables reminded me of the Hep Hep riots and made me feel like, yeah, that makes sense. That this is a deep-seated infection that has its expression in certain behaviors and certain outward trappings, and that kind of grunting expression of hatred in a nonsensical word is something that resonated with me. And I think it ties specifically to our topic because, in my adolescence, as I tried to process this strange change among my friends, I tried to understand how could they, all of a sudden hate me when what have I done differently? I'm the same kid I used to play with before. They used to play with. What happened? I spent really the rest of my intense adolescent thought focused on the idea of understanding the roots of anti-Semitism, and most of my adult career in scholarship has been looking at this question and trying to understand the difference of Jews in the world. And in many ways, sorry for the long prolegomenon, this brings us to our topic, because the topic that we're discussing today on this day, Tisha B'Av, is really at the root of our difference. It is that moment when Jews were spewed forth into the world in a forced diaspora and yet failed or refused to assimilate into non-existence, persisting as a thorn in the side of more monolithic populations. This is really at the root of anti-Semitism. The fact that we have retained our distinctive culture and our heritage, our language, our religion, our beliefs, that seems to be something which is insurmountable for anti-Semites, and they hate us desperately because we have refused to disappear. So on that note, what I'd like to do over the next hour and a half, I've given myself a rather long amount of time to discuss this because we're not going anywhere anyhow, but we will definitely stop at the predetermined time for Mincha. I'd like to take you through the three major Roman Jewish wars, beginning with the Great Revolt that started in 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple on this day, 2,000 years ago. And then we'll follow up with the next revolt, the Kitos Rebellion in 115, that is lesser known, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132. All three of these were attempts by Jews to reassert their independence, both politically in terms of sovereignty, more significantly in terms of the assertion of their religious identity and religious practice. And by the end of this talk, we will be both exhausted and hopefully somewhat more informed as to the roots of our ancient diaspora. So with that, let me begin by looking at Roman Judea. We have to understand the nature of Roman Judea, we have to take it back a fair distance. We have to go really to the period of the Hashmonaim, the period of the Maccabees. This is, however, a map that gives you a sense of where Judea was in the context of the larger Roman Empire. And just the scale of the empire vis-a-vis the tiny little chunk of land, which seems even a little bit exaggerated here, just gives you a sense of how amazingly futile the attempt was for the Jews to attempt to throw off the Roman yoke. But we will proceed with that nevertheless shortly. So the period, to understand, really have to go back to the days of Alexander the Great, who is shown here, its remarkable 4th century BC bust. Alexander the Great emerged from Macedonia, and Greece, and had this attack throughout the entire eastern Mediterranean, pushing all the way back to what would be contemporary Afghanistan and Pakistan, and he united this entire region for the first time, single political empire of the Greeks. Here's where the Jews are, of course, in Judea, at a really important crossroads, because this is the narrow throat that allows passage really from Africa into Asia and into Europe. It's this little choke point where it's the only place where land travel can really happen. This region here, through contemporary Jordan, is largely desert and can be crossed, but only with great difficulty by a caravan. This is a route that can be crossed with much greater ease. And so it turns out to be an extremely valuable piece of real estate in the ancient world. Alexander wants to push on much further in his attempt to attack and conquer more of the known world, but his soldiers rebel. They've been on the road for years and they want to go home. And so he gives in, but then he almost immediately dies, most possibly of alcohol poisoning at the tender age of 33, leaving behind this massive empire that had to be divided amongst his generals. And so what happens is, in this blue area here, these are the Ptolemies, after one of his generals named Ptolemy. This yellow area here is the Seleucid Empire, after another general named Seleucus. This would be extremely significant because it is these Syrian Greeks, right? They're a Greek general in control of Syria that the Jews would fight against in the Maccabean Wars, and you have other regions, of course, closer to Europe. So once again, the land of Judea, of Israel, finds itself at this crossroads, and for much of the 3rd century before the Common Era, it goes back and forth. The Ptolemies take it for a while, the Seleucids take it for a little while, and they're fighting over this territory. Judah Maccabee, shown here, of course, tremendous, brilliant military commander who fights for the independence of Jews from the Syrian Greeks, and most specifically the kind of cultural imperialism that they had imposed on the land of Israel, and he meets with great success. The key point for us today is that with Judah Maccabee, we have the first connection with the Romans, because Judah himself, seeing that he was going to have difficulty fighting against the Syrians, at one point he reached out to the Romans, wrote a mutual assistance pact with them. We did not really use. He was sufficient under his own steam to fight off the Greeks, but nevertheless, that was the first connection specifically with the Romans. The kingdoms that were founded after Judah Maccabee successfully displaced the Greeks, the Syrians, expanded.
Hello. How's your day going? Very well. How did you find out about me? Okay, very well. We're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Significantly, there are various kings, including Hyrcanus, who expands quite far to the south here. That would be very significant. We understand Herod. And we have an independent Jewish state under the kings, the Hashmonaim, during this period of time. So how do the Romans get into the picture? That happens after the end rule of Shlomzion HaMelech. So Alexander Yanai is the last great expansionist king of the Jews in the Maccabean period. He is followed by his wife and then later his widow, Shlomzion Malka, who only ruled for about 9 years, but it was considered a tremendous period of blessing for the land of Israel. She was very close with the rabbis. Her brother was Ben Shetach, very important Tana in the Mishnah, and the Talmud tells us that under her rule, even the fruits and vegetables were large and probably cheaper too as a result. However, this period of peace would not last. Her sons entered into a civil war. Specifically, Hyrcanus and Alexander, Hyrcanus II and Judah Aristobulus, were vying for the throne of the land of Israel. And in their internecine conflict, they decided to reach out to the Romans. And they went back to them, again, looking at Judah Maccabee's earlier agreement with the Romans. They both individually said, we would like you to come in and assist us in this conflict and establish our country for us. The general Pompey agreed. He came to the land of Israel, and he decided when he was there that rather than assist one or the other side, he'd rather take over the land of Judea for himself, for Rome and its empire, and ultimately that's what happened. He technically favored one of the brothers, Hyrcanus, so we still had a king on the throne of sorts, but clearly only as a puppet king, as a client of the Roman Empire. And from the year 63 before the Common Era, remember, think about the time frame here. The revolt is in 66 of the Common Era, meaning in the years. By the way, for those who may be not familiar with this termination, scholarship in the West used to use the term BC, which stood for before Christ, and AD, which stood for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. So in the mid-20th century, most secular scholars, and with relief Jewish scholars, shifted away from saying BC, and they switched to BCE, before the Common Era. And obviously, since secular people and Jews do not regard Jesus as their Lord, we don't use Anno Domini, we use CE, Common Era. And although this is very frustrating to a lot of people on the internet, it nevertheless is the scholarly standard. So thinking about the time frame, the revolt happened after over 100 years of Roman rule. We were under Roman control from 63 BCE all the way up through the fictional year 0, and then 6 decades into the 1st century. So a long time we were under Roman rule. Why did we rebel at that point? Why didn't we rebel immediately when Pompey took over Jerusalem and committed atrocities in the temple as he took it over? That's a question that we will return to shortly. One small detail that I can't help but mention, in the bitterness of the dispute between these two brothers and their sons, the next generation, at one point, at 40 BCE, Hyrcanus' nephew, Antigonus, actually goes up to his uncle and literally bites his ears off in order to invalidate him from ever having the position of Kohen Gadol. The position in Israel at this time, the political leadership and the religious leadership were, uncomfortably enmeshed. The Kohen Gadol was also technically the head of state. Sometimes it would be the same person. Sometimes it would be an uneasy balance between two people. But Hyrcanus' nephew hated his uncle so much that he wanted to physically invalidate him. And it's interesting to note that, as Josephus points out, we'll talk about him in a minute, he did it with his teeth. He didn't do it with a knife. He wanted to be personal about it, right up close. So this brings us, however, to another difficult but nevertheless fascinating period, the rule of Herod. So the Romans, and in many ways the Jews, got lucky with the king they put in place after Pompey and after this whole Hyrcanus Aristobulus period. King Herod, who is largely viewed negatively because of his bloodthirsty behavior, specifically towards the end of his life when he was most likely deranged, possibly addled by syphilis. And also somewhat maligned with the story of the massacre of the innocents, which is something that we don't have any historical source for outside of the Christian tradition. And it's quite likely that the Christian tradition is confusing the massacre of the innocents with another event in his life, not nearly as horrific as what is described. But nevertheless, he comes from the south, from Idumea here, and he ends up, through a very crafty series of intrigue, he brings himself to the throne. His father was Antipater, who was one of the advisors to the last Jewish king Hyrcanus. And Herod has tremendous political experience from an early age, and ultimately the Romans appoint him as their client king. It was not without effort, but I'm not going to go into the details of it. He had three major skills that rendered him a very, very effective king. First of all, he was known for his bold and brutal repressive tactics. He would brook no resistance whatsoever. Whenever there was any kind of minor hint of an uprising, he was there with his soldiers and brutally repressing it. Very, very effective in that regard. Secondly, he sort of balanced that with remarkable public generosity to all populations, not only in Israel, but in the entire region. He really was very generous with building temples outside of Israel, in Syria, for example, in Jordan and elsewhere, and opening up grain stores during periods of famine. And he was known on the one hand as being an extremely brutal leader, but on the other hand, being extremely generous to the public. We'll see that in his building campaign. And he was, third, a very shrewd politician. He knew how to negotiate alliances, to abandon alliances at the right time, and ultimately he found great favor with Augustus, particularly the Roman emperor, and that preserved his position for a very long time. He ruled until his death in the year 4 BCE. But that eventually would decay as well. Let's just look at his building campaign briefly, because it does intersect with our history very importantly. This is a fascinating chart from Leon Rittmeyer, who is an architect that does a lot of these ancient reconstructions. At the top here, somewhat obscured, you see the square temple mount that we had in the ancient period under Shlomo HaMelech and so on. A little bit of a fortress added under Antiochus Epiphanes, the notorious Antiochus. And then the Hashmonaim added some extensions. But then Herod sees the value of the temple and invests phenomenal resources into building this beautiful structure. The temple that we appreciate today is basically the Kotel are Herodian walls, because he had erected this massive rampart all the way around it, and we owe a tremendous amount to him for the archaeological record. What it looks like today, of course, the temple building itself, which was significantly renovated by Herod, was destroyed, and in the 8th century, the Muslims built the Dome of the Rock on top of that particular site on the foundation stone. But nevertheless, Herod's building projects were an extremely useful thing for building public support. It employed a lot of people. Of course, that meant higher taxes, but he was able to garner those taxes very effectively. On the maritime ports that he built phenomenal things, including using modern technologies that had never been used before, such as dropping concrete that had recently been invented into the sea and have it harden as it went down to the foundation, building this huge port at Caesarea. Very important site. He built so many amphitheaters and hippodromes and things like that for public entertainment. A very, Caesarian kind of idea of bread and circuses for everyone. Not, however, Jerusalem itself, because he understood the local sensitivities that Jews in Jerusalem would not be favorable to the idea of having theatrical plays and certainly not gladiatorial conquests and things like that. But he put them elsewhere in Israel and in surrounding countries as well as an act of generosity. Aqueducts everywhere, improving the standard of living. He's really an incredible builder that people in Israel appreciated. He also built a number of palaces, including this one at Masada that we'll return to. That was sort of his bolt hole, where he actually hid his family at one point early in his career because he realized just how impregnable this massif outside of the Dead Sea was. You can see the beautiful multi-layered stepped architecture that he used there, much of which is still extant today and can be viewed. But he was also deeply, deeply disturbed, particularly towards the end of his life, as he began to fear that others were, and he was not fearing it, by the way, unreasonably, that others wanted to take away his rule of now 3 decades running. Perhaps the most horrific example of his bloodthirstiness, which was directed at his own family because they were the ones closest to him, and he really feared that they were trying to take over his position, was his murder of his beloved wife, Mariamne, who was kind of his claim to legitimacy because she was a legitimate princess of the Hashmonaim. She was descended from the previous Maccabean kings, whereas Herod was descended from the Idumeans, who were a population that an earlier Maccabean king had forcibly converted to Judaism. It's an amazing story that we don't have time to really take this aside, but there are several populations to the south and to the north, the Itureans, who were overrun by the Maccabeans, and this was before Judaism had developed the idea that converts should be discouraged and that only genuine converts should be allowed to even contemplate converting to Judaism. But the Idumeans were forcibly converted, and Herod was a product of that people. At any rate, at one point, he suspected that Mariamne was plotting his assassination. It's quite unlikely, although her mother definitely didn't like Herod, and she may have actually been plotting against him. And so he has her killed. Immediately after killing her, he regrets it, and he has her, as the Talmud states, immersed in a vat of honey so that he can preserve her body because he's still in love with this woman that he has murdered. And this was just the beginning, really, of his rampage. I know this is too small for most of you to see, but this is his family tree. Here's Herod here, and these are all the various family members he killed, including his own children, having them drowned in a pool in Jericho and so on. Exiling his multiple wives, several of whom were actually named Mariamne, which makes it much more confusing. And also that he named a lot of his kids after himself and his grandchildren after himself makes it even more confusing. But, I get paid by the hour. So the sheer rampage in his own immediate family was so awful that Emperor Augustus, who was Herod's ally, at one point said, "It is better to be Herod's pig than to be his son," which was kind of a riff on the idea, as Augustus was aware, that Herod would not eat pork, at least not in Jerusalem, and probably when he had to eat Chinese, maybe he was a little bit more lenient. But that was a joke, right? I guess I can't joke on Tisha B'Av, right? Sorry. There is, by the way, for those in the audience, there's uproarious laughter in the room. It's just the microphone doesn't pick it up properly. So, but Augustus is saying it's better to be Herod's pig because Herod won't eat a pig than his own son, because Herod would metaphorically eat his own children. So this is basically, finally, this is the grave that he created for himself, a tomb at Herodium, which was later excavated. On his death, he wanted to make sure that people would be sad, so therefore he ordered his troops to arrest a whole series of Jewish leaders, and that he left orders that when he dies, all of those Jewish leaders who were innocent should be killed. And that way he would guarantee that there would be widespread mourning in Israel. he was definitely insane by the last days. At one point, he attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. He was unsuccessful. And then the last act is when he heard that his own son Antipater was possibly rebelling against him. He ordered him killed, and then he changed his will for the seventh and final time until he finally expired. His sister Salome was able to rescue the arrested Jews, but nevertheless, afterwards he was buried at Herodium, and he ended an absolutely brilliant in some ways and horrific rule over Israel for several decades. It is the end of the Herodian period, even though it's going to be 6 decades before the Great Revolt breaks out. It is ironically the loss of Herod that leads directly to the revolt. Here is, by the way, an architectural drawing of what his last tomb looked like, with beautiful, palatial areas. This is the architect who discovered the actual sarcophagus of Herod, which had apparently been raided at some point over the last 2,000 years, and whatever goods were never stolen. Okay, so let us understand what actually happened after Herod died, and how does that substantiate my statement that it leads directly to the Great Revolt. So here is the region of Judea, the Emperor Augustus in Rome. And remember, Judea has this kind of strange level of quasi-independence. Herod was a client king operating under Roman authority and Roman auspices. And when he dies, Augustus is hesitant to give anyone the same kind of rule over the land of Judea. So he decides this, and also this is confused by the fact that Herod left multiple wills in which he indicated who was his favored child to rule, and so Augustus basically had to make the decision. He gave the largest part of the land of Israel to Herod's son Archelaus. The north went to Antipas, and further north really into what we would call today Syria and Lebanon under Philip. This was part of Judea at the time. They all proved to be extremely incompetent rulers. Archelaus in particular simply could not make a decision, and there was a tremendous amount of dissent. So in the year 6, the Roman Empire exiled Archelaus and said that he simply cannot rule this region anymore. We'll take care of it ourselves. And he was sent to a town called Vienne, which is on the Rhone River near in south of France. So it's not so bad if you're going to be exiled to be sent to the south of France. There was no Chabad, there was no Chinese food. In many ways, I don't know why. Is everyone fasting or something? Okay. Now, Rome did retain a client king who appears in the Gemara, a fascinating figure, Agrippas. There were actually 2 Agrippases. The first one was rather nondescript. The second one, who had a very checkered and unusual life, he actually appeared to be something of a Baal Tshuva himself, and he was very enamored of the Jews. It is the second Agrippas, most likely, who appears in the Gemara in a favorable light, but that will take us afield where we are. What's more significant is that the Romans say, okay, you're going to have your king, but it's largely ceremonial, and the real people in charge are called procurators or prefects, and they will be the real holders of authority in Judea. Perhaps the most infamous of them, particularly in the Western tradition, is Pontius Pilate, who is mentioned here in this stone. He, of course, ruled over the crucifixion of Jesus, and that's why his name in particular sticks in the Western imagination. We will have a little bit to say about Christianity, which, of course, does develop during the time we're discussing. But let's look at the variety of Jewish opinion on how to deal with this new political situation. I'm going to discuss 3 sects now. We'll have 2 of them to discuss a little bit later in a different context. The most significant of them, in terms of their power, were the Sadducees. The Sadducees were, according to the Gemara, the descendants of an individual named Sadok, but the Gemara explains that they were claiming the role of the kahuna, the role of the Kohen Gadol, the great high priest. The Mishnah says that Antigonus, the man of Socho and Pirkei Avos, had 2 students, Tzadok and Boetus, and they both misunderstood a basic teaching of his, in which Antigonus, of course, and I'm sure you're familiar with the Mishnah, says that you should serve the master not for the sake of receiving reward. And they understood that to mean, well, I guess there is no reward. There is no olam haba, no world to come. And so they advanced a different vision of Judaism that was very this world focused. It evolved such that the Sadducees received Hasmonean support, and the Boethians from the other one may have been specifically sponsored by Herod. But the most important thing for us to know about the Sadducees, besides the possible differences in their theology, was that they were connected specifically to the temple ritual. They controlled the temple cult. They were overwhelmingly Kohanim, or families of Kohanim associated with the temple, and that was still the nexus of power, spiritual and political, in the land of Israel. So the Sadducees tended to be quite divergent from what modern Jews would understand as basic Judaism, but they had an extremely important role to play in the temple, and they were extremely close with the Romans. These were the establishment figures. These were the aristocracy that had a vested interest in continuing their relationship with Rome, and definitely did not want to rock the boat with any kind of rebellious measures. The contrasting group, which we should recognize is much more familiar to us, are the so-called Pharisees. Now, we're not exactly sure if the Pharisees are the same as what the Gemara calls the Perushim. The term Parush means separate, and so we do have this phrase occurring a number of times in the Gemara, where there's a group of rabbis who are called Parushim because they want to get away from the nastiness of politics. They want to get away from the lashon hara, the gossip that goes on, and they want to just focus on their religious development. It's not entirely clear that that is the definitive etymology of the term, but the term Pharisee is basically borrowed from Christian writings, where it occurs frequently in the New Testament, and specifically in the book of John, usually in argument with Jesus. So in Christian lexicons, the word Pharisee is basically equivalent to hypocrite. So it's definitely not a nice term. Now, of the Jews who definitely say we are Pharisees, we only have two in the entire corpus of ancient literature, and they are both somewhat suspect. One of them is Saint Paul, who calls himself a Pharisee, so he's maybe not necessarily a model Jew. He's not going to be honored at the dinner next year. And the other is Josephus, a little bit problematic as well. I'm going to turn to Josephus momentarily. Their relationship to the Sadducees is fascinating because the Pharisees were known to be much more populist, meaning they seem to have the loyalty of the common masses of Jews. There's also an urban-rural split where the Sadducees are very much focused in the cities, and especially in Jerusalem. The Pharisees seem to have a lot more influence in the hilltop culture outside of Jerusalem, in the fields of Galilee and so on. And they tend to be viewed as more legitimate spiritual leaders for the common Jew, as opposed to the Sadducees, who are kind of like functionaries who handle the sacrificial ritual, but do not necessarily provide that kind of one-on-one guidance that you would expect, for example, from a rabbi. And it is, in fact, the Pharisees who are most likely identified with the early rabbis. The follow-through from the writings of who we assume are the Pharisees is very much in line with what Orthodox Jews consider, at any rate, Judaism today. And finally, we will get to the Christians and the Zealots shortly, but the last group I'd like to mention here is the fascinating Qumran sect. We know that sometime in the Hashmonaean period, a group of Jews decided to completely separate from everything that was going on in Jerusalem, the nastiness in the capital, the association with the Romans, and so on, and they went out to live a very ascetic life in the Dead Sea region. We know this, of course, because in the 1960s, a remarkable cache of documents, in the 1950s, beginning actually in the late 40s, a remarkable cache of documents called the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered. One of the most important scholars involved is Professor Eliezer Sukenik here. And these scrolls, hundreds of them, sometimes overlap with writings that we are familiar with elsewhere, the books of Tanakh, all the books except for the book of Esther, and then a whole bunch of other really weird books that we don't have elsewhere in the canon, some of them written on copper sheets like this, and they seem to have been a really bizarre set of writings that eagerly anticipated the apocalypse within moments. And there's a lot of strange writings about the master of righteousness and the teacher of evil and all kinds of bizarre things that go on. People are still trying to figure out exactly who were these Qumran groups. Josephus, who I know I've mentioned his name several times to tell you who he is, but I will mention that he spent several years living among a group of people he called who followed the fourth philosophy that were likely these Qumran sects. Their region was destroyed in the 60s of the Common Era, but it was later excavated, and you can see that they lived, way out here in pretty remote areas. And we have, for example, one is called the Manual of Discipline, in which they discuss the way initiates were to behave. They were to eat their meals in silence. They were really big on ritual purity. They would dip in the mikvah several times a day. And Josephus tells us, amazingly, that they would refrain from defecating on the Sabbath. It was kind of a bizarre thing. When they were initiated, they were given a small latrine shovel, and one of the most important things they could do was make sure they took care of their excrement. So they were kind of a strange group that I would love to spend more time studying and talking about. But we're going to go to the conflict now. So that gives you a sense of how bizarre the environment is as we're moving into the first century. Now, we are extremely indebted for almost all of this information to this man, who we don't know if he looked anything like this. This is just one of the fanciful 18th century representations of Josephus. But he is an unusual man named Yosef ben Matityahu, who was born in the year 37. And he tells us several times, he wrote an autobiography, and he also describes his life at multiple points in his several works, that he came from an aristocratic family with Pharisaic leanings. He described himself, as I mentioned, as a Pharisee, although he definitely had connection to other groups. He experimented a little bit spiritually by going out to Qumran. And he was apparently important enough that he was sent to Rome as a young man as part of a Jewish delegation to negotiate various things for the state. While in Rome, he was overwhelmed. He was like the buildings and the architecture and the government and the society. And he just thought Rome was absolutely fantastic. When he returned to the land of Israel, he discovered that the land was in open revolt. And much to his dismay, he was placed in charge of the troops in the Galilee. At a young age, he was in his 30s, and he was placed in this very important military capacity. So he must have been quite an important figure. Certainly he tells us he was. He tells us about how he was so precocious that at the age 14, all the rabbis of Jerusalem would come to him with their shilas. And, he never suffered from excessive humility. But at any rate, he ends up, the reason why he is so important to us is because he left us a remarkable book, The War of the Jews, the Roman Jewish War, that tells us everything we really want to know about what happened in the war. But he is an extremely problematic source, because basically what happened is when he was, when his settlement in Yotapata, I'll show you some pictures of it in a minute, where it was attacked by the Romans in the Great Revolt, he ultimately surrendered to Vespasian, who would later be the emperor, and he became an aide-de-camp to the Romans. He became their sort of cultural interpreter, maybe their literal interpreter, and he was literally side by side with the Romans as they destroyed the temple in Jerusalem. He gives us a very valuable first-person account. Then after the war, he went to Rome with his captors, now patrons. He took their family name. He is known as Titus Flavius Josephus. Titus was ostensibly his best friend, the Titus who destroyed the temple. And Flavius was the family name of that group of emperors. And everything that he wrote was written with the editing supervision of his patrons, the Romans. We know that he wrote a version of his history first in Aramaic, the lingua franca of the Jews, but later that was translated to Greek, and as he developed his proficiency in language, he wrote many books in Greek, the massive 20-volume Jewish Antiquities, very important one. and he made a great career out of being the Jewish expert for Rome, the entire Roman Empire. His books are extremely valuable, but very difficult to appreciate because he was fundamentally a traitor. He betrayed the Jewish cause by going over to the Romans, but at the same time, he was a captive of the Romans, and he couldn't write anything without their assent and approval. He knows that if he says something bad about the Romans, the emperor himself is going to have words with him about it. So reading Josephus is extremely difficult. You have to constantly read between the lines of what he might have wanted to say, and there are many, many different interpretations as to what kind of a person he actually was. So we rely very heavily on him for much of our sources. We definitely have other sources. We have Tacitus, who lived at the same period of time, but had an unusually strong anti-Jewish bias that comes out. We have Cassius Dio, a historian who lived in the next century, who was especially important for the Bar Kokhba revolt. And we have the church historian Eusebius, who wrote extensively about the war, but he wrote it from a distinctly Christian perspective, using the events of the war as justification for the growth of Christianity. So all of these historians are somewhat difficult to use for various reasons. Let me mention one small footnote about Josephus. It's quite fascinating, since I mentioned Eusebius. There are a lot of historians who are active at this time. We know they're quoted in Josephus and elsewhere, but their books have been lost. Why is it that Josephus survived? I mean, he is a very dramatic writer. He does get a tremendous amount of energy and information, and is dramatic, full of narrative in his histories, and so he's a good historian. But why would he have survived? The main reason appears to be that one of the copyists of Josephus was a Christian living probably in the 4th century, that is 300 years after these events, and he said to himself, how is it possible that we're reading an entire book on the Roman-Jewish war, and there's not one single mention of Jesus? I mean, how is that possible? So he decided to add a paragraph. It's called the Testimonium Flavium. It's been shown to be a forgery from many centuries afterwards, but it has this really bizarre paragraph in which it describes, and then Jesus came, and he was the Messiah, and now back to the war. Right? It was just one little kind of paragraph stuck in there, and but ironically, because Josephus was a 1st century Jewish historian, and we had this reference to Jesus, the church preserved his works. Jews were not reading Josephus. Jews only got interested in Josephus in the 10th century, when an Italian Jew translated a version of it called the Yosipon, Sefer Yosipon, into Hebrew. We weren't reading Josephus at all. We weren't, as they say in the Talmud and in the yeshiva, we weren't gores him, literally. But it was that one little passage that meant the church wanted to preserve his works, and so he unusually had a great shelf life in the church, and we're grateful for that, because we have Josephus, even if it is marred by that strange passage. Okay, we're at the end of the Herodian Compromise. How is it possible that we get to a period where we are ready for revolt after Herod? So, I got to do this again. I got to do this. See if that will work. Yes, here we go. So first of all, what did Herod do? Herod was, even though he was a madman and he would murder individual Jews and he would be very cruel and repressive of any kind of rebellion, he understood what Jews wanted, and he was very careful to make sure that he never stepped over his boundaries. For example, in Jerusalem at this time, there was an extreme allergy to physical images. Like, for example, actually, that's not the same one we used to have. Did we have a different thing here at one point? We did. I always felt a little squeezy about it. It was like kind of a sun image that was bully. Maybe I'm thinking of another synagogue. But the Jews in Jerusalem were really, really allergic to any kind of images. And Herod and others would make sure that coins that were minted would not circulate in Jerusalem if they had faces on them, which was a really big deal. And so he was very, very careful to make sure that the Jews, it didn't cost him anything. So he just made sure that they were happy with those things. He made sure the temple ran right. He beautified the temple, made sure that Jews who cared got what they wanted. He also cared about non-Jews. And there are lots of non-Jews living in the land of Israel. It has never been ethnically monolithic. There's always been multiple populations in the land of Israel. And he was solicitous of their concerns. He would not put an amphitheater in Jerusalem, but he would put an amphitheater in Caesarea, for example. He felt that that's what people wanted there, and they can have it there. And when he went there, then all of a sudden he was a different kind of king. So he made sure that the various populations were more or less mollified with what they cared about. And he maintained unwavering loyalty to Rome. This is after he decided where his bread was best buttered. But once he had tied himself to Augustus, then he was very, very strict on this line and made no hint of ever disobeying his Roman overlords. And these three things together really meant that he was able to establish a stable kingdom in Judea for 40 years. With his death, you have a whole cascade of events where they rapidly run out of control. And I'm just going to give you 5 or 6 of them right now, but you can imagine how over the course of a few decades, the peace with Rome, which had been intact for 60 years, was now fraying and eventually boiled over into open revolt. For example, immediately after he died, a praetor named Sabinus tried to raid the temple treasury. Temple treasury was one of the greatest sources of wealth in the Eastern Mediterranean because Jews had been for hundreds of years religiously submitting the Machzis shekel to Jerusalem. We have lots of sources of how the Romans respected the fact that there were specific routes where caravans would bring cash from the Jews in Babylonia, the Jews in Antioch, the Jews in Alexandria, and they would all converge in Jerusalem, and the temple had a massive treasury that the Romans frequently coveted. We see this even much earlier with the Hashmonaim, with Antiochus, who, for example, wanted to raid the temple treasury as well. So once this procurator, this new Roman leader, shortly after Herod dies, he tries to take some money from the temple treasury. There's like an immediate uprising in Jerusalem with Jews being incensed that how can they take this literally holy money, the Machzis shekel, and they had to pull in the governor from Syria. Judea was actually part of the larger Syrian administrative apparatus, and he had to come and quell a revolt on Shavuos in the year 4 BCE, immediately after the death of Herod. That's followed later by a property assessment under another prefect, this time named Coponius, that sparked local tax rebellions because when Herod was in charge, they knew they would be taxed, but they also expected seeing things for their money. You saw more public works, you saw more employment, and all of a sudden this was not happening. And so you have local rebellions that are not put down effectively as Herod did. Pontius Pilate, the prefect during the period of the early Christian movement, he allows shields and standards with Roman images in the holy city of Jerusalem, causing another uprising. These are all, over the course of several decades, flashpoints in which Jews increasingly know that Rome does not have our back. Jews were willing to live with Roman authority for a long period of time, as long as they felt that we had local representation who cared about our desires. But when they began to feel that the Romans were not supporting them, this was terrible, especially in the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans, a group that lived in the northern region of Shomron that were in frequent conflict with traditional Jews. There's a lot to say about who the Samaritans are and who the Jews are. They're very closely related, to be sure, but they're fighting for centuries and centuries. The Romans seem to want to just take a step back and not intervene and let the conflict rage without any kind of authority. Caligula, the emperor, when he hears that Jews in Alexandria are upset with the idea of setting up an idol in their synagogue, he says, well, I'm going to put an idol in the temple itself. This is in the year 37. This is the emperor saying, that's it, we're going to make an idol. And it was only because it was slow-walked by local Roman administrators who knew that if Claudius Caligula had succeeded in putting an idol in a temple, there would definitely be war. The way that the Jews got out of it is that Caligula was assassinated in the year 41, and so the effort came to naught. But we came very, very close to the precipice of war several times during the first century. And then, of course, in the year 66, as we shall see shortly, that's when the cessation of temple sacrifices for Rome occurred, and that was a huge insult to the Roman Empire. This is described, of course, in the Gemara, that by not offering, and this story of Bar Kamsa and Bar Kamsa is associated with this, by not offering the traditional sacrifice on behalf of the emperor. This was an insult to the Roman Empire as a whole, and certainly would precipitate war. Almost as if we decided on Shabbos to stop saying the prayer for the government. Even though, people may not be paying attention and things like that, and who knows what the Kavanah of people is. Nevertheless, if you make a point saying we're not going to do it anymore, that's definitely an insult to the government. So that's what really brings us to the brink of war. The moment that sparked the war occurred in the city of Caesarea that we've talked about as largely a non-Jewish city. The Emperor Nero had actually given more privileges to the Greek population that were dominant in Caesarea at the time. And there was an exceptionally cruel and heartless procurator named Gessius Florus, who was known for, on many instances of having very little patience with the Jewish population in Judea and favoring other populations. There's one specific incident that Josephus identifies as the last straw on the camel's back. It was a property dispute in Caesarea over a synagogue that wanted to expand. And apparently there were neighboring properties that were workshops, and they were building things on Shabbat, and that was very disturbing to the Jews in the synagogue. And the Jews kept on making offers to buy the next door facility with no avail. And in one particular incident, which was meant to intimidate the Jews, someone in the dead of night went and offered a ritual sacrifice of a bird, like an avodah zarah sacrifice, on the steps of the synagogue, and this caused an upheaval among the Jews in Shul. You can imagine a Darkei Noam, you can imagine something like someone nailing a dead dog to the door or something. That would make us angry. Maybe not an avodah zarah sacrifice, but something like that would be just terrible. And so some of the younger members of the synagogue got up in arms, and actually a fight broke out. The elders of the synagogue realized that there was going to be some trouble. They took the Sefer Torah and they left and they fled the region. And Gessius Florus simply was hands off in the entire period. The Jews appealed to Gessius Florus for some kind of remedy, and he refused to even consider it. This ultimately resulted in rioting in Jerusalem, especially after Gessius Florus goes once again to the temple treasury and withdraws a paltry amount, 17 talents. I mean, it's a lot of money, but in the context of what a Roman Empire needs, it's like going to, robbing a bank and taking $10,000. The bank has a lot more than $10,000 in it. $10,000 is like small change. The Jews not only rioted, causing a pushback from the Roman garrison settling there and massacring Jews in the streets, but they also openly mocked Gessius Florus by walking around with their hats out, saying, Gessius Florus needs some money. Can someone please contribute to the pushka for him? After these massacres, however, and this is all happening in the year 66, the rebels ultimately gained the upper hand in Jerusalem. They had the numerical advantage, and the garrison of Roman soldiers stationed there surrendered, and then the Jews massacred the surrendered soldiers, which was a huge miscalculation, because not only was it an act of incredible cruelty, but it also meant that Romans saw that if they were in a fight with the Jews, there was no point in surrendering, because they would be killed. Josephus' account for this, so he praised the Jews in this context in the worst possible light, but nevertheless, it indicates the level of escalating violence that's happening, that ultimately results in Cestius Gallus' campaign. So Emperor Nero says, what is all this business going on in Jerusalem? This is going to interfere with our tax revenue from Judea. I'm sending you, General Cestius Gallus, down from Syria. Please go down there and take care of this rebellious population. At this point, the Jews had not openly said, we are rebelling from Rome, but they were protesting, and there was violence in the streets, Jews against Romans. And so Cestius Gallus brought a legion, which is about 5,000 troops, and with about the same number of auxiliaries, a massive number of soldiers, and they marched down to Jerusalem in the summer of 66. He came right to the gates of Jerusalem. He stayed there for about 3 weeks, and then he mysteriously departed. And historians have tried to figure out what was he thinking of. I think the most reasonable argument is that he came down to show of force, to intimidate the rebels, saying, realize that if you keep pushing this, you're going to have to deal with my armies. But it was a horrific miscalculation because the rebels were only encouraged by his departure. And the rebels took advantage of their superior knowledge of the terrain, and they decided to meet him at this place here, shown in the picture, Beit Horon, which was noted for its very narrow pass. And don't forget, we've got about 10,000 soldiers. We have tens of thousands of donkeys carrying food. We have a massive train that extended for about 6 miles of people largely on foot, trying to make their way up this narrow pass where they can only walk about 3 or 4 abreast at the more narrow spots. The rebels attacked Cestius Gallus at these narrow passes, slicing his legion into pieces, like cutting up a worm on the street, and ultimately dispersing all of them. Cestius Gallus was able to escape with his life. He made his way back to Caesarea and ultimately to Rome, where he was humiliated and defeated, and especially because the Jewish rebels had seized the Roman eagle standard, which was the symbolic presence of the Roman Empire with the soldiers. This represented an entire defeat of a full legion of battle-hardened soldiers, together with another contingent of auxiliaries. And for the rebels, this was a movement of tremendous excitement because they meant that we were able to drive the Romans from our land, but ultimately it meant that the war would begin in earnest. Cestius Gallus had stepped away from Jerusalem. He had made his show of force. Here I am. This is what you'll get if you play with Rome. And the rebels were completely encouraged to only increase their rebellious activity. It was one of the classic military errors of this largely leaderless group. There was no one single leader like Yehuda Maccabee or David HaMelech who was able to bring these groups together. They're all basically acting in their own various factions. And the second greatest error of the Jews at this point was that they realized that they had driven away the Romans, and they didn't significantly plan for the Romans to come back. It's as if they engaged in magical thinking that, hey, we've driven away the Romans, just like Yehuda Maccabee drove away the Syrians, and now we're home free. But in fact, this was just the beginning of the war in the summer of 66. So what ends up happening, actually, maybe I should pause for a moment. I talked a blue streak for an hour. Does anyone have any questions at this point? Clear as the sun at noonday. Nobody likes to ask the first question. Does someone have a second question? Oh, please, second question.
So what do you have autonomy?
No.
So obviously they're going to but what did we in Rome actually care what they were doing, and what was it, I guess, finding local leaders?
Yeah. No, it's an excellent question. This is the period which is known as the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. And the Roman peace was basically one in which as long as you paid your taxes, then everything was copacetic. And that the Romans would be very happy to share authority with local populations. The Jews were not the only population in this kind of situation, where the local aristocracy could be elevated to a level of rulership to varying degrees of real authority. And under Herod in particular, they had tremendous autonomy. There was basically, they could wage their own wars against other populations, expand the territory. They had to do this within the context of Roman permission, but it's kind of like, America asserts tremendous authority over all kinds of countries all over the world, but those countries have a high degree of autonomy. It's not a good comparison because America is, after all, a democratic country and so on. But the idea is that Rome was very happy for Judea to do whatever it wanted. It really didn't, and actually, it gave the Jews tremendous freedom religiously. They said, we don't understand your religion. It is so bizarre for us, but we will count it as a religio licita. This is all the way back from Julius Caesar, as a legitimate religion. And Jewish soldiers serving in the Roman army, of which there were many, were exempt from the mandatory rituals of obeisance to the emperor, which is a phenomenal thing. It's like saying you can join the American army will make sure that you have kosher food and you can take off Shabbos and all kinds of things like that. So the Romans were very happy to give the Jews great autonomy as long as the tax returns kept coming in on time. Yes, please.
At this point in time, the Sanhedrin did not have the authority to execute.
Yeah.
So how does that fit into this?
So the execution of prisoners, which of course is very problematic because the Sanhedrin rarely engaged in executing people anyways, but that, that would be one of those areas where the Romans would have a say in, okay, who are you killing, who are you not killing? I think where we see it most significantly is in the gospel account of the crucifixion, and to what degree the Sanhedrin is involved, to what degree the local population is involved. Ultimately, it's Pontius Pilate's decision. So it was not basically, it was a client relationship, but tremendous freedom overall. In general, we lived with the Romans for 60 years, and we could have lived with them a lot if it were not for the interference, largely because Herod was able to hold off that for a long time. Okay, let's go on because we unfortunately have a lot more war to get through. So Emperor Nero, he's disgusted with Cestius Gallus. What a humiliation. He gets sent packing by a bunch of, who are these people anyways? So he looks for a new general to send there. There's one general in particular, battle-hardened, extremely experienced, was General Vespasian. And Nero had a bit of a grudge against him because Nero was an unusual kind of emperor. He fashioned himself as something of a poet and a singer, and he used to mandate mandatory attendance at his recitals, and he would sing the poems that he had composed for various audiences. Vespasian unfortunately fell asleep during one of those recitals, and Nero was apparently incensed. And so then he said, okay, Vespasian, you are going to Jerusalem. You're going to clean up the mess that Cestius Gallus left behind. And Vespasian was a far more competent general than Cestius Gallus, and he decided to begin, as did Cestius Gallus, in the north. But rather than marching directly to Jerusalem, he spent the first year, 67, mopping up territories in the north. In the Galilee, which was largely populated by sort of hilltop villages like this one in Gamala, he just went from one to the next, and the Romans had like a hedgehog kind of strategy. Lay in a siege, it's going to be really expensive, it's hard on the besiegers it's hard on the people who mount the siege to survive it, but really invest in your logistics, in the donkeys bringing food and water from wherever, and wait there until they starve and they surrender. And he did this to one village after another, and it was just a machine where the Romans would do the same thing over and over again. They did it also in Jerusalem, and it was the same thing, only bigger, but that was basically the Roman strategy. It almost always worked. Josephus was in command of the north. He describes all kinds of really clever things that he did to try and deceive the Romans. Like, for example, when they were running short on water, Josephus told the people of one town to wash all of their laundry and then hang it over the walls of the city, so the Romans would see the dripping wet laundry, and they say, oh my gosh, they must have a lot of water if they can waste it on laundry like that. But ultimately, the siege always won, and Vespasian simply took his time moving from village to village. One particular village is extremely important. This is a memorial at a city called, or a town called Yotfat. In Greek it would be Yotapata. And this is where Josephus made his last stand. I mentioned to you earlier how he turned coat. It might be useful to mention that the way in which he describes the scenario is that after, mightily attempting to defend Yotapata, he realizes it's hopeless, and he finds himself in an underground tunnel with about a dozen other soldiers. They're all angry with him because they said, why did you put us in this situation? He says, wait, I got a better idea. Rather than surrender to the Romans, which would be humiliating and would be undignified, why don't we just engage in a shots? We'll each choose a straw, and whoever gets the short straw will have to murder the others, and that way we will at least die with dignity rather than give ourselves to the Romans. And so they do this in small groups until finally, amazingly, Josephus turns out to be one of the last two guys holding the short straws. All the others have killed each other, and Josephus says to his friend, wait a second, let's rethink this. And he ultimately decides at that point not to kill himself, and that's when he presents himself to Vespasian, and the rest of the period mentioned. So Yotapata, which fell in the summer of 67, is where Josephus ended his career with the Jews. Meanwhile, there's a really important note that's difficult to fit into the chronology, but it's extremely important for us in this room, and that is that a group of Jews led by Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiated with Vespasian. The story of this negotiation is described in the Gemara in Brachos. It has Yochanan ben Zakkai smuggling himself out of a siege to meet with Vespasian and present particular demands to him. There's a miraculous event where Vespasian has had dreams about Yochanan ben Zakkai and sees him as a holy man, so he decides to grant him his 3 wishes. One of them is, Tenu Yavne v'Sachameha, give me the town of Yavne, Yamnia, which is here closer to the coast, and its sages. And this means that the small coterie of Pharisees, who were largely opposed to the war, they were not interested in fighting against Rome. They felt that it was futile and a waste of energy and dangerous. So Vespasian allows him to take a group of the Pharisees from the areas and move to Yavne, and that proved to be the nucleus of the growth of the future Jewish community, spiritually in particular. So just mentioning that as a footnote now, because we've got to get to the sectarian infighting. So one of the other groups that I didn't mention, of course, were the early Christians. Christianity is just beginning at this time. The crucifixion is around the year 30, and this particular scene shows you an event that's described in the book of Acts that shows here the procurator with King Agrippa. He definitely does not look nice. He's not like a sympathetic procurator, and his sister Berenice, who are meeting with St. Paul, the Apostle Paul. Agrippa apparently was very interested in religion in general, and he would interview Paul to try to understand what exactly is going on with Christianity at this time. But in terms of what would happen to the Christians is, during the siege of Jerusalem, they would largely flee to the eastern bank of the Jordan River to a place called Perea, and then later they would return and they would claim that the destruction of the temple was essentially a punishment for rejecting Jesus, and this becomes a really fundamental building block in Christian theology thereafter. But in terms of the war, Nero commits suicide in the year 68. He's dealt with some really challenging things with the burning of Rome and the tax revolts and so on. And this puts Rome into a period of civil war as several figures are competing for the throne. Vespasian, who is right now in Israel, will ultimately become the emperor. But the chaos in Rome means that the Jews have a little bit of a pause in the fighting. There's not much fighting going on in the years 68 and 69 because Vespasian is going back to Rome and he's going to sell things there. And this gives the rebels a tremendous amount of time to figure out what they're going to do with the impending Roman advance, and they completely waste it. They spend more time fighting with each other than preparing for the attack on Rome. Paul is, meanwhile, by the way, making his way throughout the Mediterranean, proselytizing in largely Jewish communities, but speaking to a lot of Gentiles who are fascinated with this new religion, and ultimately that would represent the growth of the faith as a whole. So various rebel groups begin to converge on Jerusalem. Many of them were displaced from Vespasian's early attacks in 67 in the north. Others came from their bolt holes around Masada, which was ruled by one of them, and the south in Idumea. And they ultimately take over the city of Jerusalem, multiple rebel factions, and they engage in mutual infighting. While Romans regroup, the Jews fight each other. The Shimon bar Giora, one of the most noted of the rebels and a ferocious, fearsome warrior, he took over much of the lower city of Jerusalem. John of Giscala, coming from the north, took over much of the temple courtyard, and Elazar ben Shimon was largely ensconced in the Haifa itself. And they fought with each other so bitterly that, amazingly, they actually burned each other's stores of grain. I mean, they should know that Rome is coming back with armies. They are going to besiege Jerusalem. The worst thing you can do is destroy your stores of grain. But they had so much hatred for each other that they could not abide the possibility of them surviving. It's an absolutely horrific period in the lead up to the Great Siege that I think provides us a tremendous number of moral lessons for how Jews should not behave. And there was active fighting between the groups. Ultimately, Vespasian will become the emperor in Rome, and he will set aside his son Titus to manage the siege of Jerusalem. Here is a bust of Titus. Titus brings with him his loyal interpreter Josephus to accompany him to the actual temple itself. So the siege actually begins in the spring of 70, before the holiday of Passover, and the Romans essentially lay in for the long haul, because this is their go-to strategy. Just simply surround them, cut them off from any supplies, let them starve themselves out. The Jews had already weakened their position by destroying their own stores of grain, but they did have a relatively secure water supply, thanks once again to Herod, among others. Josephus describes quite believable cases of starvation and cannibalism that echo the passages that we read about last night in Eicha, that is absolutely horrific. The siege goes as follows. First of all, Titus constructs this major siege wall around the entire region. He attempts a couple of times to attack the city frontally, but is repelled. And amazingly, as insane as the rebels were, and as short-sighted as their leadership were, they were terrifying, vicious, brilliant warriors. And they initiated some absolutely heroic and innovative ways of fighting back the Romans and held them off for a remarkable amount of time. Like, for example, when Titus first advanced, he set up camp on Har HaShofim, Mount Scopus. I'm sure many of you know the geography. It's a big mountain just outside of Jerusalem. And he figured from that base he would be able to attack the city. To his surprise, the rebels emerged from the city and fought uphill against Titus and caught him by surprise as they were still setting up their camp. Titus himself was even wounded in this attack. Eventually, the legion was able to push them back, but it was rather remarkable that they would attempt this act of great chutzpah. Another example, the Romans would build these massive siege engines that, because they were so heavy and because you have the valleys surrounding Jerusalem, they had to construct these huge earthenware ramps to be able to bring the siege engines up to the wall. This again, the Romans had patience. They knew logistics. They planned well in advance, and they were able to overwhelm most of their enemies simply by, engineering what they needed to ensure a swift victory. Well, I shouldn't say swift, a victory. They would take their time to get it done right. And so the Jews, remarkably, began to tunnel under the earthenware ramp, reinforcing it with wooden staves. And then once the Romans had brought their siege engines onto the ramp, they set fire to their tunnels, collapsing the ramp and destroying the siege engines, which was a great frustration for the Romans, but they just simply started over again. And they built another ramp and built more siege engines. Ultimately, they were able to break through. There are actually 3 walls that are protecting Jerusalem. They break through one in May of 70. The inner wall was breached after a further week of fighting. And then in late July, they finally breached through the second wall. This was probably the 17th of Tammuz breach that we commemorate. And then finally, they were able to breach through the Antonia fortress at the northern part of the temple gate and attack the temple itself. The actual construction of the temple is something of a controversy. The Josephus portrays it in a manner quite favorable to us, because after all, he's writing a book that, he has teachers reading over his shoulder. And the temple was regarded quite rightly as one of the great wonders of the Eastern Mediterranean. It's considered a phenomenal architectural thing of great beauty. The Talmud speaks about it. It says that if you've never seen Herod's temple, you've never seen a beautiful building in your life. And so the idea of barbarically destroying this temple was seen in some circles as, an act of cultural insensitivity that destroyed a great artifact of world civilization despite the rebels. So Josephus portrays Titus as telling his soldiers specifically, don't attack the temple itself. We'll take care of the rebels, but certainly preserve the temple building. And then mysteriously he goes and he has a nap in the middle of the day. You know, you're about to take over the central stronghold of the rebels. You don't take a nap necessarily at that time. It's hard to believe he did so. And then they woke him up once the temple was actually aflame. And he came out and apparently, according to Josephus, expressed his displeasure. It's far more likely that in the context of the bitter fighting, which was absolutely intense, the Roman soldiers were perfectly happy to set fire to the temple, and he did not object, but we don't have that in the Josephine record. We do have more of it in the Talmud itself. And that ultimately is the destruction of the temple itself. This is the moment which the Romans rightly declare the war over. There are still mopping up operations. There are still a few strongholds where the rebels have maintained their position. Perhaps most significant of them is, of course, here at Masada. I forgot to mention before I get to Masada. The Romans, at that point, engineered a huge propaganda event to celebrate this victory. They constructed this massive arch, which still stands today in Rome. It's called the Arch of Titus, that celebrates his victory over Judea. And of course, underneath there is this famous bas-relief. Here's a better resolution image of it, which shows Roman soldiers bringing the spoils from Jerusalem back to Rome, including the menorah seen here. The base is something of a controversy. And on the original, which was reconstructed actually by Stephen Fine at Wuxi University, using microscopic paint chips that were left behind. The Romans were very, very garish. They like to paint their sculptures. It's all in blues and yellows, very cartoonish. But it clearly says that, you know, they're bringing with them the Jewish law. What exactly were they bringing? The Jewish temple and the Jewish opera. You can see here the chatzot, other things. This is maybe the shulchan here they brought to Rome. They made a huge triumph, which is a great procession, a parade, which culminated in the public assassination of Shimon ben Gioria, the public execution of Shimon ben Gioria, and then weeks of feasting afterwards. The Romans really wanted to make a big propaganda victory out of this. They also used coinage, and we have about 24 examples of the infamous Judea Capta coins that were minted by Vespasian and his successors, celebrating their victory over Judea. The coins are very similar. There's always on one side you have the face of Vespasian, sometimes Titus and others, and on the other side of the obverse you have a woman representing Judea who is seated, sometimes despondent, looking like she's saying Tachanun, sometimes with bound hands, with a balsam pine behind her. It's one of the major exports of Judea at the time, and frequently there's disproportionately large Roman soldiers lording over her. There's a lot of fascinating research on, like, what exactly, let's just step back for a second, like, what are you talking about Judea Capta? Judea was Capta over 120 years earlier, right? When Pompey came into the region. It wasn't captured. It was essentially a rebellious province that Rome was able to quell the rebellion. So a lot of scholars have pointed out that this new Flavian dynasty of emperors really wanted to, like, convince the Roman population, the empire at large, that no, we're still in charge and we're taking care of business. And they wanted to mount a huge propaganda campaign to convince Romans of the viability of the new Flavian dynasty, and the Jews happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time for that. Certainly, so let's return now to Masada. This is one of the last mop-up operations of the era. Masada, of course, is constructed as a fortress by Herod and was occupied by rebels during much of this period. And they had a uniquely strong position to defend themselves against Roman attacks. So the Romans sent another legion under Silva to conquer the territory, and they again did the same thing. They waited them out. They set up a siege wall. They built a massive ramp of 80 meters high, a siege tower with a ramp to bring it up to the walls at the top of Masada, and then they finally reached the walls. When they entered, according to Josephus, unfortunately Josephus is the only source we have for this, the rebels had all determined that they would take their own lives rather than surrender to the Romans. Now, the this is very problematic for modern historians because typically when we have only one source for an event, we try to look for some kind of corroborating information, and we don't have anything here. All we have is Josephus, who tells us this mass suicide story of Masada. There are some interesting archaeological bits, like, for example, a series of ostraca, little clay pots with people's names on it, including Elazar ben Yair, the leader of the rebels there, that suggests that they may have actually cast lots to take each other's lives. But the problem is Josephus has done this before. This is not the first mass suicide story that he has told us, and so there are a lot of questions about it. It could be that the event never happened at all. It could be that it happened exactly as Josephus told us. But nevertheless, the attack on Masada, which occurred either in the year 73 or 74, represents the end of the Great Rebellion and the ultimate defeat of the Jews in Judea. This would not, however, be the end of the story. I realize I'm running out of time. I'm going to stop at 6:45. Or 7:45 precisely, so I'll just rush through this a little bit if you'll forgive me. Another rebellion breaks out in the year 115 under Trajan. The Jews after the war were in a terrible state. Jerusalem itself is forbidden to them. It was later to be renamed, in fact, Aila Capitolina, and the entire region of Judea was renamed Palestina. The Romans wanted literally to wipe out even the memory of this place. They wanted to remove any association with Jews from Judea. The Makasita, which was that donation given every year by Jews around the world, was retained by the Romans, but they called it a new fiscus judaicus, a Jewish tax. And instead of going to the upkeep of the now destroyed temple, it was diverted to Rome, where it would represent the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter. Hugely insulting and something that Jews really resented. There was ongoing messianic ferment as well. Christianity is expanding dramatically. So there are a series of rebellions among Jews against Romans. The Jews are, they just don't accept defeat. We don't accept defeat. They will not lie down. Rebellions occur in Mesopotamia, in what would be today Libya, in Crete and Alexandria, and even in Judea itself. We don't know a lot about what exactly happened in these. We have some fascinating little bits of information, which I'm going to zip through very quickly. But apparently, the Jews were considered extremely ferocious warriors in all of these battles as well. The last one which we really should consider is, of course, the Bar Kokhba revolt, because 20 years later, the Jews rebel again, and this time with much more success than their previous rebellions, largely because of the dynamic and visionary leadership of one leader, Bar Kokhba, who was quite distinct from the period we described earlier, where there were multiple rebels who were all fighting with each other. This is the famous menorah constructed by Beno Elkan that sits outside the Knesset. In the central panels, you have here a representation of Moses at war with his hands raised against Amalek, and then to his left, you have David HaMelech also in war with the head of Goliath raised overhead, and the third great figure in this menorah is Bar Kokhba, shown here, bound by and bent over by the weight of his rebellion against Rome, which ultimately would be unsuccessful as well. We have lots of sources for this. We also have some great archaeological sources discovered by Yigael Yadin, the chief of staff of the Israeli army, and also a world-renowned archaeologist. I'm going to zip through a little bit of this here. One last detail I should mention here. The Gemara has a lot to say about Bar Kokhba. Fascinating how it says that his soldiers were so well trained that in order to get into the army, you had to pick up a sapling out of the ground while riding a horse, that they would actually amputate their thumbs. I don't know exactly why, I never quite understood the Gemara. Rebbe Akiva famously thought that Bar Kokhba might even be Mashiach. He might even be the anointed one to lead the Jews. And another figure, Yosef ben Gugada, said to him, Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach. Which means to say you'll be long dead before anyone like Bar Kokhba becomes Mashiach. Anyway, the causes of the war are something of a dispute. They're definitely associated with Emperor Hadrian, who visited Judea in the 120s and then came back to deal with the war. It's not clear whether it was a result of persecution or the persecution came afterward, but this was definitely a period of phenomenal attacks on the Jews. This is the period of the Asara Huge Malchus, the martyrdom of the 10 martyrs of the state, Rabbi Akiva's horrific death, Rabbi Hanina ben Teradion's horrific death. We talked about that in the keynotes this morning. This is all associated with this last and final war against Rome. The Bar Kokhba largely used the network of caves in the Dead Sea region to mount guerrilla-style attacks, which were originally successful against the Romans in 66, and were a far better use of strategies than anything else. And he was able to hold out for a very long time. These are some coins that were minted by Bar Kokhba. They're not actually minted. What they would do is they would take Roman coins, heat them up, and then stamp new impressions on them. And they were, religious things like images of the temple and so on. Also, there's a little star on the top here that is his own symbol, Bar Kokhba. Let me just conclude here. Ultimately, the war, the Romans were able to completely crush this rebellion as well at tremendous cost. They had to bring a legion all the way from England to be able to handle it because they didn't have enough forces in the Mediterranean to be able to put it. And famously, Hadrian, when he reported on the war to the Senate, apparently there's a series of phrases that you have to say. He specifically omitted the phrase "Mihi et legiones bene." I and my soldiers are well. He's not willing to say that because Bar Kokhba had given them quite a beating. Ultimately, though, the war would be lost with the last great battle in Beitar, shown here. The Gemara says that the savagery of the Roman vengeance on the Bar Kokhba rebels is so great that the streets ran with blood. And that's, of course, what we commemorate in our benching today in the Barak of images. I'd like to conclude with these three images, and that will bring us to Martha. Thinking about the wars, we have this image. This is actually a tombstone that was discovered just south of Rome, dating from the 1st century of the Common Era, around the year 95. And the inscription in Latin says, this is the grave of Claudia Aster. Her name is probably Esther, prisoner from Jerusalem. It was set up by Tiberius Claudius Proculus, her husband, who was an imperial freedman. He's probably one of the Jewish slaves who later gained citizenship. We took care of the epitaph. I asked you, make sure through the law that you take care that no one cast down my inscription. She lived 25 years. This is a grave of a young girl who was probably, based on the years, she was probably 7 or 8 years old, taken captive from Jerusalem, along with what Josephus reasonably says about 100,000 Jews, and shipped off to slavery in Rome. And then we have this document, which is actually a deed of sale to a woman named Babatha, who was a refugee hiding in the caves with the Bar Kokhba rebels. She gathered with her everything that was important to her, various documents, about 34 of them. And before the Romans attacked and destroyed the rebels living in the cave there, she buried them, and they were discovered. And we found a lot about her specific life as a regular Jewish woman, nevertheless living under horrific circumstances. And finally, this last image, which just appeared in yesterday's Times of Israel, half shekel coin from the revolt against the Romans 2 millennia ago, discovered in a desert cave. The inscription in Paleo Hebrew says, "For the freedom of Jerusalem." With that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance over this 90 minutes reviewing the wars against the Romans. And let us hope that this has been meaningful for you, but that we never have to have this kind of gathering again.
Thank Dr. Abelson for all his efforts and it's way hard to get.
Phrases about Dayan Ben David.
Interesting.
I was on the Zoom the whole time.
Oh,
There was like 5-6 minutes that I was forced to not pay attention, and I need to catch up on that. So I hope I can follow up with you.
Yeah, it's really different. I do have the cold plunge. Yeah, so all the good stuff.
collaborators.
It's all happened already.
Okay, your wife has sent you there? Yes.
Well, we're not sure. We're going to try it and see what happens. Okay.
No, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Right. All right. That's that. And let's
Actually,
okay, and let's just see if this works. And then Rabbi will be ready to go. Okay, whenever you are ready, there's a microphone here.
We're live.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Are we live?
We're live.
Okay. Okay, welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Tshuva lecture series together with Dr. Noam, with Dr. Abramson. Really grateful for all you guys being here and those who are watching at home. We had a conversation with my Rebbe this past week. We were talking about some potential additions, whether we should add to the Matzah. And there's some discussions about the rubs of Soloveitchik's practices. And I said to my Rebbe, I said, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more, is probably enough. I said, tefillah these days is hard enough. And he had a line to me about Rosh Hashanah that I thought was very sharp. He said, it's not halavai they say the words of the siddur. It's halavai they do truth. And I think that he caught me. He was giving me a muster, but he wasn't intending to. But one could go through all Rosh Hashanah, not clap one off 8, and not really do any tshuva, because it didn't ever say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do tshuva. And so, in my Rebbe was giving a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're going to be spending together over the course of the weeks is really to engage in the process of tshuva. Different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the Borei Olam. And Dr. Abramson really prompted having this mini-series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Tomer Devorah, and with Dr. Abramson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his wisdom, expertise with us. And there's a bonus. We have some merch for those who came. That Dr. Abramson actually published a book on Tomer Devorah, and he offers for those who are interested. He has some free copies here up front for those who want. So, you know where he lives now. So, excited, yeah. Yeah, that might not be free. You would like a copy of Dr. Abramson's book. So they're up front. But we're grateful not just to have the book, know the man, but be able to learn live together with Dr. Abramson.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so I think we probably have to pass around right now. So those of you who are early, just get one, and everyone else will be sad. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, and I'm not sure it'll work, but we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely do is to move this down here so it's not quite so. Can I move it? No, that is the wrong thing. Here we go. Oh, there we go. And how do I move it? Pardon me, everyone online, for okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from the spreadsheet, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Tomer Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed Circle of Tzfat in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who is under 40, possible. You know, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Tomer Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, you know, it's too late now. You know, only when you're 20 is when you can really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend, literally could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just look at my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it is something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Devorah, I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, you know, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, you know, can I get a brown paper bag? Maybe I can bring it home like that. But it's just the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It is really a phenomenal work. Change the relationships with the people around you, change your relationship with God, maybe even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, you know, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot, and it's really, you know, given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life and continue to benefit from it. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Click on the screen here. And let's see, here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps, the first printing, came out in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Ramak, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Gedalia. And they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that had ravaged northern Israel at the time. And they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone to a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points, he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one. And there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara. So you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into it in greater detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his Matseva, his gravestone, it's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it is probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalah HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of hashkafic and halachic essays, and he basically said, this book Tomer Devorah is so amazing. I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalach HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovos Levavos and Sil Shisharim and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, the rod of Musar, like to beat you with the shape. Others is kind of like Gadlut Ha'adam, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramah, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he really started. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is exploration of the concept the halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways, meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions over who lives and who dies and plagues and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does. In Tanakh, how do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, Lahavdil, of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming, as I will show you. So, when was this book written? There's a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Tzfat. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can see here, this section here in this green, which includes, of course, Israel, and Tzfat is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Gerush Sfard, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. It is, we don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramak was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese, and This meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal or born in Svat. He was definitely raised in Svat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation as sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. Now, there are difficulties in comparing these two events, but they were both considered like earth-shattering events for the Jews of their time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from Ger Sfard, and they landed in Svat, where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed attention of scholars in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, was one of them. Sfat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period, it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term Tzfat probably comes from the word sofeh, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated, it's high, and you get these gorgeous landscapes all around it, but it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s. And then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective mood, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there, and specifically lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the Great Expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas. They found themselves all together in a town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during his time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors, because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together in one idea? But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of, or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Sfat, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara, the Ayin Hara. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. There's such a big crowd here tonight. I'm so pleased that you came. Thank you all for coming. Just to give you a sense of who is in Sfat at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Sfat, and we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right, Rabbi Moshe ben Yaakov Cordero, and he is really the father of Kabbalah in Sfat. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the Caro, who came a little later. Caro had made his way through Constantinople. but he ended up in Sfat as well. Of course, the author of the Shulchan and a master Kassel. So here is the, just to show you in very proximity, here is Rabbi Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, the author of Lecha Dodi Likras Kala, that we sing every Friday night. It's a virtually universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles, and they would go off and wander throughout the hillside in the region of Tzfat, and they would just like, and the Ramak wrote about this. He wrote a book called Sefer Gerushin, in which he, described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rebbe, and they would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in Tzfat. And the holiness of the people and their Kabbalistic activities, like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Tzfat like iron filings to a magnet. And one of the greatest of them, of course, was the Hari HaKodesh, the great Isaac Luria, Isaac Ashkenazi, who came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Arizal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months before the Ramak died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak, that the Ramak was his Rebbe. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and then how it relates to our interpersonal behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, we have, first of all, his own writings, and he does write some autobiographical information like the Sefer Gerushin. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all his manuscripts, Rabbi Moshe Kassal. Why am I not used to speaking so late? Because you're here, my wife is here, so I'm a little nervous. But Moshe Basalo, he wrote quite a bit, because he published this Tomer Devorah, and everyone was saying, "My gosh, who wrote this amazing book?" And so we had to produce data about it. We missed out a lot of really important things. We don't know, for example, his wife's name. I mean, amazing. We don't know if he had other children beside Gedalia, who was the lone executor of his will. But it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about his life. Also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rebbe like the Ramak or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about them because you revere them. So we do have quite a bit of data that way. Not as much as we'd like, but quite a bit. That was an easy question. So then I have a hard question or hard question, right? Okay. All right. So you ready for the difficult stuff now, the woo-woo stuff? Here we go. Okay. So here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and also really the fundamental question of any monotheistic religion. If we believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? If God truly has no boundaries whatsoever, then what am I? Am I either somehow completely subsumed within God? Because it doesn't feel like it. Most of the time I feel quite distinct from God. Sometimes I feel really mainly I feel quite distinct, but I know they're distinct. I feel like this table on this TV. This is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite crossed? How do you get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, and you see this really in very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramak and Titus Ramonin. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called tzimtzum, shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, kind of like the reverse of like when the paramecium swallows up something else, God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place. But then if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? What exists other than God? So then God reinserts himself, and there's lots of diagrams of this, and usually you see like these big concentric circles with a tiny little drop coming into the center and things like that. God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God, but in a very different way. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the spherot, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels, which basically goes like this, that God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? Because you have to imagine the hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite container, but it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot smashes, the pot shatters. If ever you've ever been to the Soviet Union, they used to serve tea in like glass cups, and like 1 in every 4 or 5 cups would certainly shatter when they put the hot water in. So it was like that. So the first container, which is Keter, well, let's just assume it's Keter for now. There are some exceptions. And that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness, together with the material of the keli, of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first 2 vessels with the light of godliness, goes to a third pot, a fourth, until finally, by the time you get to the bottom, Malkuth, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in this world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this stender, is a mixture of the material dross of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. There are 4 levels of existence. There's those who speak, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is domain silence. And even silent things, meaning rocks and chairs and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal, and one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many who follow the Ramak, because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking without knowledge here, but the Arizal portrayed this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire. And we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities. And the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvahs and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you are allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach in which he says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended, and this is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy as sell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the sphirot, is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye, right? It's way too powerful. It burns out your retinas. You can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, and you can like hold up the mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection of the mirror in a passing way. Because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dulling, and so on. Still too strong to look at it steadily, though. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom in Malkut, you can, as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the dilution of the light throughout the air. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Sphira, and now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. So the Ramak is saying, you'll recall that, we have to know who God is in order to imitate him. But it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, say the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took, right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sphirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sphirot is God saying, I put the universe in any way I wanted. I chose these Sphirot for a reason, because you're supposed to know what these Sphirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokhmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. They have lots of correspondences to the human limbs and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of light going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Tomer Devorah, he goes through each one of the Sphirot and explains this is what God means in terms of chesed. Look at what God does for chesed, and now you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal. It's brilliant. It's incredible. The first two chapters are about Keter alone, the crown. And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows Rizal that adds dot. There's no dot in Kabbalah. Keter, the crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, he forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I know they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, the good Gimel Midos of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. So that's what the Ramak is going to do, walk us through all 13 of those. And then secondly, chapter 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a mind-blowing chapter. Way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is what we're going to look at, the 13 attributes of mercy, because that's what happens in Keter. God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. He does it 13 different ways. And so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. Now, we'll mention one last detail. You probably memorize the 13 attributes as we say them on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, maybe 200,000 times, right? Hashem, Hashem, Kel, Rachim, Bakan, and Erech, and so on. Those are called in Kabbalah the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to our plea for sustenance and our plea for, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of things. But there is a higher 13 midos that comes from the 7th parak of Mitha, which we say only on Tashlich and a few other places. Mit kel kamocha, nosa avnu presha. That is what the Ramak is going to concentrate on. And now those are the 13 midos that explain how we're supposed to behave doing Tomer Deborah. Okay, everybody survived Kabbalah 101. I think we only lost one person. So shall we go on then? We ready? Any other questions before we go on? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Okay. Okay, so let's do selective strategies. Again, I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it would take us way too long, and I'm going to stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to choose, I think, 5 of them that are my favorites, that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think of a Tomer Deborah, and I remember one particular midah or another, one particular attribute, and I say, yeah, it's not like it wipes away my anger. You can't see anything, right? It says the insulted king. I can't figure out how to move this stuff. So the insulted king. So here's what the Ramak starts with. He starts by telling us a secret that only the angels know. He quotes it in Parties from Morning Wealth. He says the name, one of the highest names, we spend a lot of time thinking about names in Judaism. Names are significant, right? We can't even say the Shem HaMeforach, one of the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God is, the angels use among themselves, is they call him the Melech Aluf, the insulted king, or the Melech Ne'alah. Now, what a strange name. What does that mean? So the Ramak explains that, creation, basic Kabbalistic idea, creation is not a one-time thing. We are not deists that believe that God created the world like a clock and wound it up and then walked away. God is constantly involved in creation. Creation is an eternal process. It's massive gracious for Paul Young. And the fact is that nothing at all occurs in the universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single breath we take, every single beat of our heart is facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right? The famous medrash that not a blade of grass grows unless there's a no striking it and saying or grow already. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say the Malachim, the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averos, when we choose to stay. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, every single act of peristalsis as I'm swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, fine, here's some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly the opposite of what he has asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy he gave me to eat a cheeseburger. And this is why the Malachim look at this and they say, this is astounding. How can God possibly tolerate this? How can God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use his energy against him, to rebel against him? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too. God forbid, lo aleinu, if a person has a child with an addiction, and they say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, don't spend it on Vegas or whatever substance or whatever. And you give the money to the child, and the child goes and spends it dafka on exactly what you don't want to do, something which is harmful to him. And nevertheless, he'll come back again and you give money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And the Malachim look at this and they're saying, this is the insulted king. How can you tolerate him? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramak says, is the very first thing that God does in his creation. He knows that we are going to use his energy against him. Nevertheless, he says, I understand that going in, I accept it, and I'm going to allow them to continue with it. I'm hoping that they'll get past it. I hope they'll grow past it, but that is nevertheless what he does, and that's his insulted nature. The second level, I'm going to show you two pieces of art from an artist guy who was actually excited about the Tomer Dvorak. Actually did a 13-part series describing each one of the midos. And some of them, I'll show you two of them. They're absolutely fantastic. This one is called Let It Go For Now. This is my title for it. It's the Hebrew is No Se Avon. She called it Whose Takers Are These? So this gets also a little bit weird of the Kabbalah. But we have this passage in Pirkei Avos. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. It says that, whenever you do a single mitzvah, you get a snagger, you get an advocate, right? As it were, and I'm sure you probably remember when you were kids, if you said a bracha, your parents would say to you something like, oh, you're going to make a big malach if you say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because we have this idea that when you do a mitzvah, a positive deed, you release positive energy into the universe, which we call a malach, a messenger or an angel, if you will. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true and not often talked about. The Mishnah in Pirkei Avos also says if a person does an Aveira, they create a negative energy being called a Kateger, an accuser, or it's also called a Mazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person did an hateful act, and suddenly that person released this negative energy into the world. And the Ramak brings down sources to suggest that after 120 years, when you go up to Shemayim, all those categories that you created, Chas v'Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Sloni Asan, so-and-so made me. I belong to this guy. Also called in the Kabbalah an aluk, or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly, sucking energy from you because you created these negative beings. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but it gets a little worse, because the Ramak says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? Right? We created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy. And by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me. I'm a hateful being. I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take it out of you. But Hashem is no se avon. Hashem says, oh, man, I can't believe, my human being did this terrible thing. Created this awful container, huge amount of energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill. I'll pay the PSEG, and I'll make sure that being has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator to drain on the creator until the creator can do proper tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these containers, like standing around here in this kind of 2 inch, that's like, in human terms, you have someone who has done an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, the example I use in my book is someone, you've told them a million times, please don't park in your parking spot. And they keep doing the same thing, and you go to park in your spot, and there he is again. You go talk to him again, he doesn't move his car, or he says, oh, I forgot, whatever. But, shouldn't you just call the tow company and your co-worker and have that car drawn away? But instead, the Ramak would say, no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out on his own if this is the wrong thing to do, and eventually he will get there. Don't come down like a ton of bricks on him right away, because that will be devastating to your work relationship that you have as a cartel. It's a lot more specific one. Here's a third one, which I call take care of it personally. And the remark here refers to the, again, it gets into the very deep Kabbalistic ideas of where Hashem, as it were, lives. There are like 4 worlds. We live in the lowest world, as Sia, and the forgiveness happens in the 3rd world, and 3rd world from the top. And God, as it were, normally for almost everything that has to happen in the world, sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim that I create, and they go and they make the weather run, and they control the stock market, and space lasers, whatever is necessary. The malachim do those things, but there are some things he does not. We make a big deal about on Pesach, right? Ani v'lo Sarah. Hashem says, I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we act against him like we saw in the 1st level, and we have lasting damage like we see in the 2nd level, Hashem will personally get involved and say, look, I'm not about forgiving you. I'm not going to just delegate forgiveness to some other creature. I'm going to do it myself. The example that he gives is from Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away the soas benos Sion, the filth of the daughters of Zion. And that's like actually a literal metaphor, not a simile. It's a literal metaphor. And the reason why I put a picture here of my parents, this is my mother, she should live pretty well, my late father, and this is our son Boaz. It's a little bit old picture, but this is just an example of he always wanted to be a marine biologist. Now he's finally he's at Stony Brook University, University has a terrible marine biology program. I'm not scared for it. But he's out there scuba diving and things like that. But this is when he was about 8 or 9 years old. He caught a fish, and my parents, of course, are delayed. So, and I'm reminded, when the Ramak speaks this out exactly, that there are things that a parent will do for a young child that they're incredible in terms of the amount of energy expended. I know that I'm going to get personal, tell personal stories. My wife doesn't especially like when I tell personal stories, but I will hint at one. When I was about 8 years old, about the age of yours, I guess, and this was like back in the late 60s, early 70s, right, the space age. And my parents bought me like this incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a spacesuit. It was like silver in color, and it had like flags and like patches and stuff like that. This is when they put a man on the moon and everything, and I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was waterproof. And I'm walking home from school one winter day, and it was like a kind of a yucky fall day, and I'm wearing my super spacesuit, which is brand new, and I'm walking next to the ditch, and I say, this is great. I'm wearing my spacesuit. I can go right into the ditch. And I dove into the ditch, and I discovered my spacesuit is not, in fact, waterproof. And I came home, and I was like completely covered in the filth from the ditch. And I walked into the store. My parents had a store, and we lived in an apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet with sticky ditch water. It was cold, right? It was probably, I don't know, September, October time. And my mother, so saintly, not a word of criticism, just took me upstairs, helped me get out of this disgusting clammy thing, get into the bath. Not a word of judgment against me. She never said like, oh, take care of yourself. Go, you ruined your brand new snowsuit. But it was just she herself said, don't worry, Shane. I think everything's taken care of. And that's like when Hashem forgives us. He doesn't like give it to some employee to do it. You just take care of yourself. He says, you're ready to be forgiven. I'm going to do it personally. Very, very powerful, direct metaphor. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. This one I use frequently. I call it Who Makes Your Lunch? And it is from the Tukapes Tesset passage in Luca. And this is actually one of those pieces of art by Rebecca Odessa. that this was inspired by a discussion of this. This is supposed to be like me, and this is supposed to be like my wife. And the metaphor inside, it don't take too long for me to give you all of it, but basically the Ramak describes a bizarre incident I think it's in Zephaniah, that is also discussed in the Pardes Ramonim, of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gavriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down and get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh and the base of Mikdash, there's like some kind of like nuclear sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark energy kind of thing, and Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and the entire Jewish people on the earth to be destroyed. Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside. He's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. And the hand represents chesed, the hand giving to others. And after a while, the Pardes Ramonim says 120 years, Gabriel's standing there with suntan from the radioactive elements there. Hashem says, okay, forget about it. I'm going to let them go. And he calls it off. And the whole story, as the Ramak explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms. I don't know what to do with them. It's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are charitable. They do give tzedakah. And so therefore he said, oh, and now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like, this requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that with that level of anger, you remember that token. And it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times. Not literally, but you can run through a stop sign. But it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always thinks, okay, what is my husband eating the next day? And it's usually very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. And like that's just a constant avoda of hers. So it's hard to get angry with someone who always thinks that. You may be angry with something totally different, something bigger or whatever it is, but you have at least this one thing you can count on. And I've used this particular meter so many times. There are people who I always remember that they're punctual. They're awful in so many ways, but they are punctual. They start on time. And it helps me, deal with the anger. It doesn't like wipe it away. It's not like magic, but it's just like a little, assist. Another one is maintaining a core of love. And I'm showing you these pictures of family pictures because, there's no greater laboratory for human interpersonal reactions in the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is his cute son, who's about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. And he looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen. And the Ramak says that, we have this passage, we'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? We say six all the time, as it's statement, Achon Asher Arachem. What does it say, something like that, Rabbi? I will give pain to whoever I want. Arachem, Asher, no, that's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live stream because it won't be embarrassing at all for people to see me not remember it. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness. That for every human being, he sets aside in a special otser, special treasure room, says the Ramak. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, oh, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points and 20 mitzvah points, and that's the room. They're gone immediately. The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid, and that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children, and I know it's hard to imagine this, but when teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet, and they become much more difficult to deal with. And, you know, he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways, but if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went for the first haircut with me, you know, vulnerable and uncertain, and, you know, it's turned out to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever. That little core of love. By the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I mean, I'm not entirely sure that this was a good idea, but nevertheless, okay. So I'm going to give you now the last one. And this is, of course, our very own Chaim and Rafi, our eldest daughter. And this is the 13th level. Is the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. You're really trying hard to forgive someone. And again, sometimes people ask me, what about Hitler? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, you know, like those kind of awful traumatic experiences. Like, I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, he says, if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person, but I have to say it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically what he says is every human being had a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being had a moment where they were completely toppled. Nothing wrong with them. They were beautiful works of art. They were everything and nothing wrong with them. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine a person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the chuppah. And he gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy when you're under the chuppah and you're saying, I'm so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate to marry such a wonderful person? And like nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you will have arguments. Later you will, you know, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of, yes, we had that connection at that time. And that's the 13th level. It is, again, exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, you know, well, we're still married, what, 34 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now, and I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in Tshuva I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation and my wife was working at in Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Denise. And I would be working, writing my dissertation papers all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home in 15 minutes, and then we would rush around cleaning things up, and trying to make it look like everything was okay. And one day, I'm working really hard on a particular writing, and I realized I don't hear the kids. But they found something really tasty to do. So I come out of my office and I start walking through the split level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with the toilet brush, and there's the toilet paper everywhere. They soaked up the floors. It was like, and yeah, Rafi was, I guess, about 4. Denise was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get home. And I was livid, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big trouble. And Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of it. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs. But, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which would have been the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and Denise. And I think the lesson in Tshuva is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'd be able to lit out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. That's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and our hesitancy and run to Hashem. And as it were, to clasp him around the legs and to say, Tati, I'm sorry, and I really want to be better. And I hope that this introduction to Tomer Devorah has been useful for you. It's been very therapeutic for me. Thank you for listening. I wish you all a Ksiva Tova and a good convention, and hopefully we should share many happy occasions in the future.
That's crazy. What made it explode in Vietnam?
That's a thunderous applause, by the way. Okay, I suppose I could take a couple of questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions, arguments, objections? Okay. I was thinking of that actually, but
It's interesting that you said you never mentioned Sparks' name. You should have went over there and I was.
Yes, Aquarius.
Well, he does talk about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship, rather surprisingly sometimes. But he doesn't personify her really. He's just grateful for her and so on. But it's a little bit like a tznius thing that she wants to remain anonymous maybe, and it's not at all unusual for 16th century writing. Today it would be unusual. Okay. Milana, go ahead.
You have to go to zero when you're explaining all these things. Like the things that to follow is, I don't think because it's that's the reaction I have to the positive treatment for you. And I just wonder, how grounded they were versus the esoteric.
So I'll repeat the question for those of you who are on Zoom land. There's an unusually good-looking woman in the audience who asked, did any of these men do laundry? I mean, they seem so disconnected. They're all ethereal. The truth is, the Mach speaks very much about physically getting into the weeds of daily life. In his chapter on, I have to remember which chapter it is, but he has a huge discussion of do not turn your eyes away from poverty and distress. he has a whole discussion of how, you're supposed to be engaged with people suffering because that's why we're here, to try and alleviate other people's suffering. So definitely in that area. He also discusses in another place, a Gemara in Bava Basra, about what these great rabbis would do Erev Shabbos. And there's so many of them were doing totally mundane things to get ready for Shabbos. And that is like, you think that important rabbis would have like house help to do them. No, these are, they would sweep, they would do sponge up, they would do these things because that's part of it. And my favorite, by the way, is Rava would always prepare the herring. He actually would prepare the shibuta. Yeah. Okay, so I think on the contrary, especially when it gets into the marital realm, the Kabbalists were deeply involved in discussing the aspects of it. Sometimes it's actually sort of R-rated to read what they say about what it means to be married. Like, why did God create us with two sexes? What was that all about? So the Kabbalists say, no, there's a tremendous amount of Torah in the fact that we have male and female. Enough said for tonight. Okay, I'll have some Zoom questions. I do have a whole bunch of Zoom people here. Yes. Yeah, no, definitely. He talks about it quite a bit, but I don't want to put that on recording. Okay, we got, lots of things from Tablets of Stone. Tablets of Stone is actually a student who lives in London, so I don't know what time it is there now, but I hope he gets some sleep soon. The question of evil is a huge and too difficult question to answer right now. But it is a really important one, and the Kabbalists do have solutions. Margaret Newhouse, nice to see you. She says this was so inspiring. Thank you. What about self-forgiveness from Richard McDonald? Yeah, that's a tough one. Self-forgiveness. So the Ramak in Tomer Devorah principally discusses the way God forgives us and how we should take those lessons for forgiving others. He does not go into discussion, because it would be logical, of how does God forgive himself, therefore we should forgive ourselves. He doesn't take us there, I think for obvious theological reasons. But the fact is that I have found that by learning how to forgive other people better, I've gotten a lot better at forgiving myself. Most people are pretty good at it usually, but often when we forgive ourselves, we tend to do it in a very superficial way, and in the dark of night, then we revisit why we really shouldn't forgive ourselves. But when you read the Tomer Devorah and you feel empathy for other people's failings, then it's easier to give yourself a little slack as well. It's definitely a topic worth a lot more exploration. We're way out of time tonight, though. And I've done here my 5 fav. Jenna Primers has done my fave 5, my favorite 5 ones. Is there a resource or summary teaching that you can recommend for the entire work? So I actually have a whole series of lectures on each one of the levels online. So just look under the title Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is the title I gave to the book that I wrote about this. And there's actually, in English, I think there are maybe 4 or 5 translations out there. Some of them are really quite excellent. And there's also on Safaria, you told me, is it an English translation as well? 2 or 3 English translations on Safaria. So there's a lot of resources available. Okay, thank you very much for enduring this presentation, and hope you all have a good same until. I wonder how this works. Yeah. It's like online in a few different places. The regular.
Falls the corner and hits the rail and bounces 3 rails, goes to the side.
Hey, there's a microphone here.
We're live.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Are we live?
You're live. Okay.
Okay. Welcome everyone to part 2 of our lecture series together with Dr. Noam Abramson. Really great all of you guys being here, those who are watching at home. I had a conversation with my Rebbe this past week. We were talking about some potential additions, whether we should add to the Ramachzer. And there's some discussions about the Rubs or Salvation practices. And I said to my Rebbe, I said, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more, is probably enough. the tefillah these days is hard enough. And he had a line to me about Rosh Hashanah that I thought was very sharp. He said, it's not about, he said, it's not how they say the words of the city. He said, Halavai is your truth. And I think that he caught me. He was giving me a muster, but he wasn't intending to. Like, one could go through all Rosh Hashanah, not clap one faith, and not really do any tshuva, because it didn't ever say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do tshuva. And so, I think my Rebbe is giving a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're going to be spending together over the course of the weeks is really to engage in the process of tshuva. Different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the Bari Olam. Dr. Ibnson really prompted having this mini-series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Tomer Devorah, and with Dr. Ibnson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his wisdom, expertise with us. And there's a bonus. We have some merch for those who came. And Dr. Abrams actually published a book on Tomer Devorah, and he offered for those who are interested. He has some free copies here up front for those who want. So signed, we know where he lives now. So sign, yeah, that might not be free. We would like a copy of Dr. Abrams' book. So they are here in front, but we're grateful not just for having the book, nor the man, but be able to learn live together with Dr. Abrams.
Okay, thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so I think we probably got to be passed around right now. So those of you who are early, just get one, and everyone else will be sad. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, and I'm not sure it'll work, but we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely do is to move this down here so it's not quite so. Can I move it? No, that was the wrong thing. Here we go. Oh, there we go. And how do I move it? Pardon me, everyone online, for going on. Okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from Prezi, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Tomer Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed Circle of Tzfat in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who is under 40, if possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Tomer Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 is when you can really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just look at my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it is something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Devorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, can I get a brown paper bag? Maybe I can bring it home like that. But the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really, I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It is really a phenomenal work. Change the relationships with the people around you, change your relationship with God, you maybe even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot, and it's really, given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life, and I continue to benefit from it. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Click on the screen here, and let's see, here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps, the first printing, came out in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Remarque, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Gedalia. And they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that had ravaged northern Israel at the time. And they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one, and there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara, so you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to us by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we go into greater detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes me think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain.
What's up, Pim? How'd you find out about me, son?
You can see from the spelling here, and you see it also on the freeway equation.
1000%.
Cordovero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange
Word, dog.
to pronounce.
How'd you find out about me, son?
So it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard,
tight.
even though
How are you?
it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained
Excellent. You mind if I tell you about myself?
soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up
I'm
a
Rabbi
generation
Rothschild.
later by
I
the
stream my life
Shalach
24 hours a
HaKodesh.
day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Can you turn down the video a little bit
I already did, baby.
so I can hear you better?
I already did.
Okay, let's go. All right, start again. Sorry.
You're good, my friend. Firstly, apologies for my bot. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've heard about him.
All right, well, it's basically the story of someone whose entire life is on camera, and that's what I do. I do it for world peace. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource. Data had overtaken petroleum as the #1 resource on Earth, and I have more data archived on the world. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family are made financially independent. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds good, but you said data is a resource, but it has to be valued. Like comparing it to gold,
Right.
and stuff. Like data, it has a value. So just because you have a lot of data doesn't mean that it's necessarily valuable, right?
It is to AI and to modeling. AI
I'm
models.
just gonna pay for it.
AI models need examples on which to train, and just being an influential person will allow me to get spokespersonships, to be able to do endorsements, be extremely influential, extremely famous. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived human in global history. I literally have the last 3.5 years archived. So I have perhaps a time capsule for human society going back to the pandemic. That's going to be really interesting for the world, especially in the future.
I mean, but other people have that stuff too.
No, they don't. They don't archive it. They may stream it, but they don't archive it. Where you can go back to any moment of any day and actually watch what I was doing. So, like, there are some people who stream their life, and that's cool, but they don't archive their streams. I do. Not only that, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously at this very moment. Nobody else does it. I do. Meaning, you can watch my life in 360 degrees. Any of the other people just stream with one camera. I stream with 33 different devices.
You got 3 cameras right now. That's what I'm gonna ask you. How many streaming devices?
It's 33.
I kind of fuck with it, the 360, like from each point of view. I guess that makes sense.
100%. I talk about things to help the world, in addition to world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria.
You got 100 mil.
No, I don't have $100 million. The cryptocurrency is worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Great, man. Those all sound great.
Excellent. I talk about other things for the betterment of society, futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, things like...
Yeah, what is a Santa Claus machine?
It's a
That stood out to me.
Absolutely, so I put it in there. It's essentially a replicator. So imagine a 3D printer that's connected to every element in the periodic table. Don't just think plastic like you do with 3D printing. You can create it with whatever you want. So you can replicate a dog, a car, a key, a phone, even a human. Anything.
Holy shit. And this technology is available?
It is currently theoretical, but it's coming to fruition.
Theoretical.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming to fruition, though. The 3D printer was theoretical 50 years ago, and now they're in people's homes. So in 50 years, the exact Santa Claus machine will be real as well. I talk about things like invisibility clips. I talk about things like space travel, space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pioneer and IBEX. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded known as Colossal Scientific, made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephants, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, introduced the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. Wolf Project, where they created 3 Joe Rogan has actually met these dire. It's absolutely fascinating that I'm archiving it. Additionally, I talk about things to you Specifically, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120, want with your consent. With technology, things like peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryogenics, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, uh, things like perhaps uh, cryogenics, cryonics, and eventually I think that you'll be able to increase your life expectancy from 80 to 100 to 120. But at 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Everything that you said came true. My wildest dreams came true. I got really rich. You gave me everything that I needed. But my body's starting to break down. I'm 120 years old. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. It doesn't have to happen if you don't want it to. But you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as blind emitting technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future with a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Dude, that's
Absolutely, it is.
how do you feel about the Neuralink?
Dude, I'm a major advocate of it. I think it's phenomenal. The first Neuralink implantee, a man named Nolan Aspro. I don't know if you've seen his story, but he's a quadriplegic man who basically can use a mouse cursor faster than you or I can. He basically has an auto aimer in his head. He can play video games better than you or I can. I think that's fascinating. Since then, they put in the second one the next year, the third one the year after that. It's in about half a dozen people now. But I'm a much bigger advocate for things that are called PCCs. They're basically brain caps. It's like a swim cap that you put on that allows you to have the same effects as a Neuralink without it being implanted in you. So instead of being a BCI, a brain computer interface, it's essentially wireless. And that way, if something goes wrong with it, you can take it off. They don't have to drill into your skull. And aside from being slightly slower, it has all of the same benefits. How you,
Shut up!
how you living,
Shut
pimp?
up!
How you living, pimp?
Fuck is this?
How you
They
living?
literally made a whole fucking South Park episode after motherfuckers like you. Stop talking.
Cool,
You
man.
don't know shit.
Cool, man.
You're surrounded by 10 fucking computers.
Cool, man.
There's probably Dorito bags and Mountain Dew bottles laying dormant around your bed. Shut the fuck up.
Dog,
And do something with your life.
I really enjoy
Holy
your story.
shit.
Dog,
And you're pathetic.
you've got
Look
a
at you.
you've got a really great story.
Jesus Christ,
You've got a really great story. How'd you find out about me, buddy?
I think you left.
Yeah, I do too. That's cool.
Yeah, who is that guy?
I don't know. I take shit from all kinds of people. I just let them just rolls off me like water off a duck's back. I'm online 24 hours a day. So can you imagine the kind of shit that I get from people?
Yeah, I can't imagine.
There you go. So you can watch me 24 hours a day whenever you want. And we'll do it for world peace. Hope that,
For world peace.
dog, I hope that answers any question that you may have.
You should. Have you ever thought about like going like outdoors and like live streaming your interaction with people?
Absolutely. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed at Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically everywhere in Southern California I have streamed. Word dog.
So like out and going, do you have like a channel where somebody could watch those interactions? Because I think those might be more meaningful than like what I have seen from your stream.
Absolutely. I'll back up on my social media. So you can find some of those interactions on like my Instagram. It's just like every other rough show. A lot of it's just on my YouTube channel. So do I have links to exactly at this moment? No, but you can find it on the video.
That's what you gotta have, man. You should try to get all like your best moments and put it in one like main page. Just the discoverability is hard. You go and type in Rabbi Ratch and there's like 300 accounts. Like which one?
Exactly, man. You know what's up. No, I understand that. I should probably do a compilation of that stuff. I do have some people who have put some things together.
100%.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Because people just come to your stream and then you're here laying on the bed, and then I was like, dude, like it's easy to find to talk to you, I guess, but aside from like moments, if anybody is afraid to like come to you, find your Discord and talk to you, it makes it a lot more difficult.
100%. I understand that.
To watch.
I get that.
I'm trying to give you tips, G.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the advice. I have a lot of interviews that I have archived as well, and people enjoy those. That learn about what I do and my interactions with other people. So I do have a lot of that content.
Yeah, man, you should collect it all and put it together so people know what you're trying to talk about. But like the going around like spamming thing, I don't think that's working too well.
Oh, dog, it works really
Just
well.
gets people.
It's got 1,900 people into this server.
You do have 1,900 people.
Absolutely, and it's organic, meaning that's from just the grind of going into people's chats, spamming the shit out of them, creating clips of them, following them, and they come in here just like you did, and then they find out I'm not such a bad person, and that I have good intentions, and then they end up telling their friends, this person is fascinating.
True. Well, I'll definitely have to come by more.
Absolutely.
And I can check you out.
Absolutely. Hey, my friend, thank you so much for being so kind. If there's more than anything, all the things that I talk about, I'm here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society and to just give people hope. And if there's anything you ever need or you need someone with him to speak, I'm here for you. Okay, my friend?
All right, brother. Take care. Thanks for the interview and stuff.
Absolutely. Peace, my friend. Thank you for your advice.
Later, man.
Peace. $19.44. Yo, how are you? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo. Yeah. awesome.
The Holy Rabbi Horowitz wrote a massive, very popular collection of Hashkafic and Halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing, I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalah HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today. The chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovas Levavos, Mesilas Yesharim, and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos, but they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, the rod of Musar, like the people with the shape. Others is kind of like Gadlus Ha'adam, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramah, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he really started with. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is it's an exploration of the concept V'halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways, meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the Lamach asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions over who lives and who dies and plays and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does in Tanakh. How do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, the Havdil of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming, as I will show. So, when was this book written?
there was a really amazing, unusual moment in
Aquarius?
16th century spot. Two things came
Oh,
together.
thankfully.
One of them is
How you living, girl?
a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the
Lovely.
Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can hear this section here in this green, which is of course Israel, and
Welcome.
spot here sort of in
How's
the
your day
central
going?
north towards the Galilee.
No, you're good.
The Ottoman Emperor
All right, you ready for
offered
your invitation?
the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous
Okie doke. Miss Aquarius, if you ever come in here, and sometimes I'm asleep, which happens, I know. Sometimes I'm not asleep. Just make sure to yell for me. And if I'm awake, I'll play with you. You know how I do. All right.
Hello, Rufus.
What's good, Rufus? Welcome, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Wow, lots of friends. How are you all? Hope you're doing well. All right, Mr. Aquarius, get it. All right, that's 8. Are you going to get this split? I think you can get it.
No.
Get it.
Nope. That one.
All right.
You got this. Come on, Rufus.
Oh, no doubt.
Get it, right.
Okay, 9. That's good.
You get that one? Yeah. You get this one. You got this.
Absolutely. There we go. That's a spare.
Yeah, get that.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Oh. Get this. Beautiful. Oh, come on. You
Okay,
should.
you got this. Come on, Rufus.
No doubt.
Yeah.
There we go. That's how we do.
Yeah. No, it's okay. How about that?
Oh, man.
Okay, Rabbi means
It's not over yet.
get it. Yeah.
There you go. That's how you do.
No, Rabbi. Oh, you got these two. See, this fair.
Thank you, ma'am.
How we do.
Word, girl. Get it. Welcome. How are you? How's your day going? All right.
Hey, Rabbi, you got this.
No doubt. All right. Let's get this split. Oh, I got it. Oh, man. I thought I did.
Yeah.
I'll take it. A win's a win. I win, you win. Word, girl. All right.
Close to that 600.
We're getting there. Now it's your turn to get a win.
Come on.
You just got one, but you'll get one here so that I get one.
Let's try. Let's try. No. Oh. Come on, Rabbi.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's how I like to start.
You did a good job.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. You've got this.
That's good. There you go.
Nice
All right.
spare.
Thank you. Come on, River.
All right, I'm gonna get this. No doubt.
Yep. You got it.
Got it.
Yay.
You got that touch. This is you, Miss Aquarius. Get it, girl.
It's okay. That's all right. Come on, let's
You've got the lead and the spare.
come on, River.
No doubt.
Yay.
No doubt.
Let's go get it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I needed to do. Get it. All right, that's going to be some points. You've got the lead, Miss Aquarius.
Nope. You got it right back.
Oh, no
Now
doubt.
get it. Oh.
No doubt. Big points. All right, let's get this. Oh, I've got it. That's what I'm talking about. That spare was key. All right, Miss Aquarius, this is you. You've got this. 3 strikes in a row. All right. All right.
I can't do it. No.
Get this.
I get it.
Get this. Get this spare. Get one of them. All right, you got it. All right.
Yeah, you got this. Now you go ahead.
3 strikes in a row. Come on. All right, well, let's get a spare. Let's get a spare right here. Oh, no. Ooh, I got it.
Yeah, good job.
All right, let's get a strike. No, not even close. Ooh. All right, I'll take it. That's in the 90s. That's a good round. I will you win, Miss Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. All righty, you. You get your rest.
I will.
Sweet dreams.
See you in the morning.
God willing.
Tomorrow, God willing.
Absolutely.
All right, now you okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I got you. Okay.
Excellent.
See you in the morning.
See you in the morning, God willing.
God willing, that's right. I ain't going to sleep while I fall over. Everybody, have you noticed and stuff like it's just you and local, right? It'll only be 2 people, right? And then later on, it'll get a lot of people. Then I'll be asleep, and then I touch it down, but I still can hear somebody say the air word real loud, and I had to cut it down. And then I was like, oh my God, now they forgot how to put it in. But I have seen lots coming too. And then they be talking about rabbi, and they be trying to call the mod to get you. And I'm like, y'all know rabbi's not going nowhere. I said it in my head. Because I had myself on mute. And I be just listening to them like, y'all know rabbi and this is going nowhere. So why is y'all mad? What y'all mad for?
Yeah, what did I do?
Right. They didn't do nothing. So they want to go out. They're not going to kick him out. We would have kicked the other ones out that bullied and be saying all this disrespectful stuff. So, you're good, Rabbi. Hey, I don't know what's wrong with you.
I don't either.
I'm going to go in there before them crazy going down. Hey, you can help me.
Okie doke.
Peaceful right now. All right, I see you. God willing. See you later.
Take care, Miss Aquarius.
Spend the night with you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Gerush Sfard, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramak was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese, and this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal or born in Tzfat. He was definitely raised in Tzfat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old.
Sweet dreams.
But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation as sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. There are difficulties in comparing these two events, but they were both considered like earth-shattering events for the Jews of their time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from Gerush Sfard, and they landed in Tzfat, where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, was one of them. Tzfat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then, and in fact, sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history. It really has no history prior to this period, and it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example, but probably comes from the word sofer, which means to look, because it is quite elevated, it's high, and you get these gorgeous landscapes all around it, but it really has no significance to that until the 1920s, and then it's an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years, and then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective mood, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there. And specifically, lost Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the Great Expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah. which is, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together? No idea. But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of, or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Tzfat, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic against, prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara, the Ayin Hara. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. It's such a big crowd here. So pleased that you came. Thank you all for coming. Just to give you a sense of who is in Tzfat at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard at Tzfat. And we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right? Rabbi Moshe Ben Yaakov Cordero. And he is really the father of Kabbalah in Tzfat. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. Rabbi Yosef Karo had made his way through Constantinople, but he ended up in Tzfat as well. Of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramak, and just to show you in very close proximity, here is Rabbi Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, the author of Lecha Dodi Likras Kala, that we sing every Friday night. It's a virtually universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles, and they would go off and wander throughout the hillside in the region of Tzfat. And they would just like, and the Ramak wrote about this. He wrote a book called Sefer Gerushin, in which he, described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rebbe. And they would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in Tzfat. And the holiness of the people and their Kabbalistic activities, like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Tzfat like iron filing to a magnet. And one of the greatest of them, of course, was the Arif Kodesh, the great Isaac Luria, Ashkenazi, who came from the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Arizal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months before the Ramak died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his students, Rabbi Chaim Vital, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak that the Ramak was his Rebbe. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah. And really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and then how it relates to our interpersonal behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, we have, first of all, his own writings, and he does write some autobiographical information like the Sefer Gerushin. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all his manuscripts, Rabbi Moshe Basal. Why am I not used to speaking so late? Because you're here, my wife is here, so I'm a little nervous. But Moshe Basalo, he wrote quite a bit, like he published this Tomer Devorah, and everyone was saying, my gosh, what? Who wrote this amazing book? And so he had to produce data about it. We missed out a lot of really important things. We don't know, for example, his wife's name. Amazing. We don't know if he had other children beside Gedalia, who was the lone executor of his will. But it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about his life. Also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rebbe like the Ramak or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about them because, you revere them. So we do have quite a bit of data that way. Not as much as we'd like, but quite a bit. That was an easy question. We're going to have a hard question or a hard question? Yes, okay. All right, so you ready for the difficult stuff now, the woo-woo stuff? Here we go. Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and also really the fundamental question of any monotheistic religion. If we believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? If God truly has no boundaries whatsoever, then what am I? Am I either somehow completely subsumed within God? It doesn't feel like that. Most of the time I feel quite distinct from God. Sometimes I feel really good, but no, mainly I feel quite distinct from God. I know they're distinct. I feel like this cable, this TV, this is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite crossed? How do you get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, you see this really in very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramak and Pardes Ramoni. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called tzimtzum, shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, it's kind of like the reverse of like when the paramecium swallows up something else. God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place. But then if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? What exists other than God? So then God reinserts himself, and then there's lots of diagrams of this in the usually you see like these big concentric circles with a tiny little drop coming into the center and things like that. God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God, but in a very different way. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the spheros, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels, which basically goes like this, that God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? Because you have to imagine the hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite container, but it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot smashes, the pot shatters. If ever you have ever been to the Soviet Union, they used to serve tea in like glass cups, and like 1 in every 4 or 5 cups would certainly shatter when they put the hot water in. So the first container, which is Keter, let's assume it's Keter for now. There are some things. It shatters, and that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness, together with the material of the keli, of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first 2 vessels with the light of godliness. It goes to a third pot, a fourth, until finally the bottom, Malchut, which is where we live. Then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in this world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this Shender, is a mixture of the material dross of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. There are 4 levels of existence. There's those who speak, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is domain, silent. And even silent things, meaning rocks and chairs and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily, heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal, and one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many follow the Ramak, because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking without knowledge here, but the Arizal portrayed this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire, and we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities, and the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvos and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach, in which it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended it. This is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy a sell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the spirit. Is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye, right? It's way too powerful. It burns out your retinas. You can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, and you can like hold up the mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection of the mirror in a passing way. Because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dulling, and so on. Still too strong to look at it steadily, though. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom in Malkut, you can, as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the dilution of the light through all these areas. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Shviras HaKelim, and now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. So the Ramak is saying, you'll recall that we have to know who God is in order to imitate Him, but it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, say the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took, right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sefirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sefirot is God saying, I could have created the universe from any way I wanted. I chose these Sefirot for a reason, because you're supposed to know what these Sefirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. They have lots of correspondences to human limbs and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of life going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Tomei Devorah, he goes through each one of the Sefirot and explains this is what God means in terms of chesed. Look at what God does for chesed, and now you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal. It's brilliant. It's incredible. The first two chapters are about Keter alone, the crown. And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows the Arizal and adds dot in the center here. There's no dot in the Ramak's Kabbalah. Keter, the crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, He forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I know they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, the good Gimel Midos of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. And so that's what the Ramak is going to do. He's going to walk us through all 13 of those ways. And then secondly, chapter 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a mind-blowing chapter. Way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is what we're going to look at, the 13 attributes of mercy, because that's what happens in Keter. God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. Does it 13 different ways. And so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. And I'll mention one last detail. You probably memorize the 13 attributes as we say them on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur maybe 200,000 times, right? Hashem, Hashem, Kelvasm, Latan, Erech, and so on. Those are called in Kabbalah the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to our plea for sustenance and our plea for, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of things. But there is a higher 13 midos that comes from the 7th parak of Micha, which we say only on Tashlich and a few other places. Mikel Hamocha, no album of Fesha. That is what the Ramak is going to concentrate on. And now those are the 13 midos that explain how we're supposed to behave in Tomer Devorah. Okay, everybody survived Kabbalah 101. I think we already lost one person. So shall we go on then? We ready? Any other questions before we go on? Clear as the sun at noon, right? Okay. Okay, so let's do selective strategies. Again, I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it would take us way too long, and I'm going to try and stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to choose, I think, 5 of them that are my favorites, that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think of the Tomer Devorah, and I remember one particular midah or another, one particular attribute, and I say, yeah, it's not like it wipes away my anger. You can't see anything, right? It says the insulted king. I can't figure out how to move this stuff. The insulted king. So here's what the Ramak starts with. He starts by telling us a secret that only the angels know. He quotes it in Pardes Shimon Well. He says that the name, one of the highest names, we spend a lot of time thinking about names in Judaism. Names are significant, right? We can't even say the Shem on the Torah, one of the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God is, the angels use among themselves, is they call him the Melech Alu, the insulted king, or Melech Me'alah. Now, what a strange name. What does that mean? So the Ramak explains that, creation, basic Kabbalistic idea, creation is not a one-time thing. We are not deists that believe that God created the world like a clock and wound it up and then walked away. God is constantly involved in creation. Creation is an eternal process. It's massive gracious before Yom. And the fact is that nothing at all occurs in the universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single breath we take, every single beat of our heart is facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right? The famous medrash that not a blade of grass grows unless there's an angel striking it and saying grow, or grow already. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say the Malachim, the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averos, when we choose to sin. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, every single act of peristalsis as I'm swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, fine, here's some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please, and whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly the opposite of what he has asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy he gave me to do a cheeseburger. And this is why the Malachim look at this and say, this is astounding. How can God possibly tolerate this? How can God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use his energy against him, to rebel against him? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too, God forbid, if a person has a child with an addiction, and they say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, spend it on Vegas or whatever. And you give the money to the child, and the child goes and spends it dafka on exactly what you don't want to do, something which is harmful to him. And nevertheless, he'll come back again, and you give money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And the Malachim look at this and they say, this is the insulted king. How can you tolerate it? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramak says, is the very first thing that God does in his creation. He knows that we're going to use his energy against him. Nevertheless, he says, I understand that going in, and I accept it, and I'm going to allow them to continue with it. I'm hoping that they'll get past it, or they'll go past it, but that is nevertheless what he does, and that's his insulted nature. The second level, this is, by the way, I'm going to show you two pieces of art from an artist from the Isle of Skye, who was actually very excited about the Tomer Devorah, and she did a 13-part series describing each one of the midos. And some of them, I'll show you two of them. They're absolutely fantastic. This one is called Let It Go For Now. This is my title for it. It's the Hebrew is Nose Avon. She called it Whose Kategors Are These? So this gets also a little bit weird with Al-Pi Kabbalah. But we have this passage in Pirkei Avos. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. It says that, whenever you do a single mitzvah, you get a sneger. You get an advocate, right? As it were, and I'm sure you probably remember when you were kids, if you said a bracha, your parents would say something like, oh, you're going to make a big malach if you say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because we have this idea that when you do a mitzvah, a positive deed, you release positive energy into the universe, which we call a malach, a messenger or an angel, if you will. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true and not often talked about. The Mishnah in Pirkei Avos also says if a person does an Aveira, they create a negative energy being called a Kateger, an accuser, or it's also called a Mazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person did an hateful act, then suddenly that person released this negative energy into it. And the Ramak brings down sources to suggest that after 120 years, when you go up to Shemayim, all those categories that you created, Chas v'Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Ploni Asan, so-and-so made me. I belong to this guy. Also called in the Kabbalah an aluk or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly, sucking energy from you because you created these negative units. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but it gets a little worse because the Ramak says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? Right? We created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy. And by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me. I'm a hateful being. I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take it out of you. But Hashem is no say avon. Hashem says, oh man, I can't believe, my human being did this terrible thing. Created this awful potato, huge amount of energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill. I'll pay the PSEG, and I'll make sure that being has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator to drain on the creator until the creator can do proper tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these kategors are like standing around here in this transfer image. That's like when, in human terms, you have someone who has done an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, the example I use in my book is someone, you've told them a million times, please don't park in your parking spot. And they keep doing the same thing, and you go to park in your spot, and there he is again. You go talk to him again, he doesn't move his car, or he says, oh, I forgot, whatever. But, shouldn't you just call the tow company on your coworker and have that car drawn away? But instead, the Ramak would say no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out on his own if this is the wrong thing to do, and eventually he will get there. Don't come down like a ton of bricks on him right away, because that will be devastating to your work relationship if you have this car towed. There's a lot more specific ones. Here's a third one, which I call take care of it personally. And the Ramak here refers to again, it gets into the very deep Kabbalistic ideas of where Hashem, as it were, lives. There are like 4 worlds. We live in the lowest world of Sia, and the forgiveness happens in the third world, and the third world from the top. And God, as it were, normally for almost everything that has to happen in the world, he sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim that I create, and they go and they make the weather run, and they control the stock market, and space lasers, whatever is necessary. The malachim do those things, but there's some things he does not. As we make a big deal on Pesach, right? I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we act against him like we saw on the first level, and we have lasting damage like we see in the second level, Hashem will personally get involved and say, look, I'm not above forgiving you. I'm not going to just delegate forgiveness to some other creature. I'm going to do it myself. The example that he gives is from Tanakh, of the metaphor of washing away the soas benos Sion, the filth of the daughters of Zion. And that's like actually a literal metaphor, not a simile. It's a literal metaphor. And the reason why I put a picture here of my parents, this is my mother, she should live me well, my late father, and this is our son Boaz. It's a little bit old picture, but this is just an example of he always wanted to be a marine biologist. Now he's finally he's at Stony Brook University, Truro University has a terrible marine biology program, but he's out there scuba diving and things like that. This is when he was about 8 or 9 years old. He caught a fish, and my parents, of course, are delighted. So, and I'm reminded, and the Ramak speaks this out exactly, that there are things that a parent will do for a young child that incredible in terms of the amount of energy expended. I know that I was going to get personal and tell personal stories, but my wife doesn't especially like when I tell personal stories. But I will hint at one. When I was about 8 years old, about the age of 4 years old, and this was like back in the late 60s, early 70s, right? Space age. And my parents bought me like this incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a space suit. It was like silver in color, and it had like flags and like patches and stuff like that. This is when they put a man on the moon and everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was waterproof. And I'm walking home from school one winter's day, and it was kind of a yucky fall, and I'm wearing my space suit, which is brand new, and I'm walking next to the ditch, and I say, "This is great. I'm wearing my space suit. I can go right into the ditch." And I dove into the ditch, and I discovered my space suit is not in fact waterproof. And I came home, and I was like completely covered in the filth from the ditch. And I walked into the store. My parents had a store, and we lived in an apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet with stinky ditch water. It was cold, right? It was probably, I don't know, September, October time. And my mother, she's so saintly. There's not a word of criticism. She just took me upstairs, helped me get out of this discussion kind of thing, get into the bath. Not a word of judgment against me. She never said like, "Oh, take care of yourself. Go, you ruined your brand new snowsuit." But it was just she herself said, "Don't worry, son. I have everything taken care of for you." And that's like when Hashem forgives us. Doesn't like give it to some employee to do it. And just say, take care of yourself. He says, "You're ready to be forgiven. I'll do it personally." Very powerful, direct voice. Oh gosh. This one is my favorite. You want to use frequently. I call it "Who Makes Your Lunch?" And it is from the Kitapes Chesed passage in Mikra. And this is actually one of the pieces of art by Rebecca Odessa that this was inspired by a discussion. This is supposed to be like me, and this is supposed to be like my wife. And the metaphor inside, it don't take too long for me to give you all of it, but basically the Ramak describes a bizarre incident I think it's in Sefania, that is also discussed in the Pardes Ramonim, of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down and get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aaron Kodesh and the Beis Hamikdash, there's like some kind of like nuclear sort of Raiders of the Lost Energy kind of thing, and Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire Jewish people, and they're supposed to be destroyed. And Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside. He's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. And the hand represents chesed, the hand represents tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, the Pardes Ramon says for 120 years, Gabriel's standing there with, the suntan from the radioactive elements there. Hashem says, okay, forget about it. And he called. And the whole story, as the Ramon explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms. I don't know what to do with them. It's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are charitable. They do give tzedakah. And so therefore he said, oh, and now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, you remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times, not literally, but you can run through a stop sign. But it is some kind of reminder, and the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch, even if she is a little irritated with me, which again rarely happens. But she always makes my lunch. She always thinks, okay, what is my husband eating the next day? and it's usually very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. And like that's just a constant avoda of her. So it's hard to get angry with someone who always does that good thing for you. You may be angry with something totally different, something bigger or whatever it is, but you have at least this one thing you can count on. And I read us so many times. There are people who I always remember that they're punctual. They're awful in so many ways, but they are punctual. They start on time. And it helps me, deal with the anger. It doesn't like wipe it away. It's not like magic. But it's just like, assist, traction. Another one is maintain a core of love. And I'm showing you these pictures that are family pictures because, there's no greater laboratory for interpersonal reactions in the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is his cute son. He's about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. And he looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here. And the Ramak says that, we have this passage, we'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? We say shudus all the time, why is it escaping me, Achon asher arachem, how does it say something like that, Rabbi? I will give fame to whoever I want. Arachem asher. No, that's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live stream because it won't be embarrassing at all for people who do not remember it. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness. That for every human being, he sets aside in a special otzer, special treasure room, says the Ramak. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. And I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately? The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid. And that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children, and I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet, and they become much more difficult to deal with. And, he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways, but if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went for the first haircut with me, vulnerable and uncertain, and, it's not enough to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever. That little core of love. And by the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I'm not entirely sure that this is a good idea, but nevertheless, okay. So I'm going to give you now the last one. And this is, of course, our very own Chaim and Rafi, our eldest daughter. And this is the 13th level. Is the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. You're really trying hard to forgive someone. And again, sometimes people ask me, what about Hitler? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, like those kind of awful traumatic experiences. I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, it says if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person, but I have to say it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically what he says is every human being had a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, But every human being had a moment where they were completely toppled. Nothing wrong. They're beautiful works of art. They're everything, and there's nothing wrong with those works. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the chuppah. And gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy when you're under the chuppah and you're saying, I'm so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate to marry such a wonderful person? And like nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you will have arguments. Later you'll, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be mutated by the overwhelming message of, yes, we had that connection at that time. And that's the 13th level. It is, again, exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, well, we're still married, 34 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now, and I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in Tshuva I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working at in Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Denise. And I would be working, writing my dissertation papers all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home in 15 minutes, so then we'd rush around cleaning things up, and trying to make it look like everything was okay. And one day, I'm working really hard on particular writing, and I realized I don't hear the kids, which they found something really tasty to do. So I come out of my office and I start walking through the split-level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with a toilet brush, and there's toilet paper everywhere. They soaked up the floors. It was like, and yeah, Rafi was, I guess, about 4. Denise was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get home. And I was livid, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big, big trouble. And Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of there. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs. And I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which was the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I did know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and Denise. And I think the lesson in Tshuva is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'll be able to get out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. It's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and our hesitancy and run to Hashem. And as it were, to clasp them around the legs and to say, Tati, I'm sorry. I really want to be better. I hope that this introduction to Toma Devorah has been useful for you. It's been very therapeutic for me. Thank you for listening. I wish you all a Kasina Tova and a good Benchior. And hopefully we should share many applications you use.
Shaking like a leaf. Were you? Oh, yeah. What a crap. I mean, that's the biggest error we've ever had. Right. Biggest error I've ever had in my career. You know, we only have so many tournaments that
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about the rabbinic holiday of Tu B'Av, which is, of course, a holiday that falls on its name, the 15th day of the month of Av. If you're wondering how Tu makes the number 15, it's the letter Tet and the letter Vav, which is 9 plus 6. And you may think to yourself, wait a second, why 9 plus 6? The more logical 10, 5. The reason is because in printers' convention in particular, we don't write the letter Yud and the letter Hey following it for the number 15 because that happens to be one of the names of God, and you wouldn't want to write down the name of God in vain. So that's why the convention of referring to it as Tu B'Av, 9 plus 6 equals 15, the 15th of Av has arrived. So what exactly is the deal with Tu B'Av? It is clearly a rabbinic holiday. It came out, it's not recorded in the Bible, it's recorded in the Mishnah. And here's the Locus Classicus, which is in the Mishnah Tainis 4. It's a beautiful passage. Amar Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel. Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel says, Lo hayu yamim tovim Yisrael kachamisha asar b'av u'chayom ha'kippurim. There never was any more beautiful days for the Jewish people like the 15th day of Av, or like Yom Kippur. Now you may wonder, Yom Kippur, fasting, yikes, that's like one of the best days. Well, it is, but obviously in a spiritual sense, but we're not going to go there. Let's focus on the 15th of Av. Shebahen benot Yerushalayim yotzot b'chli lavan shefulim. Because on that day, the daughters of Jerusalem would go out wearing white clothes that were borrowed. Why were they borrowed? In order to not embarrass someone who did not own white clothes. Remember, in the ancient period, having multiple changes of clothes was, quite expensive and onerous. In the biblical period, it was actually fairly rare. In the Messianic period, a little more common, but still, having the right outfit, it's something you really need to have. So on this particular day, the beautiful custom was that you had to wear something that was borrowed. You had to go to someone else to get it, and that way people wouldn't feel embarrassed by not having one of their own. All the clothes had to be washed in advance. Now, of course, this is a special kind of ritual washing, but nevertheless. And the daughters of Jerusalem would go out and they would dance. They would, Cholot means like they would be moving in circles in the orchards, which must have been very beautiful. Mahayu Omrot, and what would they say? Bachor, young man, Sana Enecha Ura'eh, Mi Ata Borarvach. Lift up your eyes and see, who would you choose for yourself? So obviously this is kind of like a sort of a romantic event, and you wonder how that would play in the modern day. I don't know, but we're just reading the Mishnah, right? Al titein enecha b'noi. Don't look at beauty. Tein enecha b'mishpacha. Look rather at family. Look at where these girls come from. Look at who their parents and their grandparents and so on are. The Gemara has lots of interesting things to say about this afterwards. Sheker achein behevel yofi. Isha yiras Hashem hiti salal. In reality, charm is vain and beauty is meaningless. A woman who fears God, she should be praised. And the Mishnah goes on to talk about this in further aid. So it seems that on the 15th of Av, there was a great deal of celebration, especially coming after the 9th of Av, which would have been a day of tremendous sadness. The 15th of Av is a tremendous release and happiness, women going out into the orchards, beautiful things. So the Gemara, after this Mishnah, discusses 6 historical events associated with this date that justified it for this particular celebration. Let's go through those. I've reordered them slightly to make sure they are in chronological order, because historians generally like to move in kind of linear fashion. So first of all, the tribes were allowed to intermarry. You recall the discussion of Zalafzad when they go to Moses and say, we want to have our inheritance. Our father did not have any sons, and we should inherit as well. So there was discussion there that, yes, they would inherit, but in order to keep the tribal distinctions intact, they would marry within their own tribe. but this presupposes that they had been allowed to marry outside of their tribes before that. So that date of being allowed to marry outside the tribes would have been on the 15th of Av, according to the Talmud. Secondly, it was a day in which the Jews wandering through the desert, who were old enough to have known Egyptian servitude, finally stopped dying off, and those Jews who were born in the desert were, and of course the two spies who spoke favorably of the land of Israel were able to go into the land of Israel. So the date on which there were no more deaths, that was the 15th of Av, and a date of celebration. Third, it was the date of the reintegration of the tribe of Benjamin after their exclusion from the body politic of the early ancestors of the Jewish people, as described in Shoftim 21, the book of Judges, chapter 21. Horrible story there. Benjamin was ostracized for quite some time, and then on the 15th of Av, the tribe of Benjamin was reintegrated. Fourth, moving ahead quite a bit now to the late 8th century before the Common Era, when King Hoshea ben Elah removed the guards that were preventing the Israelites who lived in the northern kingdom of Israel, which had split from the southern kingdom of Judah. He removed the guards that prevented the Israelites from making their way down into Judah and to make pilgrimage to the holy city of Jerusalem. Under an earlier king, Yeravam ben Nebat, there was a ban placed on Israelites making their way down to Jerusalem, and this was finally lifted on the 15th of Av. Number 5, this is again moving forward another 900 odd years when you get to the Bar Kokhba rebellion. During the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was horribly and brutally put down by the Romans, only after tremendous difficulty, however, there was one final battle at a place called Beitar. And the Romans were so incensed at the difficulty that the Bar Kokhba rebels had posed for them, they did not allow the bodies of the Jewish fighters to be cleared from the field and buried. So they were left out in the field, guarded by the Roman soldiers until finally on the 15th of Av, which was probably in the year 136 or possibly in the year 137 of the Common Era. Finally, the Romans relented and allowed the Jews to collect their dead and to grant them a proper burial. This is, by the way, also memorialized in the Grace After Meals. The blessing Tova Hameti is also composed in honor of being able to bury the last rebels of Bar Kokhba. And then finally, this date, the 15th of Av, is the last date when wood would be chopped for the temple. And the reason provided is because it happens to be the summer solstice, meaning that every day after the 15th of Av, the days get shorter. And the rabbi said there's not going to be enough sunlight on each successive day to properly dry out the wood so that it would be ritually fit for the temple. And so therefore, this was a celebratory day. It completed another cycle of chopping the wood for the temple. And those are the 6 historical reasons. I probably should have put that one actually, on the 5th reason, because that would have predated the Bar Kokhba revolt. By the time Bar Kokhba rebelled, the temple was already destroyed. But, oh well, I already recorded it. So that's the 6 historical events that are associated with this particular date. I hope you found this interesting. Thank you very much for watching.
You have to gain experience from those tournaments. It's going to take a lot of time. Yeah, but I guess it's like anything that's worth doing.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Since we're just about to begin the amazing holiday of Passover, I thought I'd take a few minutes every day and just offer a short historical insight into either the Exodus as we have it described, or and some interesting things that we find out from extra biblical sources. I'd like to begin by talking about Pharaoh Merneptah's premature obituary. So, first of all, Pharaoh Merneptah was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late 13th century before the Common Era. And in approximately the year 1220 before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash and grab rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in this stele that he erected that's located in southern Egypt. Here you can see the stele itself. It's a massive obelisk, stands something like 20 feet tall. And there's like some depictions of, various ritual things at the top. And then written in Egyptian hieroglyphics is a whole listing of the amazing achievements of the pharaoh Merneptah. If you scroll all the way down this document to a place at the bottom, there's this fascinating little section that has been deciphered and has been interpreted to read, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Now, there's a lot of things to say about this interesting passage, but what's especially valuable to me is that this is the first clear statement of the word and the name and the concept and the people Israel outside of biblical texts. Meaning we've got lots of descriptions, very rich characteristic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish people, the patriarchs, the matriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel, the people, existing in the historical record outside of our own family history. Now, there's a few other exceptions to that rule, like, for example, you can see in this execration figurine, which is basically a kind of an early Egyptian voodoo doll that goes back about 500 years before Merneptah erected his stele. These are kind of fascinating ritual objects where Egyptians would write the names of people or places they don't like, and then they would ritually defile the statue by burning it or breaking it and things like that. And it was kind of like a way of like invoking curses upon the people that they disliked. And when you look at these execration figures, you'll see that there are place names that are located in the land of Israel. But it doesn't say anything about who's living there or anything like that, just as kind of like geographical, topographical information. Very valuable, but doesn't say too much to us about who these people were, what they stood for, and so on, or even if they would be the descendants of Jacob, because of course there were people living in Israel prior to the arrival of the sons and daughters of Jacob, sometime maybe in the 13th century. And furthermore, it's not surprising you don't have more Egyptian description of the Exodus for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording stories that was, contrary to the national interest. One great example of this is the story of the pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here, wearing a ceremonial beard in this Sphinx presentation, although she was a female pharaoh. And one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from the wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsuts are all clearly effaced from the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. It turned out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian mummy issues was not correct. Well, I should not say that. Mummy issues, that's terrible. Oh well, let's just keep it. Anyways, it was unsuccessful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known about her activities later, and these attempts to wipe her out of the record were completely unsuccessful. But what I really find fascinating, besides the fact that this is the first time we have anyone saying anything about the ancestors of the Jewish people in the historical record, it is, after all, an obituary. Meaning, Merneptah said that I went up into the north, I went through all these communities that I destroyed, I pillaged, all kinds of things, and when I got to those pesky Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Meaning, that's it for the Jewish people, and they will never again rise up. They'll never again show their faces. This is, I think, especially ironic when you think about the fact Merneptah himself, the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars identify as the Pharaoh of the story of Joseph. We'll talk about him tomorrow, God willing. But it's as if he's like getting revenge for the way that his father was treated when the Egyptian slaves left Egypt. There'd be lots of things to think about. What I think is especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy. I'm not going to show it on the screen because many people find that very tasteless. I have done it in previous lectures, but he looks terrible. He looks like he's wasted and his seed is no more. On the other hand, the Jewish people, thank God, are still flourishing and are still, very much active and central in many ways to what's happening in Western civilization. This illustrates two things. It illustrates, on the one hand, yet another example of what we see in the Haggadah, that in every generation there will be someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people, but they are miraculously rescued. Here is a kind of hilarious passage from an 1859 Haggadah that was published in the Russian Empire. And the censor said, how can you possibly include that statement that in every generation there will be some kind of massive anti-Semite? That's not true. We live now in the paradise of the Russian Tsar, and life for Jews is fantastic here in 1859. There's no way there's going to be any challenges. So therefore, the censor insisted and had added to the text the words Hayu, which is circled here, and the letter Hey before Matzilenu instead of the Mem. So in other words, he forced it to read, in every generation there used to rise this, meaning no longer. But in ancient history that happened, but no longer. And then later he says, it's not that God continues to rescue the Jewish people, it's that he used to rescue the people. Doesn't have to anymore because now life is great. And this, that's the first thing I want to remark on with Merneptah's last obituary of the Jewish people, which is really the first obituary we have. Mark Twain, a great writer and humorist of the 19th century and early 20th century America. There was, of course, a famous story, I'm sure you've heard it, that at one point someone thought he had died and they published an obituary and he quipped, and there are various versions of what he actually said or wrote, but it was apparently something to the effect of, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. And that's also, I think, reflective of Merneptah's premature obituary. Let us go back to Mark Twain, though, to close this out. And I often reflect on something he wrote in the year 1899, in a remarkable essay in Harper's Magazine called Concerning the Jews. It was later reprinted in 1934. And he writes, about a 15-page essay about the status of Jews in Europe and in America, and he reflects on the concept of anti-Semitism and so on. And he says a lot of really fascinating things, some of which are real howlers, like looking at it a century later, we see how wrong he was in many ways. But his conclusion is so powerful. I'm going to read it to you because I just think it's a great sort of mindset to bear in mind as we go into the Passover season, as we go into the celebration of the Haggadah. Once again, we go through another year of reciting this ancestral story and thinking about what it means for the Jewish people and for the world. So here's Mark Twain's conclusion of his essay Concerning the Jews, 1899. To conclude, if the statistics are right, the Jews constitute about 1% of the human race. It's actually smaller than what Mark Twain. It suggests a nebulous, dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also way out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. But he has made a marvelous fight in this world, in all the ages, and he has done it with his hands tied behind him. He could be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose filled the planet with sound and splendor, then faded to dream stuff. and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in twilight now, or have vanished. The Jew saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew. All other forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality? Wow, that's an amazing passage. Thank you posthumously, Mr. Twain, for that amazing conclusion to your essay. And this is what I think about when I go into the Passover Seder. I think about how many centuries upon centuries Jews have gathered around the table. What have they eaten? What were they dressed like? How they sometimes were on cushions on the floor, how they would, in distant times, recline to their lefts on chaise lounges, because that's the way that they used to eat in Hellenistic Israel. I mean, it's just so amazing that there's this phenomenal continuity, and what Twain said only a century ago is so dramatically true even today. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a fantastic Passover.
Sometimes they'll get lower, but you very rarely see like an 18-ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20-ounce Southwest because, you know, they're ebony or Coca Cola or something like that, really heavy. But they have a very specific hook to them. Yeah, sound. It's just like a...
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm glad you're back to talk a little bit more about historical background or historical context of the Exodus and the Haggadah. I want to talk a little bit about the Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. Of course, this is a citation from the beginning of Exodus, where, you know, Joseph comes to the land of Egypt and he does tremendous things with their economy and just gets them through that 7-year famine. And, you know, everyone should really be grateful to Joseph for all the tremendous things he did for the country. But a new Pharaoh arose who knew not Joseph, who didn't remember what the ancestor of the Jewish people had to do in Egypt, and the gratitude was gone. What have you done for me lately? It ended up, you know, descending into exploitation and eventually slavery, which is at the core of the Exodus experience. Now, there's so much to talk about here, but I really want to focus on this Pharaoh and one aspect of his personality. But let me just begin by starting with a more general background concept. You know, I think it would be a mistake to offer these series as kind of like, well, here's all the archaeological evidence that proves exactly what it says in the Bible. Because, you know, the Bible is a religious text. It is a book of faith. It is not a book of science, and it does not attempt to conform to the rules of science, hypotheses, and, you know, experimentation and the scientific method and things like that. That's not really what the book is about. That does not mean that one may not rely on it for historical data. In fact, that's a leading title of a great work by Professor Kitchen on reliability of the Old Testament, which is a remarkable work. A lot of the crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can pin down with historical data from extra biblical sources. For a host of reasons. This is a short class, so I'm not going to go into all of them, but I do want to illustrate why that's not necessarily the right way to go about thinking about how to read the Bible. I'll tell you a story about my grandparents. This is a photograph of them from 1913. My grandfather Alex and my grandmother Pavka. They're both Lithuanian migrants to Canada, and they lived up in the north of Canada when this horrible forest fire rushed through the area in the year 1916, known as the Great Matheson Fire. It was absolutely devastating for people living in this, you know, very congested timberland of the north. It killed some 200 people, including quite a few Native Canadians, First Nations people, who really did not have structures that could withstand these fires. My grandfather, this is a story I heard from my own father, who was not even born at the time, but my grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming. And so, he was just starting his business in dry goods at the time. What he did was he dug a massive hole in the backyard, took all of his stock, which was basically like work pants and shirts and boots and things like that, buried it in, he wrapped it in burlap, and then he buried it in the backyard. And the fire came into town, devastated the town, but he and his wife, who was then expecting my uncle, they all ran to the Abitibi River, and they waited in the river until it was safe to come out again when the fire had passed. The town was devastated. People were impoverished, but they could go to my grandfather, who gave them clothes for free. They could pay back later when they were back on their feet and so on. But this act of foresight and of courage and of kindness ultimately allowed the entire town to survive and my grandfather's business to survive. And it went on for a whole century after that. My father took it over, and then my mother, and it lasted for a very long time. Now, this story is very hard to find in the historical data. The records simply aren't there. We know the fire happened. We know the names of people who were killed. We can go visit their graves. But we don't have these smaller family stories of tremendous import. They're just not recorded anywhere. But that doesn't mean they didn't happen. And more importantly, that's the real story that I want to gather from that episode. What my father told me, and he never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. But what my father told me, and I trust my father, that's the Masorah, that's a tradition. My father told me things about his father and mother that gave me tremendous lessons into how I should lead my own life. And I think that's how we have to look at the historical data we have on the Exodus that leads into the Haggadah and so on. We may not be able to put everything under a microscope and find this fact or find that fact or confirm this idea or that idea, but we will nevertheless find a tremendous amount of information. If you want to go into the weeds in this, have a look at Kenneth Kitchen's book. It is absolutely tremendous. He includes, for example, this piece of data, which is so fantastic. We do have some ways of corroborating events in the Bible with extra biblical events, such as, for example, the price of slaves in the time of Joseph. We know that in Exodus chapter 37, verse 28, we have the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels. And when we compare that price of 20 shekels with how much we know slaves cost in the Code of Hammurabi, in texts from Mari and Old Babylonia, we see that that's smack on what we would expect a slave to cost in the precise era when we believe that Joseph was sold. Moreover, if we look at the price of slaves as recorded in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, with what we know that slaves were going for from documents in nearby Nuzi or Ugarit, we see that, my gosh, it's exactly the same. And finally, when you look at the price of the redemption of the nobles under King Manasseh, the nobles were taken into Ashur. They, over there in Kings 2, chapter 15, verse 30, that price exactly maps to what we know about the price of slaves in Assyria. And you track all of these on a chart, and you can see that it's a pretty linear progression that tends to confirm the statement of the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels, placing it appropriately within its historical context. It's pretty amazing, I think, to see this corroboration. This is data that's derived from Dr. Kitchen's work. But let's go to our main subject, which is, of course, the personality of Ramses II, who many scholars believe would be the specific pharaoh described as having forgotten about Joseph. Whether, as we have a famous controversy in the Talmud, he was the same pharaoh who just, chose to forget for whatever reason, or whether he really was a new pharaoh who didn't read the, Egyptian history textbook. One of the most fascinating debates in Talmud about Pharaoh Ramses is, what is the degree of his culpability for the maltreatment of the Jews? Especially because as the plagues were instituted, the verse says, and it says this only about Pharaoh Ramses II and his direct administrators, that his heart was made heavy, kaved. In other places, the term his heart was made hard, chazak, for example. We see that, in several places in the Bible. But to see his heart made heavy, it's the only time it's used is with regards to Ramses II. And what exactly does a heavy heart mean? In the English language, when we say a heavy heart, we mean, despondent or sad or, something like that. But it doesn't seem to make sense. The context of the making of one's heart heavy in the book of Exodus is that Ramses became more belligerent, more obstinate, the opposite of a soft heart or an open heart. It was somehow making him more culpable. Now, here's an insight from Dr. Racheli Shlomi Chaim, fascinating Egyptologist from Hebrew University, who points out that if you look at Egyptian myth, the main thing that Pharaoh has to do, the one job that he has, is to maintain something called ma'at, which is an Egyptian term meaning harmony, order, balance, i.e. that the Pharaoh has to make sure that society progresses in an organized fashion with equity and justice. And this is what Pharaoh is judged for. So, for example, if you look here at a remarkable 13th representation of Seti I, presenting a little statuette of the goddess of Ma'at, the goddess of this kind of balance, indicating that this is what he does. This is his offering. Ma'at is frequently portrayed as having a headdress that is adorned by a large feather. You can see here's another example of that feather. Now, why I'm saying this is because there's an amazing thing that Professor Shlomi Chaim points out, that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a very famous scene where after a pharaoh dies and is mummified, part of the process is his heart is removed and placed in a kanok jar, placed in like an urn, a clay urn, and then it is weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Meaning, if he did his job right, then his heart will be lighter than the feather of Ma'at, and he will get whatever benefits there are in the afterlife. But if he failed to maintain Ma'at, if he allowed his heart become heavy, not hard, not resistant, but heavy, then he will be judged negatively, and he will be punished in the next world. As you can see in this 13th century, again, the same era, the Book of the Dead, there's a famous scene where you can see the canoptic jar there on the left side of the scales and the feather of Ma'at on the right. And so far, Pharaoh is hanging in there, but we don't know what's going to end up happening with it. So this is really the meaning within the Egyptian context of the 13th century, which we've largely lost, except for the research of people like Professor Racheli Shlomi Chaim, who point this out, that it is his failure to maintain a just and equitable society, that is his maltreatment of the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his forgetfulness for what he should have done for the people of Joseph is fundamentally what caused his heart to become heavy, and fundamentally what brought about his own downfall. Wow, fascinating. I hope this was useful to you, and maybe you'll even talk about it a little bit at your Passover Seder. Thank you very much for watching.
Someone had a hostage. He would have to execute shots under extreme pressure, and he was also a bow hunter, and he realized that there were certain mistakes that he was making, and a lot of people are making bow hunting.
Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I had a brilliant idea this morning, thinking a lot about Passover and thinking about my upcoming cruises with Kosher River Cruises. I thought, wait, what if we offered a fully kosher recreation of the Exodus, skipping the slavery part and just going straight from Egypt to the Promised Land? Wouldn't that be amazing? We would not even have to split the sea because we have these beautiful ships that we travel on. Let's just recreate the journey. It would sell tremendously. It will be amazing. The only problem is it's very hard to figure out the actual geography of the route. Where exactly did the Exodus happen? And specifically, where did the crossing of the sea occur? So let's get into the geography a little bit and the archaeology, and we'll try to reconstruct what we know. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that we simply don't know. Now, part of the reason why this is so complicated is because there is natural geographic change over the 3,000 plus years since this occurred. If you have a look at this satellite image here, you can see that the primary geological feature of the land of Egypt is, of course, the Nile River that flows from the south to the north. That's why the lower Nile is actually higher on the map, and the upper Nile is actually lower on the map. And for, recorded history and beyond, the Nile has regularly flowed along this route and emptied out into a large delta that flows into the Mediterranean Sea. Now, the challenge is that there is a certain amount of natural change to the geography, as rivers do tend to move a little bit. There are oxbows that form, and as irrigation changes, and this river has been heavily drained for irrigation with canals built over the centuries, sometimes the nature of the delta can change and so on. And this is complicated by the fact that in 1970, a big dam was built in the upper Nile. You can see it at the bottom of this map, the Aswan Dam, and that changed a lot of the features of the water flow as well. So how does that affect what we know about the biblical sites that are described as the settlement of Jews in Israel? Historians believe that Goshen, the place where the Jews settled after Joseph is described as coming to the leadership of Egypt, would be in the eastern delta. You can see where I've indicated it here on the map. And in fact, not too far away is a site called, in contemporary Arabic, Kantir, or Piramese, which is most likely the site of Pi Ramses, one of the sites that we have described in the Bible as a construction site that Jews were forced to work on. And so we know that all these things are happening here in the Eastern Delta. The challenge is that while some things are actually really well supported, for example, the Midrash talks about the actual soil of Pi Ramses being very unstable, and the Jews would engage in building buildings, and the buildings would collapse. That actually makes sense based on the nature of the composition of the soil in the delta there. But we don't have much archaeological, evidence from that period of any of the buildings that may have been constructed according to the biblical accounts. We do have, however, some new archaeological evidence that has come about as a result of the desiccation of the region related to the creation of the Aswan Dam that indicates some amazing things, like even these phenomenal mud pits that were described there, which are entirely consistent with what we know about brick making in ancient Egypt from, for example, the tomb painting of Rechmira that describes the entire process of brick making, which is consistent not only with the biblical account, but also with papyri that have managed to survive till this day. And in this particular mud pit that just blows me away, there's actually some remnants of a child's footprints. They measure to be about size 8.5 to 10, which would describe a child of 4 to 5 years old. We don't know, who this child was, Egyptian child, Jewish child, slave child. We don't know. What are they doing in the pits? Well, were they forced to work there? Were they playing there? We don't know, but it is nevertheless a very chilling reminder of the reality of work at that time. Still, doesn't say too much about the route that we're trying to describe. We know that the biblical account places the Jews in the eastern Nile Delta. So how did they get from there to the promised land? The Bible specifically states that they did not take the shortcut, which is the Derech Plishim, the Philistine way, also known as the way of Horus. That would have been the easiest and most logical. That would go along the coast of the Sinai Peninsula, which actually had several, established fortresses that were built by the Egyptians. The Egyptians frequently went this route when they went on raiding campaigns into the land of Israel. So we know they didn't go that way. Specifically, the Bible says they took an alternate route, a long route that somehow had them wandering throughout the Sinai Peninsula, eventually ending up in the land of Israel. But when you look at the overall map, you got to wonder, where did they cross the sea? Where exactly? What sea are we talking about? We should point out, in Hebrew, the term is Yam Suf, which means literally the Sea of Reeds. The term sea here, Yam, has to be not viewed from, let's say, a Western perspective of what a sea is. Sea is normally a fairly large body of water, but in biblical Hebrew, the word yam can mean something a little bit more like what Americans would call a lake, and maybe not even a great lake. Like Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee, is actually a fairly small body of water. I'm not sure if you can easily swim from side to side, but you can at least contemplate swimming from one side to the other. Similarly, the Dead Sea is very small. I mean, comparison to the Great Lakes, these are small bodies of water, but in Hebrew they are called seas. Now, the second word, reeds, is interesting. The Sea of Reeds. It does not describe the Red Sea or the Mediterranean Sea. It says the Sea of Reeds. So this makes it sound a little bit like it could be a wetland, kind of like, a marshy area, which very much fits with what we know about the geography of the Eastern Nile Delta. And so many historians have attempted to reconstruct a route of the Exodus that goes through what are sometimes called the Bitter Lakes, which are not so much like big bodies of water. Again, that's not necessarily what the term yam or sea might mean in biblical Hebrew, but they might be like incredibly inaccessible wetlands, so you just can't cross them. Maybe the water is 3 feet deep, 6 feet, lots of vegetation, and the only way to get through would be if it split and you could walk on dry land. A miraculous occurrence, to be sure. Other historians have suggested that no, it must have been the Mediterranean Sea that we're talking about. And you can see there are routes that describe going up north and then over the Sinai Peninsula into the Mediterranean and then back down into the Sinai, where they would wander around for a while. There are also theories that say no, they went further south down to the Red Sea and cross at that point. And then basically from there on in, it's really confusing, because one thing I forgot to mention is that the very first project in archaeology is really topography. We have, like biblical archaeology in particular, we have this biblical text, extremely valuable as a historical document, difficult to sometimes translate into what we know about the actual land itself, primarily because we don't know which locales specifically refer to the places named in the Bible. And one of the very first things that was done in the 19th century in the land of Israel is archaeologists began to say, okay, we've got these places like Beersheba. Where is Beersheba? And they would use all kinds of different techniques, sometimes linguistic, sometimes Arabic place names referred to earlier Hebrew origins, sometimes descriptions in the text itself that might give some indication as where exactly these places are, but we simply don't know for sure a lot of places, and especially the places associated with the Exodus. So there are lots of different routes. We also don't know, for example, where exactly is Mount Sinai. There is a mountain in the southern part that has been identified by the Arabs as Jebel Musa, the Mount of Moses, and that has been adopted by Christians as Mount Sinai. There's a monastery at the top of it and things like that. But there are also good possibilities that Mount Sinai would be in what we would call today Saudi Arabia. We simply have no concrete idea precisely where the ancient Israelites wandered as they were making their way from Egypt to the land of Israel, and there are lots of constructions. What we do have, however, is some fascinating archaeological evidence that points to a massive incursion of migrants to the land that would be called the land of Israel in the 13th century. Not only in terms of a huge rise in the establishment of settlement cannot be accounted for by natural increase, has to be migration. There is some fascinating stuff done by analyzing refuse pits, that in a lot of these regions where we identify with the settlement of Israelites, there's a remarkable absence of pig bones, whereas in sites that we know are much more Roman, there's lots of pig bones. I like to joke that, they find like Asian food takeout containers, but we don't find those. And also some really interesting things when sometimes sites are found, like in Hatzor, where the great archaeologist Yigael Yadin found a cultic site with a headless idol. The head lopped off, and there's a picture of what it looked like after surgery. But archaeological finds of this nature support the narrative that people came into the region from somewhere outside and viewed with hostility the local Canaanite practices and destroyed their altars and that. And that is entirely consistent with the biblical account that describes a massive number of Egyptian slaves, i.e. the children of Israel, coming into the land, destroying the altars wherever they encounter them, and so on. But there's so much more to say about this. I'm just trying to get a sense, though, of if we were to have a Kosher River cruise, where exactly would we traverse from Goshen to the land of Israel? And unfortunately, that's got to wait until we figure out the geography, and then we're going to have a big sail. You heard it first on this channel. Thank you very much for watching.
So it's got a lot of nap to the ball, so the ball moves slower, right? They hit balls really hard. Is that because of the rounded edges that you have to fire them through there? For example, if the ball is close to the rail, that's probably the best way to make the ball.
Hello and welcome to the very first Jewish History Lab report, dated December 20th, 2020. So this is a new experiment. I hope you find it useful. I took a poll last week and I got over 600 people voted, with 92% of you indicating that you'd like to see something like this. 81% of you expressed very strong interest, but in keeping with the season, we're going to have several recounts. Anyways, what is the purpose of this newsletter? Well, as I mentioned in a video a while ago, I've signed a major contract with Koren Publishers in Jerusalem to put together a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. And it'll take me a few years to write this, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a great book, and I'm looking forward to it. But one of the advantages of having a large audience of students who are interested in Jewish history on YouTube is that I can sort of crowdsource this. Obviously, I'm going to do the first stage of writing, and essentially the Jewish History Lab lectures are sort of my first draft of what I intend to put in the book. And I get a lot of feedback in the comment section, sometimes personal emails, and it's actually very useful. It's helping me shape the book. So this is what we intend to do in these newsletters. First of all, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's coming up this week. The topic for this week is the birth of Christianity. This is totally coincidental. When I planned out the fall semester, I didn't realize that it would happen to occur right at this time of year, but there you go, serendipity. So we have 4 videos that are related to this, 4 shorter videos. On Thursday, the 17th, we premiered Judea in the Days of Jesus, which was a popular video, actually. It was the #1 popular for that week. And then later today on Sunday at 1 p.m., these are Eastern time, by the way, New York time, we'll have a little bit longer video, Jesus and the Jewish Community. I'm a little bit concerned about this one. I usually don't speak about Jesus specifically in these videos because it tends to generate a lot of unwelcome comments. I'll talk more about that in a second. But, you know, this is the planned trajectory of the book. It's impossible to avoid this very crucial topic if we are going to write a comprehensive survey of the Jewish people. Then following that, on Tuesday, we're premiering the separation of the church and synagogue, which is basically talking about the activity of the young church under Paul in particular, and looking forward. And then on Thursday, we'll begin to look at the origins of the First Roman Jewish War. So that's what's coming up over this week. Also, this morning, I'm premiering something, speaking virtually at Torah LA, which is a conference organized in Los Angeles by the Orthodox Union, and I'm giving a talk on Jewish history in Daf Yomi. For those of you who are not familiar with it, this is a global study of Talmud program. Daf Yomi means a folio a day, essentially like 2 pages a day, which allows people to complete the Talmud in 7 years. And my small part in this year's cycle, or this cycle, which takes 7.5 years to complete, is called Jewish History and Daf Yomi. It's a little video that appears on every daf of Gemara, 2,711 in total. And it's available on the alldaf.org website, and also there's an app that goes along with it. So please have a look at that. That's going to be airing at 10 a.m. LA time, but I'll also put it on this channel at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, that's what's coming up this week. In terms of channel member news, you may have noticed that I have membership available on this channel. And, you know, when YouTube first made this available to me, I didn't really understand how it would be helpful, but then I realized a really great way that it will push forward my agenda of working on some serious Jewish history for the globe. First of all, if you've seen the manifesto video, in which I talk about my basic values, I really believe that Jewish history information be completely accessible and should be available for free around the world. And so that's really what I've tried to build over the past 10 years or so of working on this channel. But what is not free is my personal engagement, because when you put something out globally, you get so many unwelcome comments. Sometimes a lot of attention from anti-Semites. Sometimes a lot of attention from people who want to convert me to a different faith. Some people who want to convert me to the same faith that I'm currently in, but maybe in a different slight version, things like that. And I just don't have time to deal with that. So I have tended to shy away from certain subjects and certain topics because I don't want to, spend a lot of time debating with people about these things unless they are serious. Now, what I mean by serious is not learned or advanced. What I mean is people who have a strong level of motivation to study Jewish history, and also that they're prepared to observe basic scholarly norms, meaning to be respectful of others who are in the conversation, to appreciate that other people have a perspective that is maybe very valuable, and that if you listen to them, you may actually gain something from it, As the 7 Habits say, my rabbi loves quoting the 7 Habits, right? Seek first to understand, then to be understood. So people like that, I love to have them in classes of any age, and I never tire of engaging in people like that. So membership is a way of trying to filter out hoi polloi and focusing on those people. There are 3 levels of membership. The student level gives people advanced access to all the videos, which is really useful because some of the most helpful comments that I get back are from the students who see it before I release it to the rest of the world. That's when I release to the rest of the world, I get a lot of spam, a lot of things that I have to actually filter out. So it's nice to get just the information from students first. At the researcher level, that's where I start to introduce some of the more difficult things that maybe shouldn't be shared with everybody because of the reasons I've mentioned. Today, for example, I'm recording a book review of the Jewish annotated New Testament. It's a little bit more controversial. And then at the colleague level, there's invitation to participate in live classes so we can engage in real time and have video conferences and so on. So what's happening for the colleagues this week is we're going to be having a live class specifically on the first Roman Jewish War, and then the video versions will appear over the next couple of days. Let's close with some fascinating Jewish history news from this week. One fascinating article that came out from Amanda Borschel-Dan, who is an amazing journalist who writes fantastic things, particularly in the realm of archaeology. She writes that just a few days ago, an amazing seal whose authenticity was doubted for a long time was recently authenticated. And it is a seal that comes from Israel from 2,700 years ago. That's the reign of the second Yeravam, the second Jeroboam. Here's a picture of it. Wow, it looks so fascinating. I'm going to include in the newsletter the link to this article. Have a look at this. It's absolutely fascinating. And look at everything that Amanda Borschel-Dan writes, because it's absolutely great. Okay, I hope this is helpful to you, and enjoy the videos this week. Thanks for studying Jewish history with me.
That's all I have. You ever thought about doing what Nick Vandenberg does when he sits on the couch? Just like visualizing running out while you're watching your opponent play? I think I have that going through.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope this message finds you and your loved ones well. So this is the second issue of the Jewish History Lab report, and I'm actually really pleased to see how this has evolved. As I mentioned in previous videos, this new format of these briefer online kind of coronavirus optimized videos is a result of my signing a contract with Corin Publishers to create a 3-volume history of the Jewish people, which I'm really excited to be working on. And I thought I would take a year and a half to essentially work through the curriculum that will form the basis of the book and put it out there online. And I would use the feedback and the comments from fellow students of Jewish history like you to shape the direction of my research. And it's actually been really great. A lot of the comments that I've gotten back exposed to me things that I'm really not that aware of, or concerns that I had not really thought of addressing, and I think it's going to be a really positive thing. I'm especially grateful to this week because we got through one of the most difficult passages, really, when we talked about the birth of Christianity, and there was a lot of heat generated by that topic. Very difficult to sort of navigate the possible minefields of controversy, but I'm especially grateful to Boxer Fencer, one of the users on this channel, who sent me a really useful passage from Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 14, which really made me rethink a little bit of what I had to say about St. Paul and the development of Christianity. This is a passage that, when I looked a little bit into the scholarship, it's called the Great Diatribe, by the way. Many scholars actually question whether it is authentic, that it may have slipped into manuscripts as they were copied, but there are no variant manuscripts that fail to show this passage, so it presents an interesting kind of problem. Anyways, you can have a look there if you're curious. I also received, of course, a lot of nasty comments about the birth of Christianity. My favorite actually was one commentator who said some very nice things and said that I was doomed to hellfire, but then at the end he concluded by saying, anyway, I like your work and personality, keep up the great work. Well, I guess I don't know what to say about that. At any rate, thanks also to Barb Todd, who sent along a really useful link from NPR on the use of modern computer technology to reveal the contents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are, of course, very fragile and very difficult to unravel and difficult to open. So it's very difficult to actually read them, but with new imaging techniques, wow, it's been really fascinating. Okay, so here's an update. Last week, we premiered the video on the First Roman-Jewish War, the first stage of it, with Cestius Gallus in particular, the war in the north, and then Vespasian's arrival. Today we're going to be releasing the video of the fall of Jerusalem specifically. Very important turning point in Jewish history, and I look in greater detail at the way in which Vespasian's son Titus actually besieged Jerusalem and brought it down and burned the temple on the 9th day of the month of Av. A little later this week we'll release the video on the aftermath of the Great Revolt, which will look specifically at Masada, the last holdout of the rebels in the fortress and a mountaintop in the Dead Sea Zone. In terms of moving forward, this week we're going to be looking at the Kitos Rebellion, a very unusual rebellion that was not especially important in Israel itself, but especially important in the Jewish diaspora outside it. That would be in the years 115 through 117. And then we're going to look at the Bar Kokhba revolt in much greater detail and its impact on Jewish thought, civilization, and culture thereafter, with some focus on the Asara Ruge Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, a very important element that has informed Jewish thought and shaped how Jews have related to the diaspora as a whole. In terms of membership perks for this week, the members at the colleague level, we're going to have our live class on Wednesday night, as usual, at 7:30. For researchers and colleagues, I've got a new video that I'm just hoping to release this week, which is a fantastic re-look at Yigael Yadin's amazing book on Bar Kokhba, which was, such a classic, and I so enjoyed rereading it. So I thought I'd talk about it a little bit with you. And then at student level membership, we're going to have some advanced access to those videos on the Quitos Rebellion, the Bar Kokhba Revolt, and the 10 Martyrs of the State. And then we will be premiering them to the larger internet audience thereafter. Okay, that's the plan for this week. I hope you all enjoyed watching these videos, and I look forward to interacting with you as we put together this amazing history of the Jewish people. Thanks very much for watching.
And then what if you're away for 10 years? Yeah, well, then you gain an accent. And people like you.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Here's the lab report for this week, the first week of the Gregorian year 2021. Let's hope that it's a much better year for everyone after all of the difficulties of 2020. So last week we premiered a few videos specifically looking at the period of Great Rebellions. We looked at the aftermath of the Great Rebellion, the war that ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. And then we looked at a lesser-known revolt called the Quitos Rebellion that occurred in the years 115 through 117 under the Emperor Trajan. And then premiering later today will be the final video in that series of rebellions. We're going to look at the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which is absolutely fascinating in many ways, although there are so many questions that may not answer. I've also issued last week a brief researchers and colleagues video on Yigael Yadin's research in particular. It's so exciting. I really enjoyed so much of it. The plans for this week are to shift a little bit from the kind of chronological march of history and go back to a theme or an issue, and specifically we're going to look at women in ancient Israel. We touched on this somewhat when we looked at daily life in ancient Israel, but now we're going to focus more carefully on a very difficult topic to study appropriately because we really lack so many women's voices in the historiography, in the material itself. The connection to Bar Kokhba, though, is especially fascinating because I'm looking forward to talking to you about Babata, who was a remarkable woman who left behind a cache of documents relating to her private legal life, dealing with a lot of personal crises that she was going through with multiple husbands and her widowhood and conflict over inheritance, conflict over child custody. Really fascinating materials that gives us a great sort of cross-section of what it must have been like to be a woman in the 2nd century. But we're going to start much earlier and kind of cover much more theoretical and historical ground in that lecture. The live version of this lecture will be open to colleagues, and we'll check the links in the separate post for that material. I also want to let you know that we are coming to the conclusion of this semester. We'll go through January, looking at the ancient period, and then we're going to make a transition to the medieval period. And as I mentioned to you before, all of this work is in preparation for the much larger project of creating 3 volumes for Korean publishers on the history of the Jewish people. And I'm using these videos to, collect feedback and get suggestions and get support and sometimes criticism to help me think about how I want to put together these volumes. And I really appreciate all of you who have maintained, pretty kind of commenting on the website. I apologize that I can't get to absolutely every comment, particularly when the threads get longer and longer. But I am spending time every day going over the comments and trying to respond to you. And in this context, I want to let you know about a new idea I'm working on right now that I can't host here on YouTube because it doesn't work as well with text. It is, after all, video. But on my personal website, henryabramson.com, I'm thinking I will start putting up drafts of the chapters as they are written for comment from all of you. as much as I'm enjoying crowdsourcing this intellectual project of creating a book of Jewish history with a lot of support from other people, I don't think I can reasonably open up all of the text as it is in formation to 38,000 subscribers. So I'm going to probably set in some kind of mechanisms there to try and filter out people who are not necessarily as focused on the goal of really creating a final text. But I encourage you to go visit my website, henryabramson.com, where you'll see some of these ideas as they are developing, and I'm kind of excited about them. I'll let you know more about them. And next, I want to thank all of you for feedback last week of that crazy idea of creating merch for this channel. I still feel a little queasy about it, and I haven't quite told my college-age son that I think I'm going to try it. But anyways, check it out. I'm especially fond of the mugs, and I want to give a special shout out to Jen Goldman and Tommy O'Donovan and Michael Alberta, who suggests so many great ideas. And some of them I'm going to put into place because it's actually kind of fun. So there it is. Have a look at the Teespring site. They'll be populating in YouTube later. We've got a Josephus mug, we've got a me mug, and we've got a Shabbatite Tzvi mug, which Mike Klein says he's going to really enjoy taking to the mikvah, the ritual bath, for its proper immersion. Anyways, it's a strange one. I hope you have an amazing week, and it's great to have you as subscribers to this channel. Take care.
If you don't have personal sovereignty, if you don't understand yourself, truly understand yourself, not just trying to project an image of what you like people to think of you, but who you actually are, that's where you get in trouble with fame. And then also reading haters and reading the comments, and
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to announce that beginning this Wednesday night, October 27th at 7:30 p.m., we will resume the Jewish History Lab series of lectures. This is going to be the third and final semester of this series, and we're going to look at the modern era. Unlike the two previous semesters in which I had the chutzpah to address many subjects which I knew not too terribly much about, I'm actually a little more adept in the modern era, so I hope it's going to be even more interesting for all of us and less sweat-inducing for me. At any rate, we're going to look at the last 500 years of Jewish history, specifically from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 right up until the contemporary period. And I think it's going to be so fascinating. There's so many amazing, dynamic things that happened to and happened as a result of the Jewish people over the last half millennium, and I can't wait to discuss them with you and hear your questions. So there are three basic ways to participate in this series if you would like to. The first is please attend in person. The classes are sponsored by the Young Israel of Lawrence, Cedarhurst. That's located at 8 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst, New York, led by the incredible Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation. Unlike the series that was so rudely interrupted back in the spring of 2020, we are going to be having them live and in person in the synagogue building. They're open to the community, free of charge. Please come by and join us. We would like you to please practice respiratory etiquette. This is something that I picked up while I was traveling in Europe just recently. We encourage vaccination for everybody, of course, if you are eligible for a vaccine. Please do not, if you are not feeling well. Masks are welcome and encouraged for anyone who feels appropriate wearing one. They are mandatory for those who are not vaccinated. The lectures, I have to say, will not be recorded. So there are some advantages to come in person, and there are some disadvantages. The advantages are that, of course, the live lectures, really, that's the gold standard for an educational experience. The spontaneity of live conversation, questions and answers. There is a small disadvantage that you may be exposed to some of my cheesy jokes, and I apologize in advance for them, but I simply can't help myself. So that's the best way to enjoy it, free of charge, sponsored by Young Israel of Lawrence, Cedarhurst. Please join us. And they will be basically every week, every Wednesday night at 7:30. There are some interruptions to the schedule. The second way you can participate is you can attend via Zoom. We are, of course, in a bold new era of education. We're still trying to figure out exactly, what is education going to look like, both at the tertiary level, where I spend most of my energy, or in the adult education, in which this series, or even at the primary level. And so we're going to try this semester to offer this as a hybrid option, meaning the essence is going to be placed on the live in-person class. And again, that's the best way to appreciate the information that we're going to share. But we will offer the option of Zoom for those who cannot attend in person for a variety of reasons, not excluding the reality of, the January temperatures in this part of the world. This option, however, is only going to be available to members of the synagogue and their guests. Check your email for a Zoom link so you'll be able to access the Zoom. It's also open to members of my YouTube channel at the colleague level. So please have a look at your community announcements and you'll be able to get the Zoom link and you'll be able to participate. One of the challenges of offering this in a hybrid format is that it's not easy to address a live audience and an online audience simultaneously. So I'm going to put most of my energy into the live audience, but I will try and devote certain periods of time to the hybrid. And we'll see how this works out. Hopefully it will be successful, but we will tweak things as we go along. Finally, if you can't attend in person and you can't attend by Zoom, then you'll be able to watch pre-recorded versions of the lectures, which I have been putting online. There's more than 80 of them in this particular series already available. And this, of course, is open to all because I really believe that Jewish history yearns to be free, yearns to be out there so that people can learn about this amazing and fascinating history. The advantages of viewing the pre-recorded lectures are that, one, they tend to be shorter and a little bit more tightly edited and so on. And there are very, very few cheesy jokes because I just got too many negative comments about them. There's not as much opportunity for interaction. I simply don't have time to respond to all of the questions and comments that are in the inbox there, but you will have the opportunity, of course, to interact with other audience members. And I do like to participate in live chats more or less once a week so that, we do have a chance to at least interact with each other that way. Okay, that's basically it. We're going to start Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are going to be looking at the fascinating topic of the Jews of Asia. Thank you very much for listening.
I mean, to do that, I would have to tighten that table up, right? Yeah. Would you want it 4 1/4? Or would you want it 4 1/4? Oh, that's another thing you want to do. You want to only put a 4-inch table.
Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures that I'd like to call the Jewish History Lab. Now I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I've signed a contract with Koren Publishers, Jerusalem, really important publishing house that does really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my own collection, and I'm very honored to be producing a multi-volume, massive survey history of the Jews for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into the printed word, and I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available because I think it's going to be great. I'm really excited about this particular work. So it's experimental in the sense that I'm going to put my draft together in this video format and put it up on the internet, and I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the box below this video and let me know what you think and if you have any questions or suggestions, and then we'll see how we go forward as I transform these lectures into the written word. But let's get straight to the material. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger perspective of the history of the Jewish people. Many people tend to look at the land of Israel something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. Now, what do I mean? They look at it this way. It looks intriguing and fascinating, but at the same time illogical and confusing. So what exactly is this map? First of all, it was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. You can see here's a screenshot of where it appears on Google Maps, just a little bit northeast of the Dead Sea, a little south of Amman. And it was in the floor of a 6th century church that was designed for pilgrims, Christian pilgrims, who were making their way into the land of Israel from the west. And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical reminder of how to find the various holy sites. It was discovered in the late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately, this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was preserved, and we can learn some fascinating things about how they viewed the region. Obviously, it's not to scale, but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it is disoriented with east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It's got some boats, massive boats by scale, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, the Jordan River, that's at the left that would connect up to the missing Sea of Galilee, or Yam Kinneret. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. Here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself. And the city of the Cardo, Roman road running through the center. And there's all kinds of fascinating features in the map, such as, for example, if we zoom in on the boat in the Dead Sea, there are a couple of fishermen there, but they look sort of like potatoes, because what you can see, the figure on the right has a hand extending from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to human beings, so they disfigured specifically the recognizably human faces on these forms, so we still have some sense of what they look like, and they replaced them obviously with other mosaic tiles. Fascinating kind of look at the land of Israel, but as I said, very confusing, obviously deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look at the land of Israel, with north at the top, as is the custom in Western cartography. And I think the most important thing that I can point out here is just how small the land of Israel is. I mean, check it out. If you go from the southernmost tip of the land of Israel in Eilat, the Gulf of Aqaba, and you go all the way to the north, roughly equivalent with Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights, and you see that basically it's only 420 kilometers or 262 miles. If you could drive that in a straight road, it's basically 4 hours driving from one end of the country to the other. And the widest waste of the land is only 115 kilometers or 71 miles. You can easily drive across that in about an hour. I mean, this is essentially what people commute to work, crossing the entire country of Israel. When the lightly shaded areas with Shechem or Nablus in the top and Hebron in the south, that refers to the West Bank, which we'll talk about much further on in this course. This is the region, of course, which is not annexed to Israel itself as the Palestinian Authority. And of course, you see the Gaza Strip there, which is sort of hatched, that is on the lower left side. Also, really a very small strip of land that looms large in the public imagination. If you were to take the amount of real estate that the state of Israel takes up in today's newspapers, for example, and you were to make that geographically to scale, I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that. But it is really a tiny little territory. Looking at it geographically, I think this map is especially helpful. This, of course, turns it on its side, facing to the east, somewhat like the Madaba map we saw earlier. And the most prominent feature, of course, is the Judean mountain range. They're not really mountains by, like, Rockies standards or the Alps. They're really more like dry, desiccated hills. And once again, the map, which is in Hebrew, shows 53 kilometers from the Jordan River over the Judean mountains, and an additional 16 kilometers to the sea, the Mediterranean itself. And it gives you some sense of the vertical topography and the climactic effect of those fairly low mountains. There's one more view of the same idea. This is once again oriented north-south. You have the coastal plain, which is quite dense and gets a lot more rainfall. Then you have the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea, which are much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Now, let's look at the land of Israel in its regional context, because this is where it gets really important. How does this tiny little country subsume so much history and so much politics in contemporary time? If you look at this satellite view, you can see that Israel is very centrally located between the three continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. And if you remove air travel, which of course was impossible in the ancient world, and if you consider the limitations of water travel, of sea travel because of land barriers, you can see that Israel is the main thoroughfare between those three continents. Any kind of trade typically has to go through Israel, unless you're talking about Europe to Asia directly or vice versa. Really, Africa, Asia, Europe are all connected to Israel over land routes. If we look in a little closer, you see that one of the most important aspects of those connections is the Fertile Crescent. And it is so called because there's kind of like a C shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside down flattened U shape of arable land that extends from the Nile Delta, which is in the lower left of this map. You can see it says in Hebrew Mitzrayim, or Egypt, and the hatched area represents the greater arability that is the product of the Nile River that flows from the bottom of this to the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's a little bit of a dead spot to the right of the Nile Delta, where you have the Sinai Peninsula. But then the land of Israel itself becomes fertile again. It goes up north through Lebanon and Syria, and then it curves over and follows the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers down into the Persian Gulf, which would be today's Iraq and Kuwait. The two rivers that flow from the northwest and down into the southeast are the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia is from a Greek word meaning between the rivers, Mesopotamos. And so that's the Tigris and Euphrates represent another great fertile area. Now, these two regions on the extreme west, Egypt, and on the extreme east, Mesopotamia, are really the superpowers of the world, but any kind of land or commerce communication between them has to go through Israel. And note that it is not very practical to try and go straight, like let's say following the latitude from Egypt straight over to the Mesopotamian region, because that's essentially crossing a lot of desert, which is basically impassable and not practical except through camel caravans. It's much easier to follow the fertile, settled regions and actually make travel from the southeast all the way up over the top and then down into Israel. This is in fact the route that the patriarch Abraham followed from ancient Sumer, the city of Ur, and then made his way up over the north through Syria and down into Israel. We'll talk about that in a later lecture. Here is a roadmap of the ancient world where you get to see the actual routes that they would take. First of all, there was the so-called Via Maris, or in Hebrew, Derech Hayam, the way of the sea. I like to think of this as the scenic route, where you would go from the left, from the Nile Delta, and you would basically follow the coastline. And it's a little rough as you're going along the top of the Sinai Peninsula, because that's quite dry. But then once you hit the region of Gaza and move up north, then you've got quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land, and you can follow the road all the way up and then down over to the right into Mesopotamia. The other route, which was also quite widely traveled, is the so-called King's Highway. There's actually a street like that in Brooklyn, of course, maybe named after this, I don't know, sometimes called the Royal Road, or in Hebrew, the Derech HaMelech. And this was a little bit shorter in the sense that you crossed the relatively small Sinai Peninsula, compared to the Great Arabian Desert. It's much more passable. And then you make a straight shot north up to Damascus. So it's not nearly as beautiful because you don't have the Mediterranean Sea to your left. At best, you have to travel through the very hot zone of the Dead Sea. But after that initial burst through the Sinai, then you've got fairly clear rest stops along the way, lots of gas stations as you make your way to Mesopotamia. And so Israel was extremely important as these commercial ventures expanded, and of course that becomes a political question as well. Perhaps what makes Israel so important to the rest of the world is the religious context. We're going to be exploring in a lot of lectures as we go on. It is the center really of three major world faiths, Judaism first, and then Christianity, and then Islam to a slightly lesser extent. And it's regarded as the navel of the world. In fact, that's a Hebrew term used in rabbinic literature for Israel and for Jerusalem specifically. This is a sentiment that is echoed by many other cultures. Have a look at this amazing 16th century map by Heinrich Bunting, which is meant to be kind of a thematic map. He published a lot of really beautiful maps that captured ideas in cartographic form. And you can see that he has indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, and African history. Right, a clover. If we zoom in here on Jerusalem, we get a beautiful sense of this very Christian sort of perspective of the region. You see 3 crosses there just outside the city. So that gives us a sense of the geographic features of the land of Israel, the political and economic features of the land in its regional context, and just a hint at what we're going to be discussing as we go further in this Jewish history lab. Thank you very much for watching.
I feel super tired because my schedule has been hectic lately. Yeah. I played the World Championships in Saudi, where I also lost in the finals.
Did you play Florida Open too?
Florida Open, and I played a tournament in between that. So basically, I played back-to-back 4 events. Wow, it's been over a month already. Staying on the road constantly.
Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. So I'd like to look very briefly at the earliest populations in the land of Israel. It's important here that we should distinguish 3 different types of what's called chronological analysis. There is history, which is the area in which I feel most comfortable, and then there is proto-history and prehistory, moving backwards in time. Proto-history is generally understood as the history when we have the earliest written documents. Because historians, we like to work with text, we like to work with words. And as soon as you begin to get words, like cuneiform or in hieroglyphics, you begin to be able to tease out some of what the earliest generations are trying to communicate, then you have at least the basis of these kind of things that we create to work with. On the other hand, moving further back in time, you have what's often called prehistory, which means what happened even before people were writing things down, or we have any written records of what may have been written down but simply did not survive. And when you get into that area, well, historians like me start to feel distinctly uncomfortable. You've got to get into archaeology, you've got to get into geology, you've got to get into scientific fields to understand how carbon dating works and things like that. Those are things that are not really my strongest suit. We will be dealing with much of that, especially archaeology, in the next couple of videos. But for the time being, let's just understand that there is history before that, proto-history before that, prehistory. And let's think about something really basic right now. First of all, how do we know that this is the year 5781? That is, of course, the Jewish year that was celebrated on Rosh Hashanah, which occurred in October of 2020. How do we know that this is really the 5781st year since creation? If you look at the book of Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew Scriptures, there is an accounting of years, but it's not really precise. It does not give us a really clear date for the year 1. And until you get to the 2nd century, when an important rabbi, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalachta, that is the 2nd century with a common era, about the year 160 or so of the common era, Rabbi Yosef ben Kalafta authored a text called Seder Olam Rabbah. I should say, by the way, it's attributed to Rabbi Yosef ben Kalafta. And what the author of Seder Olam Rabbah did is he went back to the text of Genesis and pieced together all of the gaps, like figuring out how old this person was and how old this was, and added them up. And there are a couple of areas where it's not entirely clear, like when exactly did the flood happen, when exactly did the generation dispersal happen, and things like that. But that's how we got to the calculation of the year 5,781. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of scientific evidence argues with this calculation, suggesting that the universe is considerably older. So what that means for our purposes as historians, and by the way, I know people often think I'm a rabbi, and I suppose it's the kippah and the beard that gives it away, but I'm not a rabbi. I am just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. And so the question is not so much a historical question here, because the scientific evidence is generally what historians work with, but it is a theological question. How do we read the Seder Olam Rabbah, and how do we read the text of Genesis? We're not going to go into those issues in this lecture. If you are curious to see how do we reconcile cosmology from the perspective of traditional Orthodox Judaism, and how do we reconcile that with scientific evidence, I strongly recommend you have a look at this great book, which I actually read twice because it is so fascinating, The Challenge of Creation by Rabbi Dr. Natan Slivkin. It is not an uncontroversial work, but basically he dips deeply into both science and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is nothing new. I mean, Jews have been dealing with the age of universe questions really since the 19th century for sure, in a very forthright way. But there are even some fascinating earlier opinions as to how to calculate these dates. Have a look over there if you want to go further in that direction. Anyone who possesses even a cursory familiarity with the first 5 books of Moses and some of the early prophets, like the book of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and into Kings, will be aware that, of course, there are many peoples who predated the mass arrival of Jews in Israel. The earliest penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, with the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis, that's generally understood to be around the beginning of the 2nd millennium before the Common Era. That is something like the date 1750 BCE. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something, again, we've got to push that off to another lecture. There's a lot to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that date. But there are lots of peoples already living in Israel, and in fact, the interaction with them is a major theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric peoples of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett, shown here in a 1913 photograph. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that great school. Unfortunately for her at that point, however, because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive a full position on the faculty. And although she was allowed to attend faculty meetings, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia in particular. And her research led to some phenomenal discoveries, such as these remarkable stone hand axes used by primitive peoples somewhere south of the Sea of Galilee, which, by the way, is also the site of some of the earliest beer manufacturing plants in the history of humanity. So we owe the discovery of beer possibly to the earliest peoples of Israel. In the Kabaran cultures, she discovered these remarkable mortar and pestles. You can see there's a little bit of grain on the left, and you would take that pestle and you would grind it up. It's actually quite tactile. You can actually imagine ancient hands, actually grinding grain to flour. This remarkable tiny sculpture from Ein Sachri is also quite fascinating. Her discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that the peoples of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at grave sites, she was able to discover, fantastic ritual items that were associated with people, such as the inclusion of many tortoise shells in with this grave, which is believed to be of an ancient shaman of the period. But I think one of the most fascinating things that she's associated with is the discovery of these things called desert kites. T.E. Lawrence, already in the 20th century, was writing about these and trying to figure out what do they mean. And really, the only way they were finally understood is with a lot of aerial photography. And they remind me of the Nazca sand drawings in Peru. So T.E. Lawrence, writing about this, says, what are these things? You've got these miles and miles of these tiny little piles of stones that seem to be quite deliberate. They run in lines, but what are they there for? You can see on the right a view of what it's like from the ground. But when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my gosh, look at this. It's shaped like in some kind of funnel with some kind of container at the end. And in fact, what Dorothy Garrett opined was that these kites might have been used for herding wild deer. And what would happen is you would find a group of wild deer, which of course were roaming Israel at the time, and the prehistoric peoples would kind of chase them into this kite, and the deer would run away from them, and then seeing this small barrier, they would be driven further and further into the kite until, and here we look at it from the point of view of a hunter, there would be hunters hiding behind this little gathering at the back, which would of course be a killing floor and would provide a lot of protein for the diet of the hunters involved in this. I mean, it's just amazing and bizarre kind of things that were happening in Israel. But if you think that's bizarre, wait till I show you this stuff. Oh my gosh. Some of the most fascinating things are discovered in the region of Jericho and the Judean hills. In particular, the discovery of these plastered human skulls, which appears that the ancient peoples of Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world, would preserve the skulls, presumably of their ancestors, and then decorate them and bury them apparently under the floor of their homes. So you can see sometimes they had plaster on top of them, and sometimes they had specific decorations, like the use of these shells for their eyes and so on. And perhaps this was associated with some kind of ancestor worship. The people of ancient Jericho were also into trephination, which is a really wild practice that involves the drilling of holes into the skull, a procedure which people tended to survive, believe it or not, because the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps as an early medical procedure, perhaps as an early psychiatric procedure, maybe it was some kind of cultic practice, who knows, but it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered in the region of Jericho were a whole series of fascinating masks, which again give us some inkling of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. It's hard to tell, but you can see here that the masks clearly had holes drilled to the side, so they could be attached to the face, perhaps for some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings. They're actually quite clever and appealing in many ways. There are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this skull mask here. Okay, so that's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric peoples in the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel of the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham and what that says for the beginnings of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Before we begin to approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question of how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source. The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word of God, and it has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at me, especially for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and the beard that give it away, and it's true. On a personal level, I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look again at this question from a historical perspective, because I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say, no problem, but it's 1985, and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar. And in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback that was probably published sometime around 1972 that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great. This is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you scrap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare described actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant for looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says that it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shena Punim, his visage. That's based on something called the Chandros portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but is generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's just so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the lighter. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data. Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction. It's for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history. But it's like a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher criticism approach that is advocated by people like Wellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using this relatively new science of archaeology and construct the past and see how it conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. In other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we have essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount. And who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that looked like they didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as a historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of Biblical Study. This is an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text. And the Copenhagen School advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes caricaturized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all, and it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major proponents of the Copenhagen School. But definitely they wanted to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature of a term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament. And perhaps the greatest proponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work, which I happen to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome this is. You can see I've taken a lot of notes because it is absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of studying of Egypt and Assyria, Babylonia, Ugaritic and Akkadian, and you name it, this is definitely one of the most accomplished scholars of the period. He says that, fundamentally, the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Yeshiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we would say in Jewish terms a frum book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew scriptures has a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. We're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through this series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books, most recently this very powerful book called Ani Mamin. The Hebrew term means I believe, and is clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory section to his major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says we can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic periods. Pretty straightforward. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval proto-history, which basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis up to about the second millennium before the Common Era, let's say 2250 or 2000 BCE. And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And that goes from the early to mid-second millennium, that is from about the year, let's say 1750, till, maybe go up to Joseph, another couple hundred years. And that's described for the rest of the book of Genesis. The third period is the Egyptian sojourn and Exodus, and that will be the mid to the late second millennium. That means around, let's say, 1500 to 1200, more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. Notice that he uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That will become very important when we get to that period later. And that will be the late second millennium, say approaching the year 1000 BCE. And it is described in the book of Deuteronomy, and then in Judges and in Joshua. The fifth period is the period of the United Monarchy. It's a golden period under the kings Saul and David and Solomon. That's described in the first book of Samuel, first book of Chronicles. And then the sixth period, the divided monarchy, which is moving through the first millennium. Let's say we're getting into the 800s and the 700s, and that's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and Book of Chronicles. And then finally, the exile and return, talking here about the Babylonian exile, the 6th and 5th centuries before the Common Era, described in a host of biblical works. Now, 2 quick things. The first is, notice that I have not included all the books in the Hebrew Scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to, provide clear historical data. Although they have pieces of it. The book of Psalms, for example, it clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasionally historical data embedded in Psalms, as we shall see as we go through this course. But secondly, more significantly, in Kitchen's work, he doesn't start at the beginning, the first period, and move through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does is he starts in the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,000 odd years into Jewish history, and then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to start at the first period. Why does he do that? Why does he start at period 6, go to 7, and then all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4? The reason is actually pretty obvious if you're familiar with the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is incredibly valuable, but he says, you know what? I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier period. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of what is like some of the really cool data in both of those sections. So Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically 2 types of data point that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. The first would be external evidence of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that conforms exactly to the text as we have it. And a great example of this is archaeological finds. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Yehu, who's described in the Hebrew Bible as, owing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III. And this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of the occupying power of Israel, and it seems to lock into place the account that we have of the historical relationship between these two powers. So this is what we love as historians, because it kind of confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates from the 9th century onward, meaning from the 800s onward. And since we're going to be going back to the year 2000 before the Common Era, it gets harder and harder the earlier you go back in time to find this kind of hard external material evidence for the historicity of the biblical narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at internal evidence of biblical reliability. Just giving you one little example here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through the next few lectures. Look at the price of slaves in the ancient world. So Dr. Kitchen was able to comb through a tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it cost in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to the few data points of how much slaves cost as described in the Bible. So if you look at this graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile Delta through the Mesopotamian region. And we see that it follows that essential red curve from the year 2250 to about the year 500. And then when you take the few passages in the biblical text that refer to the price of slaves, we see that, it conforms pretty much to the price of slaves that was the going rate in the ancient world. That's very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of hard proof. It's not going to fall on your foot like a big piece of monumental architecture will make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, if it cost 20 shekels slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold for 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data that we could rely on. We're going to see a lot more of this in the next few lectures, but for the time being, I want to thank you for sticking with me through this difficult historiographic introduction. We're going to get back to the history itself, God willing, in the very next lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello, fellow students in Jewish history. I'm very pleased to go on with our Jewish History Lab lectures. We're going to look now at Genesis in historical perspective. I'm, of course, speaking about the biblical book of Genesis. And I've got to say one thing just to start out. I would love to go through the entire book of Genesis, in fact, the entire Tanakh, and just speak about it as a work of tremendous power. If you have not read Genesis, and in fact, if you have not read the entire Bible, just stop watching right now and go get a copy of the Bible. They're available online, and read it, because it is phenomenal. It's incredibly important. It has so much, power as a moral document, as a spiritual document, as a transformational document. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know. I think you will find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is really at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption that you have some broad familiarity with it, and this brief lecture in no way should replace general cultural familiarity with this very important document. Okay, let's begin by going to the biblical narrative itself. As we approach the biblical narrative, it's really important for us to recall something that we discussed in the last lecture, and that is that in the world of what we might call biblical history or the history of ancient Israel, is a strong difference of opinion as to how to approach the Bible as a historical text. There are those on one side of the spectrum that argue for a maximal approach, meaning for everything we can for its historical value. And on the other hand, you have a minimalist approach who says, no, the earliest possible manuscripts that we have for this are far too late, and we can't possibly date it to the earliest periods that it ascribes to. It's written in a highly tendentious manner, definitely trying to promote a particular religious viewpoint. All kinds of objections. And those are called the minimalists, who say we should deal just with the data that the archaeological record affords us and build from there. In reality, most reasonable scholars do not find themselves at either end of those spectrum, the points on the spectrum. They find themselves somewhere along the spectrum. But, this is a short video. I just want to make sure that you bear in mind the challenges of working with this for our purposes, which is to understand the earliest elements of Jewish history. So what is the book of Genesis all about anyway? It basically traces, after we go through the cosmology, which we discussed in the last couple of lectures, it traces the life of the family of Abraham and Sarah, called the first of the patriarchs and matriarchs. And there's basically three major generations that are treated. That's Abraham and his wife Sarah, followed by Isaac and his wife Rebekah, and then by Jacob and his two co-wives, and their progeny. We are completely reliant on the text of Genesis for the oldest account of the life of the patriarchs and matriarchs. We don't have, for example, contemporary Egyptian or Assyrian or Babylonian accounts that would tell us what their life was like. Right now, we're completely locked into the biblical text. So if we just approach that text, what happened to them? So again, just broad outlines. Abraham makes his way from the Mesopotamian region, from Ur, shown in the bottom right of this map, up the Euphrates or possibly the Tigris River. And then when he hits what would be modern-day Syria, he sort of makes a looping left-hand turn and drops down, following the Fertile Crescent, into the land of Israel. There's an interesting kind of side trip into Egypt, something that will happen to his descendants as well. But basically, they settle in central Israel, where he's a very prosperous herdsman. There are some tempting passages in Genesis that speak about Abraham's involvement in geopolitical activities. For example, his negotiation with local kings, his interaction in a war that involved the War of the Four Kings and the Five Kings. And there are some tempting things to try and verify there. For example, the names of the four and the five kings have some interesting correspondences with the region, but nothing really solid they can hold on to. So continuing with the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah go through 10 distinct trials, certainly the most awful of which is the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, which is here in a haunting painting by Caravaggio called The Sacrifice of Isaac. Isaac is shown here as a young man. In the Jewish tradition, he's actually 37 years old when this happens. And that's actually one of Caravaggio's actual assistants who's modeling for this. You can tell it's not a Jewish portrait, however, even though it is quite gripping, because, of course, Abraham isn't wearing a hat. That's something you would expect him to do. But nevertheless, this is part of the very dramatic story of Abraham's life. It goes on to discuss the adventures and the trials and tribulations of his son Isaac and his grandson Jacob, who have tremendous, life stories with great challenges, and they're really quite, edifying, and they give people strength reading about them because they endured such tremendous challenges. But about half of the book is about his great grandson Joseph. Joseph is the second youngest of the brothers, the 12 tribes of Israel. That Israel, of course, is the same person as Jacob. Joseph is cruelly sold into slavery by his elder brothers, an act of tremendous, fraternal betrayal. I have a whole bunch of images from the great biblical painter James Tissot that I'll use to illustrate this. This is a picture of what ends up happening with the young Joseph, perhaps not quite as young as is portrayed here, but he's sold from one slave trader to another until he ends up in Egypt, and he's purchased by the effeminate Potiphar, who is shown here examining Joseph. And a horrible thing to imagine, being sold into slavery, to be uprooted from your family in this manner. But an amazing story, which again occupies about half of the book of Genesis. What happens is Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail, where he begins to interpret dreams, something that is associated with Jews from Joseph all the way up to Sigmund Freud. There has been a very strong connection between Jews and the interpretation of dreams. And here is Joseph, who is summoned before Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret Pharaoh's troubling dreams. You can tell he's Joseph because he's the only one wearing a kippah here among all these Khartoumim, these various magicians and necromancers working for Pharaoh. Pharaoh is, of course, very impressed with the results of Joseph's interpretation, and he promotes him to a position of great authority, giving him the name Tafnas Paneach, which we'll discuss at the end of this lecture. And here he is adored by so many Egyptians because of his very wise policies that actually get them through a 7-year-long famine and provide great riches for the royal home and security for the nation as a whole. And then as things work out in this very dramatic story, because of the regional nature of the famine, his brothers actually come down to Egypt seeking food, and they don't recognize Joseph. It's amazing. And there's a lot of things that happen there. I don't want to give away the story. You've got to have a look at it. But in this next image from James Tissot, you see Joseph revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? A period of tremendous exaltation that I think Tissot has captured very powerfully. And also, I especially look at the reaction of his brothers here. These are the brothers who sold him into slavery and now are completely at the whim of this incredibly powerful state authority. It's a very, very amazing, dramatic story. And that's basically where the book of Genesis ends. All of the children of Israel, that is the children of Jacob, the great-grandchild of Abraham and Sarah, and their extended family, all moved down to Egypt, to the region of Goshen, which we'll look at in the next lecture, and they're settled very happily. That's basically wrapping up the main elements of the book of Genesis in terms of its narrow plot line. Let's look at it from the perspective of what historical data we have outside of the Bible that would give us some sense of what's going on in Jewish history at this time. So, as I mentioned, we really don't have much at all. But what little we have is so tantalizing. Perhaps one of the most fascinating types of documents that we have that shed some light on this period are the execration texts. I have to tell you, I really like this. Execration is a fancy word for number 2. And the French term, which I happen to notice in some of the bibliographies, is texte d'envoûtement, which means literally spell texts, meaning like recipes for magical curses. But execration has a special ring to it because basically what you would do in ancient Egypt is you would take one of these potsherds like you see here, and you would inscribe it with various symbols that basically name all the people you hate. And then you would go through a ritual that involved all kinds of nasty things done to the potsherd, including like urinating it and throwing it on the ground until it's smashed into pieces. And it's kind of like a voodoo doll way of expressing your desire that the people you're talking about should be excreted or treated like excrement. Here's a really gripping one. from the early second millennium, maybe the year 1900 or so before the Common Era. You can see it's actually shaped like a figurine, and it's got all these names written all over it, and then it would be smashed. Now, the thing is, what can we hear about Jewish history from these Egyptian execration texts? I mean, I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic information. Like from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories. The broken potsherd is primarily dedicated to excreting Nubia, which would be south of Egypt, and some of the excrets mention cities in Israel, cities whose names appear in the Bible. So even though the execration texts are maybe 150, 250 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely correspondence that there are some of the cities described in the Bible are described independently by these texts. Now, again, it doesn't say a lot to us about what happened in those cities, who lived there. How did they change with Jewish settlement? None of that stuff is there. The only thing we know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. It's okay, though. They didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in this case. We also have amazing documents like the Amarna letters. You can see they're not written on paper. And in fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication would have been papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and rots away. And so it's not surprising that 3,000 years later, we just don't have many papyrus documents at all. And furthermore, it's really Egypt that we're concerned with because the Mesopotamian region had very little state contact with the land that is known as the land of Israel. And so they're not recording any monumental architecture or things like that at this point in time. More on this later, of course. But the Amarna letters, also Egyptian, they're these cuneiform tablets on clay, so much more durable. And they're essentially a whole series of official diplomatic correspondence that speak about all kinds of economic and political interactions and many regions throughout the ancient Near East. And once again, lots of useful topographic data telling us about places and place names, but not a lot of real detail about, who's living there, what are they doing. And by this time in the Amarna letters, of course, 14th century BCE, so by the biblical chronology, we do have Jews living in Israel, but they don't say anything that we can really latch onto as giving us any detail about what's going on there. Now, here's one more example of this kind of tempting topographic data, but it doesn't really give us a lot. This is some monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak or Shoshenq. He was a king that invaded Israel and referred to a couple times in the Bible, as you see up here. And he basically listed all these places that he conquered. And when you zero in on one line here, you can see that there's one of these kind of like hieroglyphic elements that names someplace which has been read as Field of Abraham in the neighborhood of Hebron, which would make a lot of sense because we have the grave of the patriarchs and matriarchs, of course, is Ma'arat HaMachpelah, which is in Hebron, although there is considerable debate among Egyptologists as to exactly how to read this phrase. Since I am not fluent in hieroglyph, I don't know how extensive that debate really is, but this is the kind of information that we get from these pieces of monumental architecture in this very early period. Not great amounts of detail. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passage in the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more convincing and sometimes they are less convincing, depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments against the historical value of the Bible end up falling flat with later discoveries, because for the most part, you're trying to argue from a negative. There is no data. What can you argue from there being no, or at least very little data? Just to give you one example, for a while it was very popular. I mean, for about a century, it was very popular to argue that could not have been written. The earliest books of the Bible could not have been written in the time they describe, because there are very important passages that describe camels, such as when Rebecca first sees her husband Isaac far off, and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel, but it does say in Hebrew that she fell off her camel. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there is no evidence that camels were domesticated in the land of Israel at this time. Hence, the Bible must have been much later. Later research has found many examples, however, that disprove this, such as, for example, this cylinder seal, which comes from nearby Syria, and it dates from about the year 1900 BCE, which is a good, let's say, 100, 150 years before we can estimate Abraham's arrival in the region. And it may be difficult for you to see this. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has an incised kind of graphic on it. And then when you would have a document written in wet clay, you would take the seal, which could be very small, like really it's something you put in your fingers, and then you press it on the clay and you roll it so it leaves your mark embedded inside the clay, and people would know that you were the author of it. And so we have a lot of these that have all kinds of interesting descriptions that give us a sense of what people thought. But here on this particular cylinder seal, you can see a fanciful image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. The man on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that into clay, this is what it would look like. There, just over to the left, you can see the camel is walking. The head of the camel is on the left-hand side, and the two men are conversing, somewhat improbably set on the two humps of that camel. This is just one of half a dozen odd finds that have argued against the supposition that camels were not domesticated. And that's basically how a lot of the archaeological argument seems to go. Let us, though, point out here, and again, I refer you to Kenneth Kitchen's amazing work on the reliability of the Old Testament for a much more in-depth discussion of these kind of sideways proofs. We occasionally have things which really reinforce the idea that, yes, this could have occurred within the time period described. Here's one of my favorites. This is again from Tissot's collection on the life of Joseph. Here he is on the left, and he's conversing with his older brother Judah, negotiating at this point the return of the rest of the family down to Egypt when and Judah is trying to give reasons, because he's giving 3 reasons up front why that should not happen. At any rate, one of the passages in the Bible refers to a name that Joseph was given when he was elevated to high position. He was called Tzafnat Paneach, which is a very hard thing to translate, and a lot of biblical commentary has been written trying to decipher it. If you look at it as an Egyptian phrase, which of course it would have been, they weren't speaking Hebrew, speaking to an Egyptian, it appears that the word Tzafnat means he who is called, and the word Paneach is derived from the word Ankh, which is a symbol that we're familiar with today. It's used very commonly today in jewelry and things like that. It's the ancient Egyptian symbol for. So in other words, not Paneach would have mean he who is called life. Now, his name was Yosef, but I sort of like to think that, his Hebrew name was the very common name Chaim. And so maybe Tzafnat Paneach means he who is called Chaim. Just joking. I hope you really enjoyed this brief lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the Exodus, which is, of course, the continuation of the story of the children of Israel in the land of Egypt, and then their departure through the Sinai desert, the reception of the Torah itself, and then ultimately moving on towards their eventual settlement in the land of Israel. I'm looking forward to talking about that with you and looking at the fascinating bits of historical data outside of the Bible that reflect on that notable period in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome to Jewish History Lab. Let's continue our discussion of the Bible in historical perspective, trying to understand the roots of the Jewish people. And I have to share with you at the very beginning a couple of personal moments. The whole Exodus narrative is so powerful and so central to Jewish identity that I can recall my own first meaningful encounters with this biblical narrative. And I'm sure that's something that most Jewish people can retain as well. I'll tell you two very quick episodes. The first is when I was at a Passover Seder, and I remember this is perhaps the greatest kind of generational pedagogic tool to have this celebration once a year where the elders of the family are commanded to relate, even in whatever imperfect way they can, the teaching of how the Jews were born as a people in Egypt and then in Sinai. And the children, even if they're not interested, they're forced to ask at least 4 questions. And the whole meal is structured around it. It's a kinetic experience. It is an essential experience with all the various tastes, the very special foods associated with things. And in that context, I remember once when I was probably maybe 6, 5, I'm not sure how young I was, but I was at my Aunt Enid's for Passover Seder. That's where we usually went. And my father, of blessed memory, he handed me a spoonful of traditional horseradish. It was mixed with beets. It was not the really strong stuff, but I looked at it and he didn't tell me what it was. And I thought it was something like candy. It had that deep red color. And so I put it straight in my mouth and like, wow, I don't know what my father was thinking, whether he knew I would do that or whatever. He thought maybe I would taste a little bit of it, but my eyes started watering. I looked up at him and he said to me, "Henry, that's what slavery feels like." Very, very powerful impact on a young child. The other thing that I want to share with you is when I was maybe about 8 years old, Cecil B. DeMille's The 10 Commandments, a 1956 film, not exactly kosher, but nevertheless very powerful, like 3-hour epic, came to the one theater in my hometown in Northern Ontario, Canada. And this was a unique experience for me because I was the only Jewish child in that small rural town. And, I just went to the movies as often as I could because I found it so fascinating. It was just up the street from where we lived on top of my father and mother's store. And I was so totally amazed sitting in this matinee showing of this 10 Commandments because this story I realized was all about me and my family, where I came from. And I'm sitting in this room filled with, Anglophone Protestants and Quebecois Francophones who were Catholics. And I'm looking around saying, I'm the only Jewish guy in here. In fact, I was probably the only Jewish guy, except for my parents, within about a 100-mile radius. And I was so overwhelmed that I had such an amazing backstory. So this kind of feeling, both the Passover Seder and whatever meaningful encounter a child has with this is transformational. And there's no doubt that the sages were thinking of this when they embedded the Passover rituals so deeply into the Jewish cultural fabric and into the calendar year. Anyways, I've gone on further than I wanted to here. The kind of messages that come out of the narrative of Exodus, as we discussed in Genesis, if you haven't read this, you've got to go read it right away. It's the very beginning of the book of Exodus. Just the first few chapters is like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses, who has an amazing story himself, transformed from a near-death experience to become a leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and then returned, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nation of Egypt, which is, again, a mind-blowing experience. And there's a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation and the birth of a people as a whole. Yehuda Halevi, among other philosophers, have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that It's not something that happened in a miraculous way with one person or a small group of people, but this is something that happened to the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus. And as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share in. There's also, this is not, some kind of propaganda piece, in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings. The incident of the golden calf, where despite the phenomenal miracles of the 10 plagues and the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period of time, they're worshiping idols again. So it's a story of, it's a very human story, a very powerful story, and a transformational story. Okay? I'm sorry I took so long, because I know you want to get to the historical aspects of it, but I really want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text. It's amazing. Okay, let's go to the history. So what do we know? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical record. And that has led many of the more minimalist-oriented historians to say it just didn't happen. To say that the description of the events in the book of Exodus are fictional. I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from a negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. All it means is that you do not have evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you lean towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do, I might as well tell you up front, there is a lot of evidence, but it is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect and tantalizing, and I'll leave it up to you to decide how convincing. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate, if there is such a thing. It's highly connected to theological positions and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? The first most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, were not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. Pharaohs always win. Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that makes the Hebrew Bible as a historical text so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there where Jews do the wrong thing and then they have to repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in, the land of Goshen shown here in this satellite map. The region was in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from the south to the north. That's why, by the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on our conventional maps. And as it approaches the Mediterranean, it fans the lowlands and creates this massive, very fertile region. You can see from the green in this satellite photograph. But it is not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or even building. All the stone that is used in the building in this region is imported from southern areas, southern quarries, and the course of the low-lying rivers in the delta were known to have changed. As one would silt up, then the river waters would be redirected, and after a certain period of time, the human settlements would be redirected. There's some fascinating allusions to this, even in Rashi in the 11th century knew about this phenomenon. The major construction in the region was made out of mud bricks, and these are not very durable materials, and in fact, much of it was actually later burned for other purposes that, it was actually combustible. So this is not material that can last a long time. Finally, papyri, or documents written on a paper-like organic substance, just simply do not survive. There are a very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from the region, that are basically preserved when they're carbonized. If they're burned, like let's say in a scroll on the outside is like very tight, it's very difficult to even unroll that and find out any kind of data from the period, such as at Pompeii. There are similar types of data. So, you know, it's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about a slave people that, you know, as the narrative describes, inflicted a humiliating defeat on the pharaohs that they didn't want to admit. Nevertheless, we do have some fascinating little bits of things. Like, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the late 13th century, before the Common Era, which describes the brick making work that would have taken place in this region. And we also have some fascinating tomb paintings, such as this Vizier's tomb painting from about the time when the Jews would have been in the land of Goshen. And you can actually see them here working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans. And the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which have included a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine in even 19th century America, the Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jews being enslaved in the land of Goshen in the Nile Delta. And it's entirely consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. And fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries in 2016, later published in 2017, at Pi Ramses, which is the location of one of the two sites described as one of the major areas of building activity in the time of Moses. They discovered some mortar pits that give us an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time. Where, you know, you've seen the famous scene in the 1956 Ten Commandments where, you know, Moses is in the dirt with the other slaves and he's, working the mud into bricks. This is one of those actual mud pits. And they even found some children's footprints. Now, there's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children, but nevertheless, it is, it excites the imagination to place yourself in these footprints and imagine what it must have been like for the children who made them thousands of years ago. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual moment of the Exodus. Once we have the idea that, there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates it. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited on Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or weather type advice. There are many different historians who try to walk through each of the plagues and say, there's a problem with the river and it caused the frogs to jump out and so on. And I think those are very interesting, but I think they're a little further away from where I'd like to go with this particular history series. Let's talk specifically, though, about the departure of the Jews from Egypt and the famous splitting of the Sea of Reeds. Now, there are many different theories as to where exactly was the route that the Jews would have taken on their way out of the land of Goshen. I've shown you here in this particular image the best guess of a very well-known scholar, again, towards the maximalist interpretation of biblical text, K.A. Kitchen. And perhaps the most important thing that people who are new to this should understand is that we're not talking about the Red Sea. For some reason, that has kind of entered English parlance, that the Jews crossed the Red Sea, which was to the south of the arrows here. You see towards the Gulf of Suez. That's not where any medieval authority or any modern scholar would place it. The Hebrew term is Yam Suf, which means literally the sea of reeds, right? Like the sea of like sort of bamboo-like shoots that come out of a wetland. And the image is not necessarily of like a massive miles-long sea, but it could have been an otherwise impassably large wetland or a maybe a river area. It's very difficult to estimate exactly where it would be today because the Suez Canal was dug, completely changes the nature of the river flow through the water flow through that region. So we don't know precisely. But Dr. Kitchen opines that they went from Goshen here on the left and moving their way to the right through the wetlands, which would have been, completely impassable, especially when you're pursued by Pharaoh and his chariot. So it's still quite a miraculous event, in my humble opinion. And then they made their way down towards the south. There are opinions, by the way, that suggest that the Yam Suf was actually in the southernmost part of the Mediterranean and that the Jews somehow went north and then over it. I haven't indicated that on this particular map, especially because it's very clear that the Jews did not take an overland route along the coast to Israel. The Bible specifically says that God did not direct them there because it was filled with armed camps, which in fact we know the Egyptians had many different stations along the coastline there for travel and protection of travelers and so on. I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggest they went to the north. But going to the south, the next big question is, where is Mount Sinai? I have indicated the traditional location, which is so revered by Christians and Muslims, Jebel Musa, or the Mount Moses in Arabic, or Mount Sinai in English. It's not confirmed that this is in fact Mount Sinai. There are at least two other very viable contenders, one of them in the Sinai, one a little bit further to the west. But for the sake of argument, I've created the map based on Dr. Kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called Kadesh Barnea, and then looped around, and this is a process which the biblical narrative says took 40 years, looped around up to through Jordan, and then crossed into Israel proper at Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the Exodus. Again, on a historical level, many point to the lack of significant remains of any kind of settlement of Jews as they traveled throughout this region. The biblical text describes 600,000 adult males, which would generate a population of 2 to 3 million people, which is a monstrous number in ancient terms, and it's hard to imagine they didn't leave any trace behind. So there are different ways to approach this. Some historians have said we have to reevaluate what that number means. Does the Bible really mean to indicate to us 600,000 on a literal level? Perhaps it is some kind of metaphor. We definitely have a lot of use of metaphoric numbers in the biblical text, so perhaps it's not anywhere near as large. And even if it is a fairly significant number, whatever it might be, there's still, it's hard to anticipate that a nomadic Bedouin-like lifestyle wandering in the desert is going to leave behind anything. As Dr. Kitchen points out, you're not going to find a lot of ceramic pottery to contain water and wine and things like that, because when you're carrying it around, it's much nicer to carry a wine skin than a wine jug. Just for obvious reasons. So I don't want to get too far into details here, but this is basically that. I want to conclude, however, with a couple more corroborating elements that gives us a sense of how, even though we might not have really strong direct proof, there are so many points of similarity between what we know about the culture and the region as a whole and what's contained in the biblical text that suggest very strongly that the biblical text is authentic in its historical depiction of the Exodus. Specifically, let's have a look at Ramses II. Now, this is the pharaoh that is most likely the new pharaoh who is otherwise unnamed in the book of Exodus. He lived at just about the right time, the Egyptian propaganda we have on Ramses is pretty frightening. He was a terrifying warrior, fought many battles, which are recorded, and so we have a sense of what kind of person he was. Here's a picture of him in battle, and you can see he's stomping on the head of one of his enemies and about to drive a spear through the heart of another enemy. And here's a couple of interesting propaganda elements. This is from the Battle of Kadesh, a very important battle that was up in northern Syria. The Pharaoh ranged far and wide through the whole land of Israel, as we saw with Shoshenq in the last class, and we're going to see again with Merneptah next class. You can see that on the left here, he is mounted in a chariot, very evocative of the biblical text. It gives us a sense of what that might have been like. And notice here that in one of his most famous victories, he's driving his enemies into a big river where they all drown. Now, isn't it fascinating that the biblical account of Exodus has an ironic parallel to the enemies in their chariots drowning in water? I don't know. Now, what does that mean if there is an ironic similarity? And I'll give you another one just for you to think about it more. On one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle, you see Pharaoh's encampment, and there's a whole bunch of different people here that are performing various functions. But on the right is his sanctuary tent, and you can see there's his cartouche, which has the two winged features, which is ironically reminiscent of the cherubim that decorated the ark. And that's not the only thing that's similar. A scholar named Dr. Michael Pullman, who's done some fascinating work on this area in particular, he points out that it's not just the cartouche that's similar. Oh my gosh, it's the exact proportions and orientation of the camp and the tabernacle. You know, the book of Exodus has some really exciting parts, let's say about through 2/3 of it, and then it kind of like gets into the nitty-gritty of constructing this portable ark that will later be transported to Israel and then eventually be translated into the permanent temple in Jerusalem. And the structure of it is very bare, but look how similar it is to the orientation and proportions. This is the second camp. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of coincidences. And what exactly does it mean? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how Ramesses the camp was constructed, and is it similar in order to communicate to the young Jewish people that the tabernacle is a place of sovereignty, like the Pharaoh's tent would be at war? Is it intended to be an ironic kind of jab, saying, do you think, a war tent is what protects people rather than this tabernacle of God? These are questions that would cross a rabbi's eyes. I'm going to leave that to the rabbis to discuss, but I do think the similarities are incredibly striking. And I urge you to look at Dr. Holman's work, also Dr. Joshua Berman's work in this area. Absolutely fascinating. I've skipped over a lot of really cool things just to try and give you the highlights. I hope you enjoyed this. We're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel, moving towards the golden era of Kings Saul, David, and Solomon. Thanks for watching. Up until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jews begin to enter the land of Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the accounts that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions, and we're just going to have a quick look at some of the references that we have in the archaeological record to the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. So let us recall, first of all, that we can't think in modern terms about the earliest settlement of the Jews in Israel. It's not like they established a modern state with firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was the major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of coexistence with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind by the pharaoh Meremptah, also pronounced Merneptah, who was the son of Ramses II, and the Ramses II is most likely the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Meremptah's forays into the land of Israel, and as he made his way north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. And when he gets to the north, there's one fascinating thing that he records in this big stone obelisk, which is called a stele, also pronounced stele. Merneptah left behind a record of his exploits in the land of Israel in this stele, which was in the 5th year of his reign, 1209 before the Common Era. And fascinatingly, as he goes through his map of the various places he destroyed, he left behind this fascinating little passage that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the first non-Jewish or non-biblical reference to the existence of the Jewish people. Now, there's been a lot of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might mean a place, but that seems unlikely given the larger context. It seems to be referring to a group of people. The term seed, does that mean literally grain in the sense of like burning down the fields in a particular region? More likely, within the context, it seems it's referring to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say, there's a certain delicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people are described in history, other than by their own account, they're described as being totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well, as they say, let there be no evil eye. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy, and I have to tell you, he is not looking so good. I would show you a picture here. That's a little bit tasteless. At any rate, this is his first description of the Jewish people, which tells us that there is something in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1209. So if we backdate from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of, the Egyptian and especially Pharaonic historical distortion, where clearly they didn't destroy the Jewish people, but nevertheless they'll mention this in their monumental architecture. We saw it, by the way, last week when we talked about the Battle of Kadesh, which the pharaohs describe as having been a complete rout in favor of Egypt, but in fact the Hittites would disagree, and we know that the region remained basically stable even after the Egyptians leave. So anyway, let's backdate. If Israel was, so to speak, destroyed in the year 1209 before the Common Era, that would mean they would have had to have been there, let's say, at least no later than the year 1210. So that means that the Jewish people, Israel, was in this region in the late 13th century, and that actually works pretty well. If you look at the Exodus as it's counted in the Jewish tradition, we spoke a little bit about that a few videos ago, that is recorded in the year 2448 of Anno Mundi, meaning since creation according to the Jewish count, which equals 1312 before the Common Era. And again, working with the biblical account of 40 years wandering in the desert, that means that the entry into the land of Canaan, the land of Israel, would have been in the year 1272 before the Common Era. So it actually lines up pretty well. And up until now, I've been very, very vague about dates because, we're relying on so much different contradictory evidence, and it's really hard to pin it down. But beginning with the stele of Merneptah, we begin to see a pattern that we can actually get a lot firmer. We can even post-date some events based on Dr. Kitchen's analysis. We can say that judges would have occurred, let's say, a rounded number, about the year 1200 before the Common Era, and extending for about 160 odd years. That would mean that King Saul would have begun his reign somewhere around the year 1042 before the Common Era. You'll note, of course, that these numbers get smaller because we're BCE, before Common Era, moving up to the year 0. David around the year 1010, and Solomon, Shlomo, around the year 970. But we're going to catch up with that as we go into later lectures. At any rate, now we have the Jews definitely in the land of Israel in the late 13th century. But it remains to be seen what kind of conquest are we talking about? What kind of settlement does this refer to? In the popular imagination, we tend to think of the Jews coming into the land of Israel and having a series of phenomenal military successes that eventually pushes out all of the indigenous peoples and establishes the permanent Jewish presence there. Permanent, at least until the first exile, which would occur, some 500 years later. But if we go back and we actually read the text of the book of Joshua and Judges in particular, you'll see that that's not entirely what happened. We tend to work with this idea of conquest, which implies once and for all, but in fact, it seems that was not the case. This is especially so when we look at things like the conquest of the city of Jericho, of Jericho, which is certainly one of the most dramatic early conquests of Joshua and his armies. The famous story, they surround the walls of Jericho, the mighty walls, and they blow the shofar and things like that, and the walls come coming down. So obviously, since we know where Jericho is located, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological interest in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in particular about what exactly happened there, and can we line it up with the biblical account. Perhaps one of the most important archaeologists working on Jericho is the great Kathleen Kenyon, who did some phenomenal work in the region. Let's have a look at Jericho itself. Here's an aerial view of the tell, meaning the actual mound left behind by the ancient site of Jericho. And it's been dug over and over again. You can see it's quite scarred by many specific digs. The nature of the wall is not like, let's say, for example, the Kotel, the western wall of the temple, where you have a 90-degree vertical structure that is dramatically distinct from the surrounding territory. Rather, this kind of ancient wall, and as Kenyon described, it goes back way, way before the advance of the Jews into Israel, is really something like a massive kind of ramp, where most of the wall is actually kind of like piled up dirt. And there's kind of this ramp-like structure that is separated by two distinct walls, an upper wall and a lower wall. It appears that although this wall was definitely destroyed, it was likely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't line up very well with the biblical account, and there are a lot of approaches to this. Some of the minimalist historians have seen, therefore it was destroyed and much earlier than Jericho, and that would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing from an earlier tradition. Others, such as Dr. Kitchen, for example, who lean towards the Maximalist school, would say no, the wall was destroyed and then it was built up again, and erosion has taken its toll. And in fact, erosion is a fairly good argument for losing a lot of the archaeological data. So it's hard to say exactly what would have happened. Much of this remains an archaeological conundrum to try and fit it together with the biblical text. So a lot of archaeologists have scratched their heads at this and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this massive scale of Jewish settlement. Many have looked at the style of pottery used in ancient Israel, which argues for some significant shifts in change right around the 13th century. And this would argue that perhaps there was a major population that moved into the region and brought different styles with them. But again, as you can imagine, it's hard to argue exclusively from things like pottery finds. Others have focused on the architectural styles, specifically looking at something called the four-roomed house, which seems to be very evident in Israel around the period of time that we're looking at, with an argument that the four-roomed house was distinctly Jewish. And still others have said that, we note that there's interesting things like the lack of pig bones in those settlements, which we estimate to have been Jewish. Also fascinating, but none of these things are kind of like knockout blows for the corroboration of the biblical text. However, recent finds have discovered some fascinating remnants that suggest that there's clearly a very strong connection with the Jewish people living in this region. Okay, I'm joking with that, but you have to forgive me. I wanted to show you a picture of our Nepta. At least I can show you a picture of the Chinese food joke. At any rate, these jars and rooms arguments and things like that are fascinating, but what do we know in the end? We know for certain that the Jews are in this region, but we have to go back to the actual biblical text and try to understand what was the nature of that conquest. We tend to work with a sort of cartoon caricature of that period. If you go back and read carefully, as Dr. Kitchen suggests very strongly, the books of Joshua, Judges, Ruth that deal with this period, it's very clear that the advance of the Jewish people was not like kind of like conquer a territory and settle there. A lot of the battles described are sort of like sorties where something will happen regarding friction between Jewish people and non-Jewish people living there. Joshua or another general will go out with an army and conquer a territory, and then they retreat. And then there's a similar pattern where there's a threat from another region. They'll go out, they'll fight a big battle, they'll win, and then they will retreat. And it seems like the ebb and flow of Jewish settlement in the region is not so much one in which the Jews are like inching further and further towards the sea, as most of these maps indicate. And this is, by the way, largely based on reading earlier parts of the Bible, such as the book of Numbers, where the land of Israel is apportioned to the 12 tribes. And if you look at the regions that are apportioned to the tribes, that may not correspond to the regions that were effectively conquered under Joshua and his successor, Judges. In fact, when you try to map out the regions where we estimate that Jews had control over the land of Israel, it looks something like this. And this is not a map that is widely reproduced, but it's much more historically valid in the sense of you can see that it's kind of a blob, and the Jews are largely denied access to the very important coastal region, largely because of the Philistines, the recently arrived sea peoples, and so on. But it does give you a sense of a newly implanted people that have come into the land. They have significant conflicts with the local population. They also have significant conflicts with each other. And in fact, that's where we're going to have to pick up the story in the next video, where we speak about the united monarchy under King Saul, which represented a dramatic political and military leap forward for the scattered tribes in Israel. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and thank you for watching. Let us continue our discussion of the settlement of the Jews in the land of Israel and their political development into the united monarchy, which basically is the golden age, which is the high point of ancient Jewish civilization after the remarkable exodus that we talked about a couple of videos ago. So this background image, by the way, is a detail from Marc Chagall's remarkable depiction of the life of David. At one point, towards the end of his life, David faced a rebellion from his son Absalom. Terrifying, terrible story described in Samuel 2, in which, among other things, he has to flee Jerusalem, the capital, barefoot, with a handful of men with him. And he is derided by passersby, Shimon ben Gera. It's an absolutely terrifying look into the collapse of a person's entire world, really an entire empire, and then his remarkable recovery, which is political in nature but not necessarily familial in nature, because of course Avshalom is killed in the civil war that ensues. But Chagall really beautifully evokes the depth of feeling in this light, looks like charcoal depiction of David's life. Okay, let's go straight to the historical period of today. And I want to emphasize that we're going to try and look at the history here. We're not really going to touch the tremendous depth of the biblical text, which is phenomenal, filled with insights, absolutely beyond what I can possibly provide in this very brief historical summary. And so I encourage you, if you're fascinated with this period, as I am, you've definitely got to go to primary sources. You've got to read the text, particularly of the book of Samuel and early Kings. It's overwhelming, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so let's go back to where we left off. So the Jews have arrived in Israel under Joshua. We described how they set up a loose-knit series of tribal holdings throughout the land of Israel, engaged in considerable conflict with the other peoples who are still living in the land of Israel, and of course with each other. There's a remarkable array of fantastic figures that are described in the book of Judges in particular, such as Samson, shown here in his battle with the lion. Later, of course, he would have that tremendous battle with the Philistines, but really he has a tremendous battle with himself throughout his entire life. Again, you got to see the text itself. But the biblical narrative that we have in the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, and to a lesser degree in the book of Ruth, tells us a little bit about what it must have been like living, at least from a political standpoint, in Israel. The historical period, just to give you a sense of timeline that we're describing, is roughly from about the year 1300 before the Common Era to the turn of the first millennium before the Common Era. The high point of the United Monarchy will extend for another 150 odd years after that as well. During this period of Judges, as is repeated several times in the biblical narrative, it was a period of near anarchy, really. Quote, all did whatever was right in their eyes. You had individual tribes, making their own decisions, very kind of like, from American perspective, very states' rights over federalism kind of approach to their political existence, which led sometimes to chaos and indeed violence. These conflicts flared up from time to time, and they really had no unifying figure that could bring them together to meet any mutual challenges. By and large, towards the end of the period of Judges, the Jewish people themselves were quite upset with this, and they implored the prophet Samuel to please give them a king. Samuel actually tries to talk them out of it, saying, no, this is not a good idea. Do you know what it means to have a king? Do you know what the taxation, what the conscription is going to be like? You're not going to be happy with the king. And nevertheless, the Jewish people say to Samuel, give us a king, kechol hagoyim, like all the non-Jews. Like, we want to be a country like every other country. We want to be the same. This is viewed in a critical light. At any rate, Samuel goes ahead with it, and he identifies Saul, as the first king of Israel. This is a early 15th century illuminated manuscript, a Christian Bible, that shows you the anointing by Samuel. Saul was famously much taller than anyone around him. My grandmother, Allah Hashem, used to say, the verse in the book of Samuel is that from his shoulders up, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly small people, She used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which was always a great consolation for me, I have to tell you. At any rate, Saul becomes the king of Israel. He does not reign very long, and in fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David. And the relationship between King Saul and King David is absolutely fascinating and is really the stuff of Shakespearean discussions later. It is so packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology, and just absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it yourself. But Saul's major political achievement was he was able to unite the tribes under his leadership. It did not happen automatically. There had to be several false steps, but finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come together under his leadership. And in fact, he saved the people of one particular town from the marauding of a non-Jewish neighbor, and this cemented the beginning of the United Monarchy. Here, we can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of it's the union of all the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents the time when several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which would at this time be under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact, his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph, that we spoke about in a couple of lectures ago. David's life is absolutely fascinating. He goes through an entire arc of personal development. He is the master of repentance after having made some decisions which he later regretted very deeply, and he occupies a fantastic figure in the Jewish imagination as the greatest warrior in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet in Jewish history, being able to express the depths of emotion in his psalms, among other things, which are recited with great passion by Jews even to this day. Under David's rule, after an extended conflict with his father-in-law, which ultimately ends in Shaul's death at the hands of the Philistines, David is able to consolidate control over the land of Israel such that the map looks something like this. It's much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes that we saw in the period of the Judges, and instead it is a fairly contiguous area with significant coastal holdings and even a significant amount of land on the east bank of the Jordan River into what would be today contemporary Jordan, and some sphere of influence that reached down quite a bit further south and north as well. However, he had an extended conflict with the Philistines, shown here, which had 5 cities in particular that were especially troublesome. Although, when you read the book of Samuel, you see that it's a kind of a neighborly conflict in some ways. That, for example, at one point when David is literally fleeing from his father-in-law who is trying to kill him, he runs to the city of Gath, shown here, and he approaches the king there. And he tries to, blend in with the population. He is discovered, and there's a whole discussion of how he manages to escape that situation. He feigns insanity and so on. But nevertheless, just the fact that the borders were so permeable and that populations could move back and forth despite the hostility is in itself quite telling of the nature of Jewish society within the context of ancient Israel. The life of David is primarily recorded in the book of Samuel, the book of Kings, towards the beginning of that, when he, of course, approaches his deathbed and gives his charge to his son Solomon. Also in the book of Chronicles, and as I mentioned earlier, many of the historical passages that are described in Samuel and Kings are amplified upon in the book of Psalms, very beautifully so. Now, at this point, I've given you essentially the biblical narrative, and the reason for this is because we have very little archaeological record to support any of the details that we have here. It's a fairly compact period. I mean, we're looking at, instead of the scope of centuries, which we looked at earlier, now we're looking at the scope of decades, and we just don't have the kind of external validations that we would hope for in this period, especially when you think about the expanse and power of David's kingdom, at least viewed through the perspective of the biblical narrative. One of the major reasons for this is, first of all, Egypt is completely unreliable as a historical source. They are very loath to refer to their erstwhile enemies, their erstwhile slaves, in any positive sense, but we shall see a couple of interesting hints. And the Assyrians, who would be the next great power on the scene, they don't make contact with this region until the year 853 before the Common Era. And so there's no Assyrian records either, and that's really why David's monarchy basically slips through the cracks. But there are these couple of fascinating finds, and a few others as well. There is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in 1993, and it dates from the 9th century. And this text, which is Syrian origin, essentially records battles with various personages in Israel identified in the biblical text, and specifically identified, as you can see in the chalked-in region there, as part of the Beit David, the House of David. Now, this block refers to the House of David in the past tense, in the sense that these are descendants of the House of David, which again is confirmed in the biblical text, but it is 150 years later. So that's really helpful for us, but not a specific look at David within his own lifetime. The closest we'll get to it, even though this is a validation of the existence of something called the House of David from a non-Jewish source, we have this. We actually looked at a modern version of this a couple of lectures ago. This is from the king Shishak, or Shoshank, who invaded Israel in the mid-10th century. And one phrases that is repped here is Highlands of David. Right? Remember, these are the topographic names, all the various places that Shishak claimed to have conquered. We can't always rely on his testimony, but nevertheless, he lists someplace as the Highland of David, which sounds a lot like what we saw earlier, the Field of Abraham. So there are a couple of these tantalizing things which suggest that there was a very important famous person named that was a place named after him, that had a house, a progeny named after him that was sufficiently famous to be recorded in a stone. And that's basically all we have from external validation. There is, however, one other really fascinating archaeological find regarding the House of David, but I'm going to leave that for the next lecture. The last king that we should talk about in this context, of course, the last king of the United Monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting meeting with the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is clearly Caucasian, sometimes she is clearly African, but in this particular representation has a certain evocative quality to it, so I like to include it there. Solomon's great achievement was primarily in the area of statesmancraft. He had major diplomatic achievements with linkages with several figures in the area, expanded the borders and consolidated them, and really had some real important connections with the region. He also famously centralized the worship in Jerusalem with the construction of the temple. It's referred to as the Temple of Solomon. It is, of course, on the site which would be destroyed, as we shall discuss, in the 6th century before the Common Era. It would be rebuilt and then renovated, and it will be destroyed again in the 1st century. Now, the Temple Mount still remains, but it has a mosque on top of the Dome of the Rock. We'll get to that, God willing, probably next semester. But for the time being, the centralization of worship, which began under King David, was really confirmed with the construction of a temple under Solomon. Very important centripetal element in creating a unity of all the tribes by demanding that all formal ritual worship no longer be relegated to individual backyard sanctuaries, but rather to this central sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue a small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text for reasons that I've discussed: the lack of contact with the Assyrian Empire and the Egyptian untrustworthiness with their documentation. But what we also have to realize is that, we're talking now in the early 21st century after 2,000 years of Christian impact on Western civilization in particular. And we tend to view the Solomonic Empire as being something massive. Just like in our very first lecture, we talked about how the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is, looms large in the Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires active in his day and certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what would be today the land of Israel and parts of Jordan, with spheres of influence in Syria, and that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, the people who lived there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so phenomenally important on a geopolitical level for the entire region. And so what seems so important to readers of the Hebrew scriptures and then the Christian scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, it's really a minor, smaller empire that is active for less than a century by the time you get to King Solomon. So it's not surprising that it does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the way this unfortunate part with Saul's successors and the division of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Thank you very much for watching. Let us resume our discussion of the history of the Jews in Israel by looking at the period of the divided kingdom. And I'd like to begin by going to another Gedanke experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from an old joke. The joke goes like this. This time of year, I'm recording in late October. It's still dark early in the morning. So the joke goes that Reuven comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon, who's rooting around in the gutter. And he goes up and he says to him, "Shimon, what are you doing?" And Shimon says, "I'm looking for my car keys." And Reuven says, "Put down the block. Why are you looking over here?" And Shimon points to the lamppost and he says, "Well, I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here." So obviously it's silly. If you're looking for your car keys, you have to look near where your car is parked. But the Gedanke experiment is we're kind of like very interested in the earliest periods of Jewish history, looking at the sources that are discussed in the Torah and Genesis and Exodus and so on, and they're really hard to find. But that's because the light over there is very dark. However, when we move down the street a little bit and we're under the light, suddenly we see so much more material. That's really what happens in the period we're going to discuss today. There's so much more archaeological evidence that confirms the narrative of the biblical text, albeit hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis and Exodus, that we're tempted to say that maybe we'll find the information we're looking for. The analogy breaks down, however, because you probably would find some things in the gutter. You might find, let's say, for example, a receipt from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you're walking into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might find A loose sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now. You might find all kinds of connections from what's in the gutter down your street to what happens by your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to where the keys are. We'll just have to wait as the archaeological evidence is uncovered, literally, as historians and archaeologists go to work in the land of Israel. But at any rate, let's look at some of the stuff that we can find now under the bright lights. Now, Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we've been talking about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the at least general scope of the biblical narrative. And we'll look at a couple of examples of that. But let's go into the historical period itself. So Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquests of his father, King David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmancraft by, engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot of the kingdoms surrounding the land of Israel. He also centralized ritual worship by building a massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem. However, what that is inevitably taxes. There's a great tax burden that is placed on the Jewish people as a whole, and they resent the huge taxation. Under the wise leadership of King Solomon, there was just, scattered grumblings. But once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rechavam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rechavam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain the fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And prodded by, unfortunately, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members, rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father, Rechavam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom in particular is loath to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. And by the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important that you actually go back to the text and read the primary documents themselves, because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that, it's going to be dry or boring, just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rechavam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Basel that's done by the great Hans Holbein. You see that Rechavam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger. And this is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rechavam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rechavam says that his own little finger, his pinky, is thicker than anything his father could bring to bear, meaning to dismissively compare himself with his father, the great King Solomon. And of course, this act of hubris and vulgarity really sends him down the rabbit hole, which will ultimately result in civil war. But I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy, and it has a lot of very powerful information in it that you don't get with sanitized translations quite often. Well, let's not go any further down that scope, but let's go back to where we left off. So under Yeravam ben Navat, the kingdom of Israel, which is to the north of Jerusalem, splits away from what becomes the kingdom of Judah in the south. Yeravam ben Navat, by the way, receives a very, very bad press in the rest of Jewish tradition. He's considered one of the greatest sinners because he introduced that divisiveness in Jewish politics at the time. Here's a map that shows you the relative locations of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. The capital of the kingdom of Judah is, of course, Jerusalem. The kingdom of Israel is in Samaria or Shomron. In subsequent lectures, we'll speak much more about what happened to the people in the Kingdom of Israel. They are the so-called 10 lost tribes, more about that in a few lectures. But it's interesting to note that it seems that they have a consciousness, they retain a consciousness of being one people, albeit separated politically. And although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict over the next century and a half, they'll also recognize the centrality of the value of worship in Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still marry. And although they have a conflict, it seems to be really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yeravam ben Navat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within its larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon, it's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo, he left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak was here stele, that although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche, the sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshenk, by the way, that indicates that he did, in fact, make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text, is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their god, complains about how badly he was treated, in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty, actually one of the most important in the northern kingdoms, especially in terms of its military activity throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this brief series, we just want to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the northern kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of those fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Sleuters, where the mother is reunited with her son who has returned from death. A fascinating passage, definitely worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections which have very, very distinct hermeneutic rules applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, meaning any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition in greater detail. But there's the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death, but not for us here. We're looking primarily at the history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally, you have the section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther fit in there, and so on. And these second 2 sections, Nach, or Nevi'im and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity to the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators have different approaches to what they actually mean, so to speak, nucleate in terms of understanding the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting, where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the rabbinic tradition to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the Annals of the Kings of Judah, the Annals of the Kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the Kingdom of Judah and the Kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. It's fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about palace intrigue and wars and things like that, but spend a lot more time exclaiming an ethical and religious message. And so approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tantalizing historical data, and that's often confirmed by archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous Queen Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbols and things like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonging to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So returning to the historical narrative, what happened in the Northern Kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel and place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, with King Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is up from the black obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed in, I think, the third lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss in a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, the social, and the familial, and the ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel under Assyria. Thank you very much for watching. Let's move away now from the primarily political and religious history that we have explored up until this point, and let's look a little bit more closely at the daily life of the large mass of anonymous Jews living in the land of Israel in the biblical period. And we're going to focus in this little lecture on the economic life, and then we're going to look at family life and then ritual life. But for now, economics. Now let's have a closer look at this remarkable painting by Nicolas Poussin, which is titled The Summer, and then in brackets, Ruth and Boaz. And obviously it's taken from the biblical story that is described in the book of Ruth, where the wealthy landowner Boaz, shown here in the center with that magnificent yellow cloak, meets Ruth, who is there as a very poor woman, and she is engaged in the gleaning. That is the biblically mandated leaving behind of various sheaves and whatever comes to fall on the ground during the harvest season. You get this kind of hollow feel of the farmland and things like that. It's really very beautiful. By the way, I have a son named Boaz, and we went to the post office, and the clerk was so amazed, an American woman, that the son named Boaz said, "What do you call an unmarried Boaz?" And we said, "I don't know what." She said, "Ruthless." At any rate, the problem with using the Bible as our source for economic history is that, as Salo Whitmire Barham, the great 20th century historian, put it, it's more about the Zolan than the Zain. Meaning it tends to talk a lot more about how the ancient Jews should behave than really giving us a clear picture about how they did. The Bible is rife with data about, for example, like in this picture, how they're mandated, or actually divine mandates of specific kinds of tithes, charitable donations, of a whole variety of tithes. And the Talmud goes on great length, categorizing these and talking about the stipulations of who is eligible, who is required to give, and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit more when we get to the Talmudic period. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. We just have to sort of read it backward to get a sense of what the economic history must have been like, as long as we understand that the primary thrust of the biblical text is ultimately to bring people closer to God, ultimately to make them more compliant with divine mandates, and so on. So We do have, however, many other sources outside of the Bible for economic history in the period that we're discussing here, but they tend to be really quite fragmentary and, cryptic. Like, for example, there are 102 scraps of tax receipts written on uh, pieces of clay that were found in an archaeological dig around the city of Samaria, Shomra, believed to be associated with the palace of King Ahab. And these are essentially sort of tax notations. It appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say an amphora of wine or a big container of wheat or something like that, then the probably the person who was giving the tax would write, how much wine was in here and who is giving it to whom, I presume which tax collector or something like that, and the date and so on. And it was kind of like a primitive tax collection record system. Unfortunately, of the 102 scraps, only a little more than half of them are legible, and they're all like broken up like this. So it's very difficult to tease out really detailed analysis of the economic life, except that there were taxes, which, as they say in Hebrew, yasher. We knew there were taxes. That's pretty much a permanent aspect of the human condition. But at least we get some sense of how it must have been delivered from one place to another. However, as Dr. Barron also goes on, Israel is one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense text called the Bible to give us some, insight into the economics of the region. But we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of Ugarit, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get at least some better sense of how Jews live economically, how they support themselves. Let's try and understand a little bit about what we know. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in the Israeli economy, or the economy of the Jews of ancient Israel, is the shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. In this portrait, not a Jewish portrait, obviously it's a Christian portrait from Botticelli, The Trials of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe, and there's kind of like a sort of like a comic book panel of all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life, and you can see he's reproduced several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound, and it has, philosophical ramifications as well. But David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is a shepherd. Over and over again, we see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, it's clear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area. There are 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the Jews were settled at that time, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, over like a little over 1,000 years, there are 400 settlements, which are called arim in Hebrew. We would translate that as cities, but with less than 1,000 people in each of those cities, to be sure. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. If you have a look at the map of ancient Israel, you can see that it is dotted with a wide variety of economic resources. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber, of course, the cedars of Lebanon. You have mines for iron and copper. It will be especially important once coinage begins to be produced. You have the so-called Tyrian purple, in Hebrew known as argaman, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline, and it's essentially harvested for its blood or some other bodily fluid that is then made into the techela, the specific color that is used. Orchards, you have textiles are very big produce. iron, salt, metalwork mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho. Very, very important export. The Jews were known especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in ancient Israel. In terms of commerce, I mean, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available in the area. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds, artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in the Talmudic period, there are particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. Like, for example, villages that are filled with tanners, and all they do is they tan leather and so on. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the high point of the United Monarchy under Solomon, when, of course, they moved to the United Monarchy and the Civil War. The Kingdom of Israel, in particular, begins to lose its national sway over the region. They're cut off from a lot of markets and a lot of natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and then commerce, and ultimately you have regular coinage produced by the 6th century before the Common Era. And I just wanted to show you this one great image. This was just discovered this month, a 2 shekel weight from the First Temple period. Obviously, it's the stone on the left there. Imagine what it must have been like to deal with these weights and measures in your daily shopping life. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and we'll continue by looking at family life in the next short video. Thank you for watching. Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative to just talk a little bit about terminology. We're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, and that is the people who are known today as the Jews, or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category, because are Jews who come in all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something kind of tribal in nature, because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother, that is, it's matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Reform movement added a patrilineal option to it, but that we'll get to, God willing, when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews, even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous, group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get this exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew. And this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, in Mesopotamia, where he comes, as described in the book of Genesis, from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person, it's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivrit means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective used to all kinds of things as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew. We see in the book of Jonah, in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven, right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in a dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God. Fascinating kind of thing. We'll talk about that later. At any rate, Jacob and Israel are the same person, and the Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously, although Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, and things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. You can see this in the book of Kings, for example. There's a lot of discussion of what that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which is used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. As you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost 10 tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would be a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south, to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew. J and Y often switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of peoples. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who is not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time you get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these three terms: Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they will often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on in time. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Abramson and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple of minutes to explain what exactly is going on in this site and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab? What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish People, A History. And I was really looking forward to getting involved in it, beginning to plan it and outline it and so on. And then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really turned this into something different than I originally intended, and I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi Hanina says in the Talmud, Tractate Tainus, I have learned much from my teachers, more from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. So there are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish History Lab. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos, and they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, you know, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, they seem to be working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and people were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students so I can actually invite people from all over the world to help me write this book, to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I have to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together, this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So why would you want to get involved? I don't know. But if this excites you, there are several ways that you could be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there, so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them and discuss them and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name to the little search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you are watching the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription is really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people can subscribe, and it becomes like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too, because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved. And with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. And the next level of involvement is membership. If you click on that join button, which is not available in all countries, I have 3 levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to the videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give me some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world because I would be deluged even more with comments that not necessarily helpful. I only want to work with people who are a little more serious on those more difficult topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to the live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos and you want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing, and I think this is so cool, is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some, quizzes and self-testing things and elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginnings all the way up to the period of the Mishnah in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical Israel. Now, this is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a much later video when we talk specifically about women. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well. But I'll explain why this is so challenging. I'd like to speak very briefly and in general broad strokes about the nature of the family from the earliest sources we have of basically Genesis up until the end of the First Temple period, which is 586 before the Common Era. So that's a massive chunk of time. We're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily within the space of a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, we use the word family in a historical context, and we use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in the magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving, and you see the happy family around it, and patriarch and matriarch, multiple generations of the family members around the table, all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? That's the title is Freedom from Want. But this is clearly an idealized image of what a Thanksgiving dinner would be like, right? Everyone's happy, everyone likes each other, no one's on their phone, no one's arguing politics, no one's wanting to get back to the football game. This is kind of like what we want family to be, but it's not necessarily what family actually is. So there were elements of an idealized meal that are shown here that we'd like to sort of project backward in time, but it would be absurd to say every single Thanksgiving dinner, especially in the year 1943. Think of what that must have been like, at the end of World War II and the battle in the Pacific and all kinds of very difficult times for Americans. This is clearly an aspirational Thanksgiving dinner. So when we go back and look at the family in biblical times, we're kind of trapped within our own mentality of human experience. And then furthermore, we can't read past what the text actually gives us as data. The text is moreover layered. I mean, we have the biblical text itself, which describes families to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for then in the ancient period. But then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes. But then that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later. The Halacha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that. And then there's individual custom or minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think a family should be to sometimes very fragmentary descriptions that go back thousands of years. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand at least a few basic things about the family in the ancient world, which may be counterintuitive to what today in the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the family in the ancient world is in American legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, and the Civil War, and civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm speaking these words. We're deep in a huge Black Lives Matter social justice movement that's rocking America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to peoples, and there are occasionally references to skin color. But generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge, issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described, Tzipporah, as a Cushi. She's also described in another context as a Midian. There's some dispute over what exactly means, but the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who is presumably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be, theoretically Nubian, as we see in this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as peoplehood. That is, who is your ethnos? To which ethnos does one belong? But continuing with gender, that's a far more important thing in the definition of the family in the ancient world. Whether or not one is born male or female is huge. There's a lot of discussion, which we won't be able to discuss here for now, but heterosexuality is considered the norm, and homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion in the Talmud later of multiple genders besides simply male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to more Talmudic discussions. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob marrying two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here in Michelangelo's representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a half marriage status, which is called a pilegesh in Hebrew, or a concubine in English. And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects, but lacking the protections that are inherent to marriage. As the Talmud defines it, again, later in the Jewish tradition, we have the definitions that are explained. A concubine may simply be dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her wedding for marital support during the marriage, and if the marriage is dissolved, then she has the right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement. We'll get back to that in just 1 second. We talk about divorce. It's also important that gender has relationship to the matrilineal descent, not recognized in much of it's not entirely clear what exactly is going on in the biblical text alone when you separate the discussions of it in the Mishnah, the Talmud, and the commentaries. It appears that there is patrilineal descent in many of the figures of the Bible. Joseph, of course, marries an Egyptian woman. Again, there's midrashim that would adjust that slightly. Same with Moses, who we saw earlier. Some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue this one more sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status. And after giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge bulk of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal until 1983, when the Reform movement introduced the idea of patrilineal descent. Again, I mentioned that in the last video. We'll have to come back to in the 20th century. So at any rate, the mother is extremely important, whether or not the mother is a full wife or a concubine, or, as we shall see later, even a more casual relationship. Women also have very distinct status with regards to things like slavery. Jewish men may be enslaved, the Jewish women may not be enslaved. Once they reach maturity, they may not be enslaved at all. They have a diminished agency, however. There are certain elements of legal practice, meaning, for example, serving as a witness and things like that. Again, reading the biblical text through the lens of the later commentators of Mishnah and Talmud, but the women seem to be at a diminished status when it comes to certain elements of their legal standing. And similarly, in terms of inheritance, the general understanding of women in the biblical period is that women are almost always existing, and it's considered to be an ideal status to be within the shadow of another male, either within the shadow of their father, that is, under the protection of their father, later under the protection of their husband, and finally in a widow status, then under the protection of their adult sons. There are always men who are protecting women. The idea of a woman who is separated from this is considered to be placing her at tremendous disadvantage. On the other hand, that does not necessarily diminish a woman's rights as a single person to engage in business, own land, affect contracts, and all kinds of things. Much more of this we'll discuss when we speak specifically about women later on in this series. But there's no question that it would be absurd to ascribe, a kind of modern equality to men and women in the ancient world. This is a patriarchal society. The only thing I think is worth really debating is whether or not it is a benign or beneficent patriarchy.